So look at this app. It's called Tempo. I got it on iPhone. You have to pay for it on iPhone. I think on Android you can still get it for free. And it's a really great app. You should practice with a metronome. Rhythm is the most important thing. Okay, that's the thing I need to work on the most all the time. When I first started studying, they talked about rhythm, but you know, uh, I didn't take it, seriously like I should have. Um, for years, I started really taking it even more seriously recently. You have to learn how to count. You have to know where your beats are. You have to look at notation and be able to read the notation to be able to subdivide. Okay, so you have to be able to subdivide every note into different. There's different ways to subdivide notes. You could divide them into um, you know when you hit a beat like this. Let me put a beat on. So this is a 4/4 90. I'm going to slow it down a little bit. So for example, I'm playing 4/4 90. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. So when I'm counting that tempo, I'm actually, I can think of it so many different ways. Um, so I can think of it just quarter notes and just trying to make sure I play along with those quarter notes. So I can go, and I could just go like this. Etc. So I'm actually playing with that click. Now, one thing I never thought about is, like, you're just trying to hit each note and trying to hit it and trying to guess where the note is. Um, One of the things I learned, I was studying with a drummer recently. I need to take some more lessons with him. I actually need to practice with his material. Is that when you're playing that note, when you're just playing quarter notes alone, there are so many ways to think about how to approach just hitting a quarter note. Okay. Now, please send me some questions if you have any questions. Okay, on the live chat here. Okay. Happy Saturday, Umir. It's Umir. Hey, say everybody to everybody. Umir is a great student of mine. Um, Private student. He comes to my place. We wear masks and everything. By the way, everybody, I'm fully vaccinated now, so I could talk to you through the camera without getting sick or vice versa. I'm just kidding. So anyway, watch this. So when I'm actually playing with this, years ago, I mean, one of my great friends, he's a great flute player, plays on Broadway shows here in New York. He was at Berkeley with me, and he told me, "Look, Ron, one way you can play more accurately with a click is to be able to subdivide each note. So when I'm playing each note, I can go like this. I can go 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3." So what happens is, when I'm actually playing a note like that, quarter notes, and thinking that the quarter note is actually divided into two parts, you start to play more accurately because you're actually playing, what's the word? You're dividing the note in half, so your accuracy, your brain, you'll be able to hit that note on time more accurately. Right on the beat. Now, if you're recording that kind of program like Logic that I use a lot, you could see on the grid when you're playing with a metronome if your beat is ahead or behind. And people always are a little bit ahead or ahead. So when I've been starting to think like this more accurately, subdividing each beat, I've actually been playing more accurate on the beat because I'm subdividing. So I just subdivided into two parts. Of course, there's more subdivisions. You could just play one beat per measure, per click, or two, or dividing into 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. The next possible thing in that realm of dividing in two is I could do it in 16 notes. I can go 1 E and the 2 E and the 3 E and the 4 E and the 1 E and the 2 E and the 3 E and the 4 E and the 1 E and the 2 E and the 3 E and the 4 E and the 1 E and the 3 E and the 4 E and the 1 E and the 2 E and the 3 E and the 4 E. So all I'm doing is counting each click now, dividing the beat into four exact parts into 16th notes, which is 1 E and So you know. Remember, the eighth note is 1 and. So you're putting the E, 1 E and You're putting the E and between the 1 and now. So my teacher, my drum teacher I'm studying with right now, has me tapping my foot like this, 1 E and 2, and then making sure I sing every 16th note with that click, okay? So I'm going 2, 3, 4. 1 E and 2 E and 3 E and 4 E and 1 E and 2 E and 3 E and 4 E and 1 E and so when you do it that way, this makes it seem like in your mind that the click is slower than it actually is, because you're playing like 4 notes on each beat, okay? So 1 E and 2, 3. I'm starting on the beat. So 1 E and 2 E and 3 E and 4 E and so it actually makes the beat, makes you play more accurate, because you're thinking the note is slower than it is because if you're thinking just one beat each, 1, 2, your brain doesn't play that as accurate as 1 E and because you're actually making every beat into 4 equal parts. So this gets into reading. So when I'm reading like a 16th note melody or 8th note melody, he has me actually doing the if I'm playing an 8th note, I had to sing it at the same time. So if I'm going 1 and 2, 1 and 2, if I'm going 2, 3, 4, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and so I'm hitting each and singing them at the same time, so I know I'm accurately playing the note. Okay, 1 and same with 16th notes. So if I'm going 1 E and like I'm going 2, 3, 4, 1 E and 2 E and 3 E and 4 E and 1 E and 2 E and 3 E, I'm making sure I'm saying the right timing. So if it's in 4/4, I'm going 1 E and 2 E and I'm making sure I'm doing the count 1 E and 2 E and 4 E and 1 E and 2 E and 3 E, etc. Okay. Anybody have any questions so far? Please send me a text. A live chat. That's what you're here for, to ask me during the live lesson. And thank everybody who's a patron. I appreciate you guys. I'm trying to make sure I give you at least a couple lessons a week. I used to just do one, but people were saying that wasn't not enough. So I'm trying to keep you, at least 8 10 lessons a month. Put more videos up. If there's any questions, please send them to me. Email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. Okay, about anything that you want to learn. I have so much material that I have to gather still and put into like tabs and everything to put for you guys, including this kind of stuff I'm teaching you about timing, etc. Okay, so I'm trying my new guitar today that I got from D'Angelico. They gave me this guitar because of all the followers I have now, and I appreciate them. So I'm going to be doing an unboxing soon. I already filmed it, and I'm going to have to edit it, and I'll be putting that up soon. And so when I'm doing timing, okay, so we just divided into like one count per beat, for example. Now we're just doing quarter notes, and then I divided into 2, like 1 and 2 and. Then I divide into 4, 1 E and 2 E and. Now you can divide in 3. Okay, so you can go like this: 2, 3, 4, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and etc. So if I'm playing, I'll go like this: 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2. Oh, sorry, I'm off now. 2, 3, 4, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and. So when you're playing the guitar, particularly because everybody's watching on guitar, you could use in any exercise you could use your pick as a metronome too. So let me slow it down because it's kind of fast. It's at 80. You should be doing this slow anyway when you practice the beginning. Um, Look at this. Oh yeah. So someone has a comment on the Patreon page. So let me go to Patreon too. I hope they can still see me. Yes, I can. Yeah. So let me. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I'm doing. I'm trying to make a comment. Oh, Sean. Sean, my student I just had earlier, Sean. Sean said the first way to learn was to enunciate the word triplet. Triple. You could do it that way too. Actually, the only thing is, when you're doing triplet, you're not saying the numbers. Okay, so you can go one pellet. Actually, my drum teacher taught me this. You can go one pellet, two pellet, three pellet, four pellet, one pellet, two pellet. Make sure you have the beats in there, okay? So you know what beat you're on. Because it's very important to know where your beat is so you don't get lost. Like you should always know where one is. Okay, one bit. So I go one and that. So that there's a couple of ways to do this. So the way Sean is saying is you can go triplet, one pellet, two pellet, three pellet, four pellet. You can go one end up, two end up, three end up, four end up. You can do that too when you're counting these rhythms, okay? Now remember, people who just got here, rhythm is the most important thing. I want to see what someone said on Patreon while I'm doing this, because I have to look. I might have to look on my phone. Let me get my other phone here. Hold on, everybody. I don't want to look at my Patreon while I'm on the computer at the same time. So someone had a question on Patreon. Let me get my other phone and go to my Patreon right now. So yeah, Sean, that's a great great comment. Let me go to my Patreon and see what this person said, whoever that was. Okay. Hold on. So let me go to my home here. Ooh, something's on my phone here. It's acting weird. So anyway, I'll skip that for now. So if you have any questions, just please send them to me right here on oh yeah, Reggie. Reggie has a question here. Would you practice your scales like that? Yes. So Reggie, so if I'm practicing my scales, he asked me actually doing these exercises like this. I'll particularly practice my melodies like that, but you can practice your scales like that. So if I'm playing, let's play this out here. I can go one and two and three and four and one and two and three and four and one and two and I can do it that way. One and three and oh sorry. One and two and three and four and one and two and three and four and one. Now it's hard to do all this. I'm trying to count, play the notes, tap my foot. But you know what? The reason why I'm learning this, and it's making me more accurate in general with my timing, and it makes me think. When you start counting the notes and saying the notes, it's very important because what happens is you start really internalizing like a drummer does. A drummer, all he does is count all the time. He's just playing count one, two, three, one, and two. He has no rhythm or harmony. I mean, he has no harmony, excuse me. He has no harmony or melodic instrument to play. So it's all about time. They're counting all kinds of stuff. They're counting with one hand and another hand's counting something else, the offbeats and stuff. So if you can apply that to your playing, it makes you even a better musician to be able to count one and two and if I'm playing 16 notes, one and two and three and it's hard to do. One E and two E and three E and four E and five E and two E and three E and four E and one E and two E and three E and four E and one E and two. Plus, I'm running out of breath when I do that. So when I'm practicing my rhythms, I'm actually trying to think of every note, especially when I'm reading now. I know a lot of guitar players are not great readers, but you should work on your reading and notation because that's how you really know about rhythm too. When you know what notes are written. So if I'm looking at like any kind of real book thing here like this, I'm actually doing the same thing when I'm reading now, and I'm actually thinking more about what I'm reading now. If I pick a hard song like with some 16th notes in it, like then I'm really thinking much more accurately about what I'm doing. You know, I'm trying to think of some cool songs that might have 16 notes in here that are kind of complicated. So let's take this song has a few 16 notes in it. Conception. Uh, yeah, it has some 16 note triplets, some jazz stuff. Jazz has mostly eighth notes, just so you know. So a lot of jazz musicians, just so you know, another pro tip is that jazz musicians are really good at. I mean, particularly, I'm thinking about myself more as a jazz musician than like a horn player, but like a horn player would probably play more like what's the word? Um, are much more accurate with the reading because that's how they start. Yeah. Oh yeah. And Ymir said Origin. Origin. So Origin is just it's a jazz tune, but it doesn't have that many rhythmically. It doesn't have that many notes in it, rhythmic wise. Let me see. Let me pull that out for him. Origin. Do I have it in this book? I know the song. I don't know if I have it in this book. Oh, here it is. So Origin has a triplet in the beginning, like it goes like one, triple. So I would go one, triplet, or you do it one, triplet, or one, two, and then I would go 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. So what I do is this. If I'm playing with a metronome, I want to learn a melody. I want to play the rhythm exactly perfect. I play it real slow like this, and make sure I have the clicks on 1, 2, 3, 4. I will go like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. So I would go 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 2. It's so hard to find. 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2. So what I'm doing is it's hard to keep the count and sing and do everything at the same time because I'm doing it pretty fast to do that. But what I'm doing is when you start really counting every note and thinking about thinking about each rhythm of the note, that's what the point I'm trying to make is you're actually internalizing the rhythm better, and deep down inside subconsciously your mind plays with better rhythm. That's the whole point of this class today. So practice with your metronome like that. Counting and make sure you know your subdivisions of the beats. So I can actually read pretty good. So I wouldn't be when I'm actually playing like a regular fast tempo. Like let's say I'm playing faster. Let's put this up to like 90. I'm not playing that fast. I'm gonna put it on 100. 2, 3, 4, 1. 2, 3, 4, 1. 4, 1. So what I'm doing is I'm just reading it like I would normally read it, but I'm actually more conscious about the rhythm because I'm thinking about the subdivisions in general. So I try to play more accurately. And a lot of people don't think about that when they're actually reading. They're just trying to read the notes and read the rhythms, but they don't think about the rhythms really deep in their soul. Like now I'm looking at music a different way when I'm counting. So when I'm just reading, I'll just read, but I'm subconsciously I'm thinking more about the timing to each note, like the accuracy of each note, and also the deep rhythm of each note. Because like a whole note, someone asked, my drum teacher asked me, "What's a whole note?" I say, "Well, whole note's 4 beats." But what is a whole note too? It's 4 quarter notes tied together, for example. Okay, so when you think of it that way, it's like instead of going 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. So those are whole notes. So, but if I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, I'm thinking of the whole note as 4 quarter notes. Your mind thinks differently that it's actually 4 quarter notes tied together, or it could be 8 notes tied together, or 16 notes tied together. So you play that really accurately in your brain, and drummers think like that because also that's all they have is rhythm. Okay, so it's very important to be able to feel rhythms and also have them internalized by counting. And drummers, ever since I've been studying drum with drum teachers, I've been checking out drummers. I think musicians should do that. I mean, I've been checking out the drummer Vinny Caliuta because he's a big, I never knew how much a monster this guy is. He plays with everybody. Herbie Hancock, Chick Corea, Sting. He played with Frank Zappa in the beginning, and and he mentioned the same thing. When he's a drummer, he counts everything, and all kinds of things that goes in his mind about counting. Permutations, odd meters. I mean, but everything is mathematical and it's logical. That's the whole point. It's all logical and it all works. It's all mathematical. It's nothing like some kind of weird rocket science where you think that he's playing some weird stuff at the time. No, it's all counted actually. So if you want to get deeply into rhythm, I think you should study with a drum teacher and check out drummers. So a couple more topics. I'm doing a short live lesson today, but um, one thing I like to do is so this metronome. You should practice in odd meters, which I need to practice more in too. I mean, we shouldn't get to odd meters too much today, but so this metronome, I don't know if you can see this, but it can go into like 3/8, 6/8, 9/8, 12/8, 5/8, 3 plus 2, or 5/8, 2 plus 3. I mean, all kinds of stuff. 4/4, 7/4, 11/2. I mean, just all kinds of stuff. But another thing you should practice when you're playing jazz is actually just play on one, like half notes. Let me show you. So I'm gonna. I have to turn my phone down because I'm just trying to see who's texting me, just in case there's a problem going live with people here. I had that problem before. Yeah. So hold on. Let me turn this down a little bit. So, for example, everybody, look at this. So if I'm playing, I like to change my metronome to like 1/4. So it's just one click. This is the first thing I like to do is just practice with my metronome. Just click, click. No, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I like to practice with my metronome on 2 and 4 when I'm doing jazz, particularly. So when I'm counting, this is another way to practice with the metronome too, just so you know. So when I'm counting, I like to go like 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 2 and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. There might be a latency. My hand looks slower. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. So that's a very common thing to do with jazz. To jazz with the metronome is practice on 2 and 4. So I'll practice the same way like I do with my other stuff rhythmically. I'll go 1, 2, a 1, 2, aerogin. See, I'm playing it. Now, I'm playing like a bass line. Now, the reason why I do 2 and 4, if there's any questions, please send them to me. Let me just see if someone else sent me a question real quick. Reggie just sent one question. So, look at this. So if I'm playing, when you're playing in a jazz band, the 2 and 4 is really important because the hi-hat does this and the drummer does it. The hi-hat, the drummer plays a hi-hat like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. So they hit the 2 and 4 just like that, okay? And the bass player emphasizes that too. He'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. I'm kind of exaggerating. So you hear the 2 and 4 really emphasize. So that's a very common way to practice with your metronome is to emphasize 2 and 4. So let me put that on for a second so you get an idea. 1, 2, or 1. So and you notice people go like this: 1, 1, 2, a 1, 2, 3, 4. So they're saying the 2 and 4 like this: 1, 2, a 1, 2, 3, 4. So you know what I'm doing too? I'm trying to think in my head when I'm doing the bass. I'm going 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2, so I can lock in better with the metronome. So if you start thinking like that, but you also there's a lot of things to think about. So I'm trying to think of the notes and the bass line. So I'm going 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2. I'm going 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3. 1 and 2. Oh, so I'm going. I saw I messed up there. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3, 2, 3 and 4 and 1. 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1. So you notice too, we talked about the rhythms like 1, 1 and 2. What I'm doing too, I'm making these into swing eighth notes. I forgot to talk about that. So there's straight eighth notes and there's swing eighth notes. Also, there's swing 16th notes and straight 16th notes. So you can go like this with the eighth note, like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3. So I'm doing swing eighth notes right now: 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and so that comes from the triplet actually. That we mentioned earlier. Sean mentioned like the triplet, or you can go 1 and 2 and 3 and but now you're taking the 1 and or trip and putting it into one note and go trip triplet triplet triplet. You're holding the note over it. So if I'm playing straight eighth notes, it would sound like this. Here's the difference: 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3. It's the same tempo. Same tempo. 1, 2, 3. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Those are swing eighth notes. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Now I'm going to do straight. Okay, someone has a question. For newer musicians, what do you advise for someone just starting to play with others in terms of concentrating on downbeats with other instruments playing right next to you? Oh, that's a good question. So when I'm in a band, it's really, really important to lock in with everybody in the band. So the best way to lock in with other band members is to actually listen to them more than yourself. I tell my students all this time, tell this to them all the time. You have to be able to lock in to other musicians. So when I'm actually playing, let's say I'm playing with the bass player and he's going, and I'm playing the chords. So what I'll do is I'll listen to his bass line to make sure my chord fits right in there. So kind of like me copying myself and playing the bass line, I try to fit my chords right where he's playing the bass line. Okay. Also, I listen to the drummer. Oh, I gotta learn that song, Ymir. I gotta learn a million songs actually. But well, anyway, Ymir said that sounds like Jen. I gotta learn that one. Jen Krishna. Who's that by? Send me that, Ymir. Send me who the composer for that is. I'm gonna take a screenshot of the live lesson at the end. But yeah, so when you're playing in a band, the most I learned this from Rufus Reed, the bass player who lives right here in Joe Henderson. Thank you. And when I say Rufus Reed, he told me that's one of his things that he teaches. Like when you're a band, you got to think of it like a pie. I'm hungry now. I want pie. I'm just kidding. So let's say you're playing in a band. You're in a pie. You have the piano, bass, drums, and guitar. So you got to think of yourself as one quarter of that pie in a four-piece band, and your focus. You're a part of that pie, but your focus is around the whole band actually. So when I'm in a band, I listen to everybody else more than myself actually, because what happens is when you listen to yourself, you actually lock in better in many ways, not only with timing, but with like harmony, caller response, everything that has to do with playing in a band. So I'm doing everything in that fashion when I'm actually doing when I'm in a band. So that's how you lock your groove in, and that's part of timing too. Like when someone's playing an off rhythm in the band and you're playing on the beat, it's better you follow them, and so you're playing with them in time as well. So it's very important. So remember, so we were talking about. Let me I have a few more things before I finish up here. But look, so for example, when I'm doing 16th notes too, let me make this into a straight 4/4. So if I'm doing 16 notes, so what I'm doing is I'm doing straight 16 notes right now. So I'll count in my head to 1 E and 2 E and 3 E and 4 E and 1 E. This is kind of fast, 1 and 2 E, especially be counting out loud. 1 E and 2 E and so those are straight 16 notes. But what I like to do, I mean, in a lot of funk and rap music, they do swing 60 notes. So it's like this. 1 E and 2 E and 3 E and 4 E and 1 E and 2 E and 3 E and 4 E and 1. Hear the difference? Straight. So they're like eighth notes, swing eighth notes, but put into 16 note context. So rap is a lot of swing 16 to 8 notes, actually. Let me put that slow. Oh, that's too slow. So I'll do that song 8 Mile like this. So what I'm doing is I'll swing at that. Those notes, the B flat, G. I'm hitting a D drum. So what I'm doing is I'm doing swing 16 notes there. That's a great example. So a lot of rap and pop, a lot of rap music is actually from jazz. The swing aspect of it, even the rapping and the syllables they use is like scatting in jazz. Now, if you hear a rap guy go, it sounds terrible because there's no groove to it if you play it straight. So there's one interesting thing that I'm learning about. I need to work more myself on polyrhythms, like 3/4. But we're gonna get into that in a different lesson. But so I just gave you guys a few different ways to practice with the metronome. About rhythm and timing, etc., like that. So please watch the video. Yeah, thank you, Michelle. Great point. Rap derived from bebop. I've heard that for years. and it is derived from bebop. Rap is derived from bebop and the swing, etc. Okay, is the rap swing, the six swing, 16 notes is from jazz. Actually, everything's from jazz and blues in America. So even rock. So so this is this is a basic thing about rhythm, a basic live lesson about rhythm. So come back and watch this. Also, I want to let you know, whoever is watching, I'm doing a live workshop on Lively next Sunday, 2 p.m. It's jazz improv workshop. So we're gonna and this time because in these live lessons you can't really like interact with anybody. You're just kind of like talking into the camera here, and so I'm doing a Lively lesson. I'm gonna put that it's called lively.com. What I'll do is I'm gonna give you the link right now to watch. I'll put it on my Patreon too. But if you want to attend my Lively workshop, um, I'm going to put the link right here. That's next week, next Sunday at 2 p.m. Okay. I have a bunch of people signed up already. Another person just signed up today. And I work for this organization called Lively, and they present like live workshops. No, I present lessons through them, private and, workshops, but they also have yogis, cooks, a lot of people from well-known rock, funk, and R&B bands, jam bands, all kinds of stuff. And tomorrow night, my Sunday evening jazz show, I'm going to have Mark Brownstein from the Disco Biscuits band. This band tours around. They do they do a lot of theaters and stuff, all over the country. They're pretty known. They do big festivals, and he's the guy that actually runs the program. So he's going to be on my show talking about it and talk about me as a teacher. And he loves my stuff, and so he has me on this. He's as a teacher there too. So I'm happy to be there. One of the only few jazz guys in the website called Lively. So if you could join my workshop, that would be great. You, my friends from here on Patreon, and there's going to be a live playback on this. You can watch the link after this and watch it, and I'm going to make this public in a few weeks. Okay. But thanks for watching. So this is just a basic introduction to rhythm on the guitar and the rhythm in general that you should be practicing on any instrument. Okay. And I'll see you guys very soon. It's Ron Jackson on Patreon. I'm on all these websites. And I appreciate you guys watching. And I'll see you guys very soon, okay? If you have any questions, just send me a message on Patreon, or at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And I'll see you guys very soon for another live lesson next month on the second Saturday. And have a great weekend, okay? And I'll see you on social media or on Patreon. Otherwise, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. I'm live, and let me move back a little bit. I can't move back too far because of all these guitars behind me. But I wanted to take off the green screen in the back and just start showing you my guitar collection. A lot of people have been asking me, man, show us your guitars, man. Like, show you what? So look at this. So like I have a bunch of guitars behind me. You can't see them. Look. I just have them all lined up. These are my 6-string guitars and stuff. So I think I took them all out. I have 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, this is a 12-string. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, so there's 10 instruments, but I need to let you know what the models are, because I don't know the names of the models, but I'll tell you in a second. Let me grab one thing. Don't leave. So there's a missing guitar, but I have it. Ron! Primitive Assembly. How's it going? So those are my guitars. This yellow guy? Oh yeah, sorry. Almost fell. This is my D'Angelico. So I'll show you in a minute all this stuff, guys. I'm gonna go through one guitar at a time. So and I'll tell you the model number of all these guitars, because people have been asking me what guitars you use. So I'm gonna move this back just a little bit more so I don't get my head cut off. So I'm using a ton of different guitars, but I don't use them all the time. It depends on the situation, everybody. So that's why I wanted to show you like this. Let me get this closed. So for example, I have this 6-string guitar right here. It's made in England. It's not a common model, okay? It's a file D guitar. When I was touring over there maybe 20 years ago, I got this made in 1999. It's a great guitar. Really great 6-string acoustic guitar. They're made in like the countryside of England. Okay, it's a file D custom made guitar. I've had this for like 20 years. And the model is it's just a custom guitar. There's no name. The guy made it so I can use it over here in the weather that's kind of like hot and cold and all that stuff. So if you have any questions about the guitar, let me know. Oh yeah, thank you, Paul. PJ. So this is the 6-string guitar. 6-string steel string, and I recorded one of my albums called Acoustic Invent Yours. Is recorded on this album here. Is all acoustic guitar. You can get this on my website. You can listen to it on Spotify. Go to my Spotify, Ron Jackson. It's a really great sounding guitar for recording. Now, acoustic guitar should not be played with an amp anyway. So this is really a nice guitar, made in England. They're spelled FYLDE, File D. They exist. They're not really big on social media, but they're a great guitar company. And I actually met this guy in England. And they never even go to the conventions. I go to the NAMM show, and they never show up to those things. Unfortunately, I think they get more business. But a lot of famous people play their stuff. So let me see. I'm just gonna look right now online and look at your comments right now too. Hold on. So let me go over here and show you my next guitar that's over here. So I'm gonna put this over here on the side. 1 second. I'm gonna go to my channel and make sure I see your comments. Okay, right now, yeah, I'm live. So here. So the next one, you've seen me play this recently. Okay, this is the everybody's like, wow, I love that guitar. This is the D'Angelico XL1. I just got this from D'Angelico. Okay, so in the last guitar I showed you, I used Tomastic strings, just in case you know what I use Tomastic strings on the guitar, but not these. I use these acoustic strings. So the last guitar I used, I showed you, I used Tomastic strings like not these, but they're these steel string guitars that they make. Steel strings that they make for guitars. Oh yeah, these are called plectrums. Okay, so I'm a Tomastic endorser, and I use plectrums. Now the plectrums are kind of cool. They're they're nice strings. Also, they make interesting. Tomastic makes these flat wound strings, so they're really kind of cool. So I deal with these guys too. I use the George Benson strings on the 6-string guitar. But on this guitar particularly, I don't use that. I use on this guitar right here, this D'Angelico. Let me take this thing out so you can see the neck. It's a really nice guitar. 6 strings. I think it's all maple, laminate top. See that? Okay. So it has a Seymour Duncan pickup on it. I use a Labella jazz tapes. I use 14 on top for you guys. This is what I use. This is a 7-string set, but I had D'Angelico put on the 6 strings of this. Yes, piano wire, the man string I call it. That's funny. No more kings. No more. You're not a king anymore without heavy strings. So these are great strings. They're like black tape. If you look carefully, there's black tape on them. See that? So they're really kind of cool. They have a great sound. Two metal strings, 3 tape wound, nylon tape metal strings, and these. All four of these strings are nylon taped actually. On the seventh string, where I use this, it's actually round wound. So I use flat wounds on my jazz guitar. So it's a great guitar. I'd like to thank D'Angelico in New York and Justin over there for having me as a D'Angelico artist. Also, everybody who's watching, if you're watching and you're new, please subscribe here. I have some cool content. You know, I try to answer my fans' questions when I have time. I'm so busy with social media and gigs now, so it's getting a little crazy. But please subscribe to all my channels, TikTok, Instagram, everywhere. I'm everywhere. Ron Jackson Music, okay? These requests were actually the requests to see my guitars were from people from YouTube and TikTok and even Instagram. So I'm showing you these now. These are only my 6-string guitars because I play mostly 7-string these days. So let me put this up here away so I don't break this one. So that's my D'Angelico. It's a nice guitar. I'm hanging it up on the wall. I have like a rack for my guitars, so you can hang them. So this is another one I have. This is I'm a Cremona endorser, and if you guys want to get some great discounts, contact me. My email is Ron Jackson. You can email me at ron@ronjacksonmusic.com. So this is a nice steel string. I haven't been using it recently. I need to get set up a little bit. So I can't send it back to California to get set up. It's not worth it. That's where the Cremona America's Cremona USA is. This is called a Cremona M20E. It's a really great steel string guitar, and you can plug it in. There's not much electronics. It has a volume and tone control right in here. Wow. Yeah, they make violins too. Yeah, Cremona makes violins. So if you want to get a good deal, contact me by email, and I'll get you a good deal for the guitar. Actually, one of my patrons is purchasing a Varia guitar through me. So I'm like a guitar dealer for Cremona. So take a look at this. So these are great. It has a volume and tone right here in the middle. I forget what this is made out of wood, but what wood this is made out of. But look it up online. It's a M20E. I'm going to show you. I want to put these on the descriptions after. Yeah. These are 6 strings. So I need to set up. There's a little buzzing up. It's not bad actually. So I have to get this set up a little bit. That's all. And I'll play it more. So this is a great guitar. I'm going to put it over here. So that's a Cremona. So that's my second guitar. That's my third guitar I showed you guys. If you want to see the other ones. Do I want to sell that one? I don't know. You know what? I have like 4 or 5 steel string guitars. If you're really, do you want to sell it? Dovla wants me to sell it. Where do you live? It's not a cheap guitar, so it's not like a cheap guitar. It's like over $1,000, I think. So if you want to, possibly. Now this is a really cool guitar. I never use this guitar hardly either. It's a Fender 12-string, a Fender JG12CE/12 string. So I rarely use this Fender 12 string. I just have it hanging on the wall, but I keep it in good condition. Just so you guys know, here's my humidifiers. I learned this from one of my students. Save money. Don't give that money to Diadario. So this is a great method for humidifying your guitars. You basically take a Ziploc bag like this and just punch holes in it with a fork, put a sponge in there, and it humidifies the guitar. So I've been doing that for a while. Yeah, 12-string guitar is not hard, everybody. Just so you know, 12 strings basically like a 6-string. The strings are doubled. See, they're doubled. Okay. All the strings are doubled. Like these are octaves, and some of these are just doubled notes, and the rest are in octaves. So it's not that bad. So this is like someone gave me this Planet Waves, I think, like humidifier. I replaced it with these things inside, sponges. So so that's how I humidify my guitars, and I have a humidifier too, so they don't crack open. Okay. So this is my 12 string. So that's my 4th guitar I'm showing you, and it has full EQ and everything. Is there a battery in this thing? Nope, I don't have a battery because I haven't been using it. So it's a great guitar, and I've rarely used it, but I'll be using it soon on something, I'm sure. I've had this for like 20 years. I got this from a friend that when I was a really well-known guitar player in the 70s. His name was David Spinoza. He actually did a lot of recording sessions. Like he was playing with all kinds of people, like James Brown, and he did all. And I was doing a lot of Broadway, and I met him on someone recommended him to me, who was playing Broadway, and I was playing Broadway a lot at that time. So I was subbing for him, and he was a really cool guy. He was a session guy, so he was one of these guys who knew how to play really well in the studio. But if you asked him to do a gig like me, and he didn't know any tunes. He's one of these guys that could just read the notes. So he was great, man, amazing player. David Spinoza, check him out. He's everywhere, and he's retired now, but he's a really great musician. So anyway, let me keep going. So this is another guitar. So I have a bunch of Cremonas. Hey, Shiva, greetings, everybody. Now, someone's asking me how old are these guitars. So just to let you know. This Cremona I got, I'm a Cremona endorser, so I'll tell you in a second. So this one, let me tell you the model of this one first. So this one's a Soloist S65C. Now this is an inexpensive guitar. I think this is like maybe, I'm not quite sure. It's between $200 and $600. That's not expensive for a guitar. And it's a great straight up nylon string. Nice guitar. No. Okay, it's a really nice guitar, and I use this a lot for teaching and practicing. I don't use it that much for gigs. It's not, but it's a really pretty nice guitar for the price. So if you're interested, remember I can get you a Cremona for a great deal. Yeah, that's a nice cost. Yeah, it's very nice. Hey, Dario. Dario sent me some recordings. Really nice guitar player, man. And he's trying to play jazz. So remember, everybody, to play jazz, you definitely need to, listen and study with a good teacher like myself. So just so you know. So this is pretty nice. So this is not an expensive guitar, the Soloist S65C. So this is probably about 2 or 3 years old. I haven't had this that long. So the first guitar I showed you, this one, this guitar, this steel string, someone's asking me, I've had this for like 20 years, at least. Okay, I got this in the 2000 maybe, 2001. Okay, and this one, this handmade guitar, custom guitar from England, this Follow guitar I was telling you about earlier, this is from 1999, this guitar. So, I actually like hit it against the door one day. It has a little gouge here, but that's just cosmetic. But this is a workhorse guitar, man. I've had this on many records, recordings. A really great guitar. So that's a great guitar if you want to consider it. They're hard to find, and they're expensive guitars. They're from England, so really really nice guitars. So here's another guitar I've had for years, and this is called. This is an Aria guitar. Okay, it's an Aria concert guitar AC80. I got this from Aria in 1997 or something. I was an Aria endorser. So they gave me this guitar. It's a really nice nylon. Now I'm thinking about selling this guitar if anybody's interested. The thing is, this has this chronic problem here of there's this like little tiny crack here, but it's superficial. I've always been trying to get it fixed, like a Guitar Center everywhere. They glue it, but it's nothing. It doesn't affect the guitar. It's kind of weird. It's on top, but that's about it. It's a nice guitar. This guitar's worth about $1,000. So it's funny, guys. So this is a AC80, completely acoustic guitar, and I've used this on my on the album, my acoustic guitar album I showed you a minute ago, called this one. I use this guitar on this album too. Some of the album. Acoustic Adventure. So go check out my albums, please, everybody. And if you're watching and you're new, please subscribe. And please subscribe to all my channels at Ron Jackson Music. Everything is Ron Jackson Music, even my payments and everything. Okay. So this guitar is really great, except for that one thing. But it's a really nice, really has a nice sound. pretty nice. So that's my Aria guitar. So let me keep going through my collection here. It's getting, I'm getting almost to the end, but not quite. So look, this is the one everybody keeps asking me about. Okay, it's my Eastman. Okay, look at this. So this is called the Eastman T49D/V Amber guitar. Okay. It's a really nice guitar. I just got this actually. This is brand new. I've had this since last year. Since the pandemic, because I have a bunch. I have like 2 archtop guitars that are 7-string, but I didn't have like a guitar that was like this in a 6-string. So I teach a lot, online. I do a lot of videos online. A lot of people don't play 7-string, so I had to get this guitar. It's a really, really nice guitar, and it plays great. But I haven't been using it recently because I promised D'Angelico, the guitar you have I have up there, to show the guitars on video all the time now instead. Okay, so it's a really good guitar. I think this lists for like $2,000 or something. So this is a great guitar, and I've done a lot of videos on this that you've seen on my YouTube shorts and some of my lessons. Okay, so it's a great guitar. It has I think these are Seymour Duncan pickups, volume, tone, 2 humbuckers. Really nice guitar. So let me check out some of these questions. So send it to Ron Fernandez in California, but hey, I live in New York. I can't send it to Ron Fernandez. It'll cost me more money. No, but it's not bad. This crack on this guitar. Someone was asking me about a question here from Dario. Is that I've had it at a repair shop a couple of times and paid money and they still can't fix this thing, so it's okay. It sounds like you care for these guitars. For these guitars are still in good condition and looks new. Thank you, Udian. Yeah, they're in good condition. I mean, I don't mess up my guitars. I have to play them for gigs, so just so you know. So yeah, these guitars are great. So this is my Eastman. So all this I'm going to list after, and you can go to my Amazon store, and if you want to pick one up, let me know. I'll send you the links on my Amazon store after this. And just so you guys know, who's ever watching, just a new announcement. I'm doing a workshop, a jazz workshop, coming up on July 18th at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday. Come by and see come by and attend my workshop. I had this was on Lively, which is a site owned by a lot of great jam band musicians and all kinds of stuff. So I had the most successful workshop this past April for them. So I'm doing a follow-up, on demand, follow-up. So if you want to, learn some jazz, go to lively.com, lively.com, and sign up for my jazz improv workshop. You'll learn some cool jazz techniques. Okay? So that's on July 18th. So let me see. Oh. You should do an online live with Justin Sheetley show. Sure. I love him. Yeah. Yeah, Dario, it's expensive postage. So let me show you my next guitar. So this one's a really great guitar. I've recorded with this a lot too. This is another Aria guitar I got from Aria. I knew the owner of Aria guitars. He was a Japanese guy named Shiro Arai. I think he passed away, I think. But he was a great guy, and I've been an endorser for them for years. So he gave me this guitar too. It's a really nice classical guitar. It's an AC80CE electric. So it's like the same model that we just saw with the cutaway. This has a cutaway. And it has electronics, Fishman electronics on there. You see that? So it's nice, And I use this one sometimes for recording. I still have a battery in it. So it's a really nice guitar. Gotta put this back in. Oh, there it is. Okay. So this, you plug the guitar into here. Really nice guitar. I've had this for quite a while. And I've taken this everywhere for gigs and stuff. So really nice guitar. These cost about, I don't know, at the time they were $1,000 at least, or $1,800, I forget. But these are nice guitars. I don't have really, really expensive guitars anymore. I used to have some Paul Reed Smiths that were like $5,000 or $6,000 and stuff like that. But I don't carry guitars like that. It's not the guitar; it's how you play it. Remember that, everybody. It's your touch. You should be able to pick up any guitar, $100 guitar, and make it sound good. So and I don't use heavy. I don't use light strings. It depends on the guitar. But I use usually heavy strings. But I for example, I don't have any solid body guitars that are 6-string because I have 7-string ones. I have 2 of them. I'll show you that guitar collection in the next video. So let me keep going here. So that's how many guitars did we go through so far? We went through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 guitars. So we have just a couple more before I finish up here. So here's another one from Cremona that I didn't show you. I have a couple of the nylon strings. So this is a Cremona Solos F65C, a different one than this one. We see these are 2 different ones. So that's an S65C and this is an F65C. So these are 2 different kinds of guitars, everybody, from Cremona, completely nylon strings. I think one of these is like, the difference is like $200 for one of these. So this is a nice guitar. I use this all the time for teaching and practicing. And, you know, and I don't take it out much on gigs because there's no pickup. But look on this one, but look at this one. They have their Cremona USA KNA pickup, they call it. It's like a little bridge thing they put here. They sell those. So if you guys want to get a Cremona guitar, please email me at ron@ronjacksonmusic.com, and I can get you a great deal on these guitars, better than the you know, Guitar Center and all those stores. So this is a really great guitar for the price, and it's a nice nylon string guitar, okay, with no cutaway. Yeah. And I've been to Bulgaria to their factory. I gotta actually post some of those photos again. Yeah, business is booming, I guess. You know what? That's a great comment. Someone says business is booming. I just have all these guitars because I collect them. People give me guitars. I buy some guitars, and I end up having all these guitars. You know, it's like, man, I don't have room for all these guitars actually. But one of these guitars I do want to get rid of if someone wants to, is interested. Now, my last instrument, guess what? Is this a Guitar Joe? So it's a guitar. It's a banjo made by Dean. I forget this. I don't know the model, but it's basically a banjo tuned like a guitar. So sometimes I get gigs, you know, and I'm like. So I got like my little Guitar Joe. So it's a 6-string guitar tuned up like a banjo. It's from Dean. So it's a really nice Guitar Joe, I call it. They call me Sloppy Joe on guitar. So yeah, it's a really so this actually is funny. I was on a gig and the whole cover broke off. This came out of this thing here, you know. But I fixed it myself. You know, the repairman told me just try to fix it yourself, and I did. I was able to glue it back together. But it's actually pretty nice, this thing, for what it is. You know, it cost me a couple $100. I found it somewhere, like Guitar Center or something. So these are nice little instruments. So that's my guitar collection. You know, if you have any questions, yeah, I did it with glue, and you know, and I glued things together. So if you need a Cremona guitar, let me know. You know, I have a couple of other announcements. You know, look, if you want to join my my Patreon, actually last time I did a YouTube live, someone joined my Patreon. You could just go to patreon.com and join me at patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic. Okay, and also I use Hendrickson amps, and please share this code if you want to buy Hendrickson amp. You know, they're the small amps. I don't have them right here with me to show you because it's downstairs. But you can use my code Ron Jackson and save 5%. That's a lot of money for the amps because they're not cheap amps, but they're great amps. You can use my code Ron Jackson Music at HendricksonAmps.com. Okay, and if you see like some of the instruments, you can go to my Amazon store, everybody, and use and just go to my store and just go to Amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music, and you can check out my Amazon store. And one last thing, if you like my shave, go to my skullshaver.com and save 10% and use my code Rhythm. Okay, Father's Day is coming up, so you can get something for your father or for yourself. So you know, so that's my guitar collection, everybody. Thank you for watching, and I'm glad you you know, I hope you enjoyed the show. So those are all my 6-string guitars. That was a fan request. And, I'm going to list the guitars after. So if you want to pick them up at my Amazon store, or, you want to check them out, or you want to contact me, I can put my contact information over there too. So I might want to get rid of one of these things. So thanks everybody for watching my live again. You guys are a great audience. Thank you for I just got to 25,000 followers, subscribers on YouTube. Thank you. So please share my videos, everybody. Subscribe if you don't already. And thank you for I try to give you honest and real content with no BS. So I really appreciate you guys, and we'll see you guys soon. There's a question here before I finish. Do you prefer tube amplifiers over transistor, or does that even matter? You know what's really funny? Someone just asked me, do I prefer tube amplifiers? That's actually, you know what? I prefer tubes, but you know what I just got? Everybody check them out. I got 2 Fender Tone Master amps. They are both actually transistor, but they sound exactly like tubes. So I've been using them at gigs, and they sound wonderful. So go check them out, okay? And I used them on gigs recently. They sound great. They're great to record with, and they're half the weight of a Fender Twin Reverb. So I got one like a Princeton type one, and I got a Twin Reverb one. And if you like the show, I'm also taking donations here at the end. So just go to PayPal and Venmo and Cash App. It's all Ron Jackson Music. Everything's Ron Jackson Music if you'd like to donate anything today for this live stream. And I appreciate you guys, okay? And follow me everywhere and donate everywhere at Ron Jackson Music. And I'll see you guys soon. And thanks a lot. It was really fun. And I got to share my guitar collection. Have a great day. Okay, bye-bye. Oh, I'm going live right now. Hello. Hey, everybody. It's Ron Jackson. And actually, I'm getting ready to, I see 2 people already up here. I'm just going to adjust the camera and make sure everything's ready to go. And let me get my music out. But, we have 5 minutes before the live stream starts. So I'm just testing the mic to see, because I'm actually going to be using a new setup today with a better camera and a better sensitive mic. I'll put some more light on here to see if you can see me good. I'm going to be using my GoPro as well to go live. Let me say something here for everybody. So if you have any questions, please ask me. Please send in chat. Okay. Let me put the GoPro on here. So I met a lot of you on Instagram, and I'm going to be going on in about a few minutes. I'm just testing everything. I'll be filming. If you need any music, need tabs, etc. The music, email me at ronjackson@gmail.com. I see 2 people up here already. I'd like to thank all my guests and everybody from Instagram, all the new people I'm meeting. Let me get that out here. Let me just test out this guitar. I'm going to be using 2 guitars today because some people don't understand. I play 7-string guitar too, and a lot of people don't understand the 7 strings. So I'm going to make sure I play that a lot. Let me move the camera back a little bit so you can see me better. So I'm using a mic and I'm using my amp, my Bulgari. I just got a new Celestion speaker. So now you can actually hear the amp now. So you see me play this a lot on videos. Okay. I'm going to turn the amp up a little bit. So I'm using a different mic. today, just so you know. This guitar that you see me play is actually a cool guitar that I got. I'm going to adjust the camera a little bit more, move back a little bit. Uh-oh, let me fix this. I'm still haven't quite started yet. I'm just going to move the camera back a little bit and tilt it forward a little bit so you can see the guitar. I have a new camera, and I want to make sure you see me really well. Oops. Hold on, let me turn this a little bit. Turn it down. Okay. And put this down a little bit. I hit something by accident here. So make sure you can see me good. Oh, that's much better. So let me put this back on. So I see people up here already. Thanks for watching. So we're going to be going over the melodic minor today. So I like to use the melodic minor for certain things. For a lot of things, actually. And it's an advanced jazz scale. But if you have any other questions, please send it through Instagram chat. Okay? And so you're going to hear the guitar acoustically. And through my amp, listen to this. This is the guitar acoustic. Because I'm actually speaking through the same mic. So let me give you an example of how to use the melodic minor. So I'm going to be playing like an improvisational solo. And I'm going to throw some melodic minor in there so you can see how it's actually used in jazz or in general. Okay, let me see. So what I'm doing basically right now is I'm actually just doing a 1-6-2-5 in E flat, okay? And I'm just changing everything into melodic minor. Now, everybody asks me, why melodic minor? They have a hard enough time with a major scale. You should know your major scale really well before you get into melodic minor, okay? And to get into melodic minor, the first thing you should know is all your major scales and every key and every possible fingering. So I actually have these exercises, 8 fingerings. I'm going to write this out for you. 8 fingerings of the major scale. In C, okay? And you should know that all over the fingerboard. You should know that all over the fingerboard already. So, like the C major scale is like, the major scale is the mother of all scales. So you should be able to play it all over the neck. All the way up across. Everywhere, you know. Let me see. So I'm playing it everywhere, but the point is, you should know that already before you get into playing melodic minor scale, because the melodic minor scale is basically a C major scale with a lower third. So I'm just going to take the same scale. I'm just going to lower the third note, C, D to E flat, which is 1, 2, flat, 3, 4, etc. etc. I'm playing every possible finger. Not only the key of C. That should be much easier than going to, let's say, D, A flat. Okay, so what I'm doing is I went to A flat melodic minor. So you should know the A flat major scale. You should know all the possible, all the accidentals for those keys. You should definitely know all that stuff really well. Okay, and then so the point is to really know every possible fingering, and then let me see who else is up here. There's some other people checking in soon here. Okay, so the next part is getting to the next level of learning how to play the melodic minor scale. So just so you know, this is weird, but I know people on my Patreon account that they melodic minor actually won the what's the word, the contest, because I was going to talk about harmonic minor, melodic minor, and sweep picking. Now, and I write for Acoustic Guitar Magazine, and actually in the March-April issue, I'm going to be I'm actually writing a weekly workout on melodic minor and harmonic minor. So it's good that we're going over this, and then you can go to the article, or you can get information from me directly about these scales. So the hard part about the melodic minor is not to play it up the scale. Okay, it is to actually to know how to use it and when to use it. I mean, it's just a scale. Now, a lot of people play jazz and they want to learn how to play jazz, but jazz is a language you have to learn, and then you have to learn lines. Then you have to take these scales and learn how to actually play them in a way where it sounds musical. Okay, so first you should learn how to play these scales like I'm doing, up the scale, every possible way. See how many ways I played that same line? That's how you really master the guitar. I mean, that's another whole subject. How many ways did I play that? I'm only in the key of C, so you can play the same line with different fingerings in the same register on guitar. That's another thing you have to learn how to master. Now, the next thing to do is learn about in melodic minor, the chords in melodic minor. So the next thing we're going to do is we're actually going to go up the scale. You can follow with me too if you can play. If you have a guitar, you should be practicing like this, not just looking at me. Because you know what? One thing I learned when I was at Berkeley is, in general, even with students I teach, is that you don't practice. You don't practice your theory or anything. You play it on your instrument. So I call it practicing your theory, practical. It's really practical if you take your theory and all this stuff I'm learning and try to actually play it on the guitar. It does you no good, to know it if you can't even play it. That's how I look at it, So you have to apply this. I call it applying your theory, applicable theory or practical theory. So the next thing to do, let me get something to drink here, is to go up the scale in thirds. So I'm going to skip a note, go to C, to E flat, okay, and we're going to go up the scale just like that. Now you should be able to do that in melodic minor, any scale, skipping every 3 notes. Now you notice I'm not playing in the same position. I can stay on the same string. Etc. Okay, you should be able to play everything in thirds, every possible finger in every position. It's going to take you hours to learn, but that's how you really master your instrument. Now, the next thing we're going to do with the melodic minor, okay, you should be able to do everything in thirds up the scale, okay? So you got to also be conscious about the intervals when you're going up these scales to know about these, because we're going to be making chords. So this is a minor third, flat 3, minor third, major third, diminished, major, major, diminished, diminished. Okay, now we're going to go up in thirds, like this, 3 notes at a time. So we're going to make actually triads now. So the thing that's going to be hard for you to learn now is you're going to learn what the diatonic triads are in melodic minor. Now, just so you know, I forgot to mention this. Please send some questions if you have any, please. I don't see anybody sending any questions yet. Send the questions on chat right here that I have. The chat is open. It's live. And let me check something, make sure everything is saying is okay. Yeah, the chat is live. So please, please send a chat if you can. Okay. Let me see this. Just making sure that that it's up. Okay. Please ask me some questions so we can interact. So I'm going to go up the scale right now, and it's going to be the first chord is going to be actually C minor, then D minor. Okay, D minor triad, and then it's going to be augmented. Okay, then major, then diminished, and then diminished, then minor again. So this is a C minor. Now, the reason why I didn't say the chord symbols is because you're going to have to do this in any key. So, you have to know the intervals without the names of the chords, because you should be able to play this in every key, So if I did an A flat minor, okay, that would be minor, and then, okay, and then minor again. Okay, then augmented, so it's going to be A flat minor, B flat minor, then C flat augmented, okay, etc. So in the key of C, it's easier for everybody in general. So we're going to go, it's going to be C minor, D minor, E augmented, F major, G major, A diminished, B diminished, C minor. So I'm only doing it in that position, but you should be able to play that everywhere. See what I did? I changed position. Etc. Now, so we just did the arpeggio, okay, up the scale. You should memorize this sequence, minor, minor, augmented, major, major, diminished, diminished, okay, going up the scale. Now, the next thing you have to do is be able to play these as chords. So, I mean, on the guitar, it's fairly simple. We're going to actually play it as thirds, because thirds are easy to play across 3 strings on the guitar in general. So we're going to go C minor. So for people who joined us, this is the melodic minor. We're going to go C minor, D minor, E augmented, F, G. These are triads when I say that, okay, just major triads. And then A diminished, then B diminished, then C. Okay, you should be able to play that up and down there. See what I did? Any possible fingering. See that? Keep going up the neck. See what I did? Okay, so those are all the triads for melodic minor. Now, these are very important when you want to write and play and be able to play these keys right now. Remember, for people who just came in, that you have to know your major modes and all the triads as well, okay? And we might get into harmonic minor today, but it might be a little bit too much for everybody. but if you know, you can read about that in my next article on Acoustic Guitar Magazine coming up soon. And so the next thing we're going to do is actually work on the seventh chords going up. Okay, so we're going to actually take the arpeggio. Now remember to be able to play arpeggios everywhere. In thirds, we're going to put up another arpeggio. Okay, we're going to go. I'm going to put an extra note in there. Okay, and go up the scale. This gets tricky. Oops, made a mistake there. So that's actually C minor major 7. Okay, now this gets to a whole different level. Now D minor 7, then E minor major 7, then F7, then G7. Now we're going to get to A minor 7, flat 5, and then B minor 7 flat. Then C minor major 7th again. So you should be able to play that all in position, for example. Let's start here. Give myself a challenge. Now do it here. Any possible fingering. You see that? Then go up. Then the mistake. See what I did? So you have to be able to play that. Now that's just going up the scale. You should be able to do the same things you do in major now. You have to be able to go. So that's tricky to do, actually, to do a pattern like that in melodic minor. So I'm going up in thirds, up one chord, then going backwards. So I'm going up to C melodic minor, and then backwards on the D minor, then going up on the E major, E flat major 7 sharp 5. Okay, then backwards on the F dominant. Now I hope I'm not getting too many people with this. Okay, so those are the arpeggios. Now you're gonna have to learn the chords as chords. The best way to play that is to use a drop 2 voicing, because we can't play the chords. I can myself. You can play them in thirds. Watch this. You have to do a lot of stretching. Okay. Then I'm doing G dominant, minor major. Now, I knew a guitar player here in New York City who was actually from St. Petersburg, Russia. He'd always play his chords like that. He'd be playing chords like that. I'd be like, oh, I would have pain watching him. So you can actually play the guitar in thirds like that, but it's much harder than a piano. Okay, that's an F7 chord if you want to play it like that. Okay. Now this guitar is a little easier physically for me to play than my 7-string guitar, which I'll show you in a minute if you have any questions about that. Now, are there any questions? Please send me something. Everybody, I know you're watching, but you got to send me a question if you have any questions about this. If it's way over your head, just let me know. I'll also be taking questions about anything else, you know, picking, technique, anything you want. I just woke up, so I'm still getting used to teaching this early. Okay, so another way to play this is to use a drop 2. So, well, actually raise. I'm going to raise the second. Okay, this is a drop 2 voicing right now. I want to play the C minor major 7 like this instead. It's easier. Okay, and then I'm going to go C minor major 7 like this, then D minor 7, excuse me, E flat major 7 sharp 5, or augmented they call it, F7, you can do it that way. G7, A minor 7 flat 5, B minor 7 flat 5, then C minor major 7. Okay, so that's another thing. There's all the chats, man. They're all coming up right now. Why are they delayed like that? Jerry. Okay, cool. So, okay, fellow Berkeley alumni is here too. I have a guitar in hand. Good. Jerry, what's a good way to mix melodic minor and blues licks with blues licks? Interesting. Oh, interesting. That's a great question. So Jerry has a question. How do you mix melodic minor with blues licks? So let's say, okay, let's play blues in B flat. Just a different key because I'm always in C for most of my students. So if we're playing a blues, like, okay, one good way to mix melodic minor is to make the blues scale like a B flat melodic minor. I mean a B flat, minor pentatonic scale. Okay, and then I could actually make that into an altered chord. So we didn't get to this part yet. The uses for the melodic minor. I've just been showing you the scale, but I use melodic minor for different improvisational set. Settings. So, for example, if I'm playing over a B flat dominant chord of any chord, now that implies going to an E flat. It's like a 5/7 of the E flat. So I might use altered. So if I'm instead of playing like just a regular blues scale with passing tones, little notes in between. Let me turn that a little bit. I'm going to use. I'll start using B melodic minor, which makes altered. So basically, it would imply a B flat 7 with a flat 9 and a natural 13, or a sharp 9. Okay, of those variations, or sharp 11. That's another one. Sharp 11, flat 9 with a sharp 9, etc. So I'm going to play B melodic minor starting on the 7th degree. So that means B, C sharp, D, E, okay, F sharp, A flat to B flat. So that's the same scale, but I'm starting on the 7th degree. So I'm going to go from the 7th degree of that melodic minor, which is actually A sharp or B flat. So we'll go. So that's a B melodic minor, but starting on the 7th degree to play over that scale. So that's called altered. I think another name for that is called superloquial. So that's how I put it in the blues. So I'd make that into an altered chord. You hear modern players do that all the time, like John Scofield, So you got to know how to use that sparingly. Okay, so that's a good question. Oh, Ragul, hey. Ragul, I like that name. From Iceland. I saw that. What's a good way to play a mixed melodic? Okay. Another thing you could do on blues, actually, is if you're playing a dominant 7th chord, let's go to a different key. Let's go to G. I want to change keys because I'm sick of playing different keys. So G. So you're playing a blues. Now, remember on a blues, you can actually use also mixolydian. Okay. Now, what I like to do to use melodic minor, I like to raise the 4. So it goes G, A, B, C, D. Okay, that's mixolydian, but I'm going to raise the 4. So that implies a G7 with a flat 5 or sharp 11, 13, etc. Okay, and that actually comes from a D melodic minor, but you're starting on the G instead. Okay, so what I did was I just raised the 4. So it's called the Lydian dominant, that scale. Okay, so let me write these scales down. So you have the altered scale. altered scale. Okay, I'm writing these down for you guys so you can see them. Okay, and then you have the Lydian dominant, we call it, or Mixolydian flat 5 or sharp 4, Lydian dominant. Now you have to know what these are before you have to know what the dominant is. The dominant is the same thing as actually a Mixolydian scale. You have to know your major modes before you get to this stuff because this is advanced. And we haven't even talked about harmonic minor yet. Okay, so Lydian dominant is called, it's like a Lydian scale with a flat 7, you can call that, or you can call it a dominant scale with a sharp 4. So hard for me to follow. It would be helpful to have tab exercises you just showed. I've got some, but Shirley will not be able to reproduce from memory. Yeah, I'll get that to you, Dave. Dave is actually, let me tell this. Thanks, Dave. So Dave was asking you about memorizing this. Yeah, this is on my Patreon account, everybody. And I gave some. I'll send that to you. I'll send him some stuff. That to you. Now Dave is actually a Patreon, so he gets lessons from me, free because he pays a monthly fee. So so you know, I'm going to be selling these lessons about melodic minor, etc. for $1.99 or more. So just DM me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com to get the physical copy if you're not a Patreon. So let me see. There's some other questions. So I'll get that to you, Dave, when I get a chance. Okay, some lessons, and I'll try to put it on Patreon actually. So are these things in tabs? Yeah, Amura. Yeah, these are in tabs, and I sell these things in tabs. So for $1.99. So I sell these. Let me see. I'm gonna write these down. Sell these for $1.99 and up. Okay, and up on tabs. In tabs. Now, everybody, guitar players, just so you know, you should know these things by heart, okay? And you should learn how to read. Not use tabs. A lot of guitar players are using tabs these days, and those are one of the basic things I want guitar players to get out of is learning how to use tabs. You should know you should know where your notes are, and then tabs do you no good if you don't know what it even sounds like. So that's the problem with tabs that I have. I'm a real I don't know what to say traditionalist, but a modern guitar player knows how to read anything. I can read tabs, but also I can read notes without any tabs. And so this is a good way to do that. Let me see. There's another question. In E flat augmented seventh, in E flat with an augmented seventh. Oh no. So Jerry's asking if the E flat augmented it's an E flat major augmented seventh. I'm playing. Okay. So that's actually a minor major seventh. Is a minor chord actually. So here's a minor major seventh on an E flat right now. E flat minor major seventh. Okay, so you have the 1, flat 3, 5, and major 7. Okay, so before we get into that, you should know how to change your chords into jazz chords. I call them. I have these things on TikTok at Ron Jackson Music as well, and I have a lot of these 1-minute lessons. So you should be able to change your chord like a regular major chord. Let's say an E flat major. We're talking about. You should be able to lower this note in this A form chord, which is comes from the open A string chord. You move it up, okay, and they call it the cage system. And I lower this note to make it a major 7. Okay. So I lower the E to D. Then I lowered the D to D flat, which makes dominant 7th. And then I lowered the D flat to a C, which makes a 6th chord, okay? So it sounds like it's something in the way you move. That sounds like something, that song. But anyway, so this is an E flat major 7, okay? Now all I did with that chord is the 3rd degree of melodic minor is actually raising the 5. So you have to know your chord scale. You have to know the names of the notes of the chord you're playing. So I'm playing an E flat, which is the 1, a B flat, which is the 5, the D, which is a 7, and this is the 3rd, which is the G. And I have to raise the 5 1 fret. So that's an E flat major 7 with a sharp 5, we call it, okay? Now, E flat minor major 7 is actually 1 5 major 7 with a flat 3. So it's actually a type of, if I played it major, it would sound like that would be a major 7, and a minor major 7 is a minor chord with a major 7. So those are the two different kinds of chords. So you have to know how to voice your chords and how to change notes to make them minor, major, etc. Okay, Jerry, let me go down the street. Let me go down the list. Jerry has a question. Or is the 1 chord the same as the flat 3 chord? No. Oh, because Jeremy, sorry, I'm sorry, Jeremy. I keep saying your name wrong. Jeremy, we're in melodic minor, so it's a little different, okay? So C melodic minor has a different set of chords than major. So you have to really know your major. So in melodic minor, the flat 3 chord is not like related like in the same way, okay? So I would have to think of that as E flat Lydian augmented scale, and then it doesn't work that way because we're in melodic minor now, so we're not thinking in major. So the intervals are different. So it's not the 1 chord and it's the flat 3 chord. No, I'm sorry about that. It's melodic minor and the chords fall differently. Okay, let me see. Now, there's another question. Is Lydian dominant for non-diatonic only? Oh, so Reggie asked me about Lydian dominant. So let's say I'm playing an A blues now. We're playing. So I'm playing a blues in A. I could throw in and raise. I could throw in an A Lydian dominant, raise the 4, which is a mixed Lydian scale or dominant scale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 flat 7 1, and then raise the 4. So I could do that if I'm a jazz musician. So I like to alter things. We call it reharmonization. So I actually changed the 4 to a sharp 4 to make it more interesting in my solo. Now, also, when you're playing a jazz standard rule is, I mean, you can always break the rules too in jazz. Standard rule is to play a Lydian dominant or a mixed Lydian or dominant scale with a sharp 4 if it's not a chord in the key. So if I'm in the key of C, everybody knows in the key of C, the 5 chord is the G. Now, if I play the chord in the key of C, then I'm soloing, and then the chord shows up as a B flat in there. So that's a non-diatonic dominant 7th chord. Now, non-diatonic means it's not in the key of C. Only dominant 7th chord in the key of C is G7. Okay, I usually would play a dominant chord with a sharp 4 or Lydian dominant, which comes from melodic minor. Now, this is over the head for a lot of people. This is kind of advanced, but this is a technique we use in jazz. So usually a non-diatonic dominant 7th chord, you would play a Lydian dominant, which is from the melodic minor. So a B flat dominant chord, okay. The Lydian dominant is actually F melodic minor. You hear that? Do, re, mi, fa, sol. Now remember, the melodic minor scale is a major scale with a flat 3. Now in jazz, we played up and down. Up. In classical, they go back down. Oh, sorry. They lower the 7th and the 6th down. So that's 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. So you can apply that to any key. That's why we have degrees like that. Okay. Oh, Jeremy, contact me I see Jeremy's question. I'm going to go down the list here. Yeah, contact me to get these tabs, okay? My PayPal is ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com and Venmo is Ron Jackson Music. I'll put that all at the end, okay? I'll purchase that thing. Oh, Ron Girls will purchase that too. No problem. Ditto. Thank you, Dave. So it makes much more sense. Oh, thank you, Jeremy. So if you want to purchase these, I'll give you my PayPal, which is at Ron Jackson Music. It's my email, ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. I'm going to keep going here. I want to take other questions about my 7-string. I want to pull that out in a second. At gmail.com. I'm writing this down. Sorry, guys. .com. PayPal. Or Venmo. Venmo, Cash App, and at Ron Jackson Music. So, okay, now let me get into the 7-string. So let me put the other guitar away. So, because I like to play 7-string. So people, if people have any questions, let me know. Hold on, let me look here. Let me put this over here. So we were talking about melodic minor, and also the major scale modes. You should know these by heart. Okay. So I pull out my 7-string guitar. If you have any questions about this, while we're going here, I'm going to go for another like 15, 20 more minutes. Please let me know. Oh, I dropped my tuner. So, and also the equipment I use and everything that I broadcast with, people like to know about this kind of stuff because they might want to do that one day. Okay. So I'm going to tune this up real quick. So I'll play you a song. And if you have any questions about the 7-string, I don't want to talk all the time. I want people to be interested. And, and I really appreciate you guys on Instagram, everybody that started following me. And my Instagram's really taken off. And if you want to learn more lessons, go to my TikTok as well. They're only 1-minute lessons. Remember, videos only help you so much. Go to my TikTok, and it's Ron Jackson Music. I have a lot of 1-minute videos that actually I cross-post onto my Patreon and everything else and Instagram. And I have lessons there for 1 minute, but about all this type of stuff, okay? So watch this. So here's a 7-string guitar. So this is a 7-string guitar, everybody. So I'm trying to get more people to get into this instrument. My late guitar teacher, Bucky Pizzarelli, who passed away from COVID earlier this year, played 7-string guitar and got me into it. Now 7-string guitar is used a lot in rock and progressive rock music, and we tune in jazz with a low A. Okay, now usually in progressive rock and other styles of music, they tune to a low B. And in Brazilian music, they tune to a low C. So I have a standard tuning guitar right here. E, A, B, G, B, E. Elephants are darn good banana eaters for those kids out there. Okay, and I have a low A note here. And it's really great for learning, playing really low chord. Okay, it's a really great sound to have, And you can play piano music and all kinds of other stuff. So if you want to get into 7-string, let me know. And it's all on my Patreon too. I have 7-string lessons for both people, really basic stuff to get you into it. And then I'm starting to introduce chords and introduce ways of playing melodies and solos on your bass string. I'm playing something really basically with the bass lines, actually, and using the bass string as a solo instrument. Well, as a solo line kind of approach to it. Now, when I'm actually, most 7-string guitar players don't use a 7-string for soloing, so I'm trying to incorporate that more in my playing. It's great for accompaniment and other things like that. Okay. Oh yeah, Jeremy. Thank you, Jeremy. Yeah, I'm sorry. He's sorry to hear Bucky. Bucky was a legend, man. He was 94, and he died on April 1st, right when COVID was coming out. And when that happened, man, it was really devastating because 2 days later, I heard from Frank Vignola, the great guitar player. We were on an acoustic guitar live event on Facebook, and he told me that he died on there too. So he died. His wife died 2 days later, unfortunately, and I didn't know that. Jeremy, I use these Labella black strings. So let me show you guys. This is what they look like. I got a pack back here somewhere. These strings are special strings that Bucky told me about. Let me get them right now, so you can see. I don't have that ready. Look at this. So look at this. Oh, look at this. So these are Labella jazz tapes, okay? So they're actually black flat wound strings in between. So the first two strings, the E and the B, are just regular, non-wound strings, thin strings. Then the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth string are wound with nylon tape. These were called Labella jazz tapes. Bucky called them Labella blacks. So they're black nylon tape wound strings. You can get them from Labella. They're kind of expensive, but I have an endorsement with these guys, so it's a little bit better deal. And the 7th string is actually a round wound string. It's a bass string, okay? It's actually, you can put this on, it's a thin bass string. So look at this. So you can hear the difference too. Listen to this. So if I'm playing this, no, that's kind of weird because everything's acoustic. My mic's picking up my amp. So listen to this. You hear the scratching from the guitar from that too. If I scratch sideways, I play the George Benson picking technique. So on a round wound string, it doesn't work too well. You have to hit straight. But the rest of the strings are round wound. You hear the difference? So it's a 7-string round wound. Yeah, these are awesome. Yeah, they're good strings. You play 7-string, Jeremy, I guess. Yes? I guess so. If you play 7-string, let me know. I mean, I'm looking to help other guitar, have other people study 7-string with me to get the word out, especially in jazz. Okay. Now, let me so this is a 7-string guitar, so I wanted to show you guys that a little bit during the live lesson here. Now, let me get back to the melodic minor and see what the uses are. I'm going to, remember to review your major modes, etc., before you get to melodic minor, okay? It's a very important scale. So I want to show you a couple of different ways I use melodic minor in my soloing. So let me get back to my 6th string here. So when I'm playing melodic minor, hold on. So let me take the strap off here. So let's say I'm playing like a song like My Shining Hour. So when I'm on the E flat major 7, now that's when I like to use melodic minor. So like I like to go on a major 7th chord. When I'm a jazz musician, I can actually play like a regular major scale on this E flat major. I like to raise the 4th to make it Lydian, etc. Then I like to raise the 5 5 as well. That's when you get to melodic minor. So when you're playing, remember, you should know how to change your scales, any major scale to any scale you want. So if I want to make a major scale into a Lydian, I just raise the 4. If I want to make it into a Lydian with a sharp 5 or augmented, we call Lydian augmented, I'll go raise the 5. Now, the augmented is this, okay? We went over this E flat major. In this key, it's E flat major 7 with a sharp 5. Remember that, major 7 with a raised 5. That's the chord. Okay, you should be able to play it everywhere. Okay, now that scale actually comes from C, melodic minor. But I'm starting on the E flat, okay? So you have to learn how to start the scale on the E flat, but sometimes it's easier to find the melodic minor when you're playing these just because they're so difficult from the root for most people, even for me sometimes. So what I did was, this is kind of easier because I know how to raise a 4 and a 5 on a major scale. Now, another way I like to use melodic minor is on a minor 7 flat 5. Let's take a different key. Let's say we're going to F minor. So G minor 7 flat 5 to C 7 flat. Now, on the G minor 7 flat 5, it's a Locrian scale usually, a minor 7 flat 5. So you should know how to play a Locrian scale. Locrian scale is kind of easy to play. The note you're playing, the root, let's say you play G minor 7 flat 5. The root is the 7th degree of the major scale. Okay, so remember, in the key of in any key, the chord scales are, Ionian, which is major, Dorian, Phrygian, Lydian, Mixolydian, which is dominant, Aeolian, which is natural minor, and the 7th degree is Locrian. So you could take a Locrian scale like a G minor flat 5. That G is the 7th degree of A flat. So A flat major scale. Now the G minor 7 flat 5 is the 7th chord of the A flat major scale. So it's A flat major, B flat minor, C minor, and this is all diatonic major chords, D flat major 7, E flat 7, F minor 7, G minor 7, flat 5 to A flat major 7. So that scale is Locrian. My point out about using melodic minor is this. I like to use this scale called the Locrian natural 9, which you raise the 2nd degree and make it an A instead. So that scale is actually, in this key, is a B flat melodic minor starting on the 6th degree. So it's B flat melodic minor. So I like to use that scale. So if I'm doing like in jazz, I don't know how many people are advanced in jazz here. When I'm doing a minor 2-5, so I'm going G minor 7 flat 5 to C 7 flat 9. Okay, and then I'm going to either major or minor, ending on so G minor 7 flat 5 to C 7 flat 9 to F minor, for example. I could use on the G minor 7 flat 5, I could use a G Locrian natural 9. When I get to the C 7 flat 9, I could use a C altered, which is a D flat melodic minor, and then use. And I can use a melodic minor on F minor, F melodic minor. So that's very common to use melodic minor on like a minor 2-5 progression, which is minor 7 flat 5 to dominant 7 flat 9, 2 minor 7 flat 5, 5 7 flat 9 to 1 minor 7. Okay, that's a 2-5. So remember that. I'm going to write this out for you guys anyway. I have some lessons about this already, advanced. So that's a very common use of the melodic minor, okay, in a jazz, for example. So we talked about a few different things. We talked about the melodic minor used on a major seventh, okay, in raising the fourth and fifth. Okay, that's a type of melodic minor, which is a what they call it, a Lydian augmented. Then you can use it on a dominant seventh, like any dominant seventh chord, and raise the four. That makes a Lydian dominant. That's the fourth degree of the melodic minor. We talked about altered, which is the seventh degree. Okay, and then we use a Locrian natural 9, which is actually the sixth degree of the melodic minor. So, and these are used on different kinds of chords. Let me see if there's any other questions. I see some. Oh, I'm sorry to hear. Okay, I will have to give me. I said that's awesome, Jeremy. For rock and metal, but never approached it for jazz. Oh, cool. So, Jeremy, you play rock and metal. Cool. I'll check you out. Cool. Now, so we can. So we went into. Let's just review real quick. So remember to know your melodic minor scale in thirds and no triads. Okay. So it's 1 minor, 2 minor, 3 flat 3 augmented. These are just your triads. 4 major, 5 major, 6 diminished, 6 diminished. Just the triads. Now the other triads are the seventh chords are the minor major 7. I'm looking this up, just making sure I'm not doing it wrong. Minor major 7, then minor 7, then major 7 with a sharp 5, then dominant 7, minor 7 flat 5, then minor 7 flat 5, then minor major 7. So those are all the modes of the melodic minor and the chords of the melodic minor. And we went over 4 of the modes, and we didn't go over all the melodic minor modes. I'll have those written out, and you can purchase those from me if you want tabs, okay, about this lesson today. And if you don't know about the major, I have the major scales too for $1.99, all the 8 fingerings, and you can get that, okay? So for $1.99 to me, through me. And you can also join my Patreon where you get that stuff for free for as little as $3 a month. So my Patreon, just in case, is www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. Okay. And if you have any more questions, let me know. You can just send me an email directly at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. For anything. And also this is going to be a live playback on this on YouTube. So if you have the link, you can watch this, and in about a month or so, I'll release it to the general public. Okay, but this is a private video for all my Patreon fans. This is for my Patreon fans and people who are invited that won my live lesson contest on Instagram at Ron Jackson Music. I'm glad you guys who've been on Instagram are being really great. And my Instagram is really taking off. Also, my TikTok and my Facebook and my YouTube, they're all really taking off right now. Thanks to your help, guys. So please follow me, as well as my Twitter. So please follow me on all those channels. If you don't, share it to your friends. Follow me at YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, all at Ron Jackson Music. Okay, all at Ron Jackson Music. And so we did a melodic minor today. And if there's any other questions, send me an email or direct message me on any platform. And thanks for watching. And everybody have a great day. And I'm gonna go take a break and maybe record some more videos for all my channels and stuff today. Okay, thank you everybody for watching. And it was really fun. And you had some great questions. And I really appreciate you guys. And it was a great session today. And you can watch this replay after all this. After I'm done, you can watch the replay, and if there's anything you want to check out and just go over and make sure about, just do that. Okay, have a great day. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hey everybody, I'm gonna get ready to do my live stream right now. Just setting up. So I'm expecting some people right at 2. I'm a little early, trying to get this camera set up the right way, but I have to get the software. I got a brand new camera, and trying to zoom in the background, but I don't have the software installed yet, so sorry guys. But I have my TikTok hat on, and I'm gonna please start asking questions already. I might play a song for you while we're waiting on my 7 string to get some people to come in. But let me write a little chat here. Welcome. Please ask any questions during this workshop, this Patreon only workshop. Okay. If you haven't done so yet, okay. I'm gonna start. I'm gonna play something for now and get going here. Let me see if I can do this song. I haven't done it in a while. Okay, everybody. I'm just making sure when people come in here. Oh, really? Okay, hold on. Let me see what's going on here. I gotta resend the link and make sure this is working. Hold on, guys. Let me go. Manage. Hold on. I'm gonna go live. There's something wrong here. Okay, Sean. Let me send this to you. I don't know what's going on here. I think I made a mistake. Let me do this here. Hold on here. Did I make a mistake? Let me see if there's a mistake here. I'm gonna have to go live again. Hold on. That's why there's no one here. Let me go to my studio. Okay, I made a little mistake. Let me see what's going on here. Okay, I'm gonna have to resend this. Let me do this right now, everybody. Sorry about that. Okay, here. Let me send this again. Uh-oh. Uh, Let me send this again, guys. Hold on. Here's the correct link. Correct link. That's correct. Really? Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna have to go live. Let me come over. Someone's watching me, but I don't know who. I don't know why, but the link is not working. Can you do me a favor? Could you just text people on Patreon real quick? I'm gonna go live from my YouTube channel, like public, because I don't know why people aren't. The link I shared the link. It's the right link, but it's not. It doesn't seem to be. People can't seem to see it.
Did you make it unlisted?
Yes, it's unlisted.
Okay. All right. I don't know why either. All right. You gotta text me the link. Did you do that?
No. I'm just gonna go live. I'm just gonna go live.
You're just gonna go live publicly.
Yeah, from YouTube. Okay, I gotta email these two guys right now. Bye bye. They're my
okay. All right. Bye.
Bye. Going live in public. There's something wrong here. I gotta end this. So let me do this right now. Ron Jackson. Hey everybody, it's Ron Jackson, and I'm actually gonna do a 10-minute warm up right now, just because I've been doing a lot of stuff today, and I want to go live and put a little time into practicing, and just 10 minutes, so just to warm up and show you how I warm up when I haven't touched the guitar all day. So for example, I like to start off with this diminished patterns that go across the neck like this. You can go up the neck like this every 3 frets. The same pattern every 3 frets, like a diminished pattern. A flat third. I like doing that pattern, just that diminished on the first 4 strings, then going across and doing this one. You can do this pattern now. You can start from here. Okay, and then I can actually go on the 6th string and do the same thing. This is all the same diminished form. Every 3 frets. Okay, and you can actually do diminished patterns too. See what I just did? This is just a warm-up. I haven't touched the guitar at all today. I've been doing everything else except playing the guitar. So this is a really good warm-up with just chords diminished. Now I like to do the one on the first 4 strings and across. Okay, and the next 4 strings, and the next 4 strings. Okay, so this is 4 to 1, 5 to 2, and 6 to 3. Okay. Now you can see that these are all the same chord. If I do that one, it's all the same chord. I'm playing the same octave, just so you know I'm playing the same form, but on different strings. And it's a really good warm up for your left hand, to loosen up, and get your left hand working and coordinated. And now another exercise I like to do with that same thing is just to go across like this, and then go like this, back and forth. I'm trying to do as fast as I can, and slow too, and hold those chords nice and legato. Okay, and then you can go up 1 fret at a time. Can you warm up so? This is tricky. Oh, my fingers are still stiff. This is a great warm-up exercise for your left hand. To get across those strings like that. Oh, so that's a really great exercise. I'm doing thirds now like that across. See what I'm doing? Okay, that's really hard to do actually. Now Now, if you have any questions, oh, thank you, Seth. Yeah, I'm just doing a little warm up for you guys, so you get just a short 10-minute warm up. So that's really good. I did that for a couple of minutes. Now, like another thing I like to do is just tremolo like this. I'm only gonna go for about 10 minutes. So that's a really good exercise. I've shown you this before. You get your picking. That's so slightly sharp, that string. Okay, I'm just going across the fingerboard like this. Across the string, excuse me. With my pick. Now I'm using the George Benson picking technique I told you guys about. I'm just doing a little warm up. This is a good exercise. Just a tremolo exercise to loosen up your picking hand. And you can do little things like this, little exercises where you do sweeping like this. So I'm doing alternate picking. You could do it like down, up across the strings. I mean, I would do it slow. I'm just trying to show you fast. So I'm doing 2 strings at a time. See what I'm doing? And then you could do sweeping too. I'm going one direction, just 2 strings, for example. It's really hard to control the strings like this. Now you can do up 2. So what I'm doing is upstroke and then down. I'm just concentrating on my right hand now. My picking hand in my case. Let me turn the heat down a little bit here. I'm burning up. Okay. Just turn it down a little bit. Now I'm back. So that's a warm up like that. I mean, you can do all kinds of possibilities too. 3 strings across. Whatever you can think of is good exercise. So, I mean, we did a little bit of warming up with my left hand, okay? So I did the chords with the diminished. So you can get those fingers real limber. I mean, another warm-up exercise I like to do sometimes is like the chromatic scale in position. So let's stay on the 5th fret. I can go up the scale. So this is the real chromatic scale. I mean, some people do the chromatic scale like this. They do it that way. Okay, you could do it that way. But I like to stay in position sometimes because that doesn't make sense sometimes when you're improvising or playing a line. If you're going across like this with it. But it's a good warm up. You can do things like that, jump around the fingerboard. But I like to stay in position to do a warm up. I learned this from the William Levitt Berkeley book. See what I'm doing now? I'm going. Now, you could do that a little bit slower than me. Just doing this a little bit faster because I'm trying to show you on video. Let me put this down a little bit. So you can actually go like this too. You can go real slow. Keep your fingers close to the fingerboard. See how I'm going descending? Using my 4th finger. You should be able to connect these on the same string. Every possible. exercise. Watch me. Up to the same thing. That's tricky. Try to make it sound connected. Really good warm up. I would do it slower than me though. To make it, you gotta make the stuff clean and slow. I'll do it slow. See, I'm trying to get to the next note and pivoting my finger. Connecting the note smoothly. I'm almost accenting the note going down and up. These are really, really basic warm-up exercises you could actually do. So, I mean, that was a 10-minute warm-up. I did picking, legato. I mean, I haven't done, there's all kinds of stuff you could do. But I didn't cover legato or anything like that yet. Hammer on some pull-offs. I did some alternate picking. I did some tremolo, some chords. You know, chords, diminished cross, chromatic. Your goal is to be able to play, warm up, and then do your thing. I'm just messing around. But, you know, to get limber so you can do your stuff. You know what I mean? I'm just getting warmed up to get limber to be able to play my fast licks after and not feel like I'm, you know, completely stiff. Yeah. Thank you, Keith. So this is just a warm up, a very short video that I'm going to put up, just how you warm up. There's a lot of warm up exercises you can do. I just did a few today, so I'll do another 10-minute warm up in a couple of days, maybe tomorrow. And so you can watch this after in the playback. If you have any questions, please send them to me. And I'll see you guys very soon. I got to do something else now. Okay, bye-bye. Hey everybody, it's Ron Jackson. And what was I going to do? Yeah, I'm editing this actually at the same time. I'm going live right now doing a practice session in front of you. And you know, this is hard to do, to practice in front of people. You know, so I'm trying something different today. It's my second time practicing in front of people. I'm going to be setting up for TikTok right now too, so they can watch me practice as well. You know, and show you how I practice. Like, I haven't touched the guitar all day. I was running around doing a bunch of stuff, you know, and you know, so that's how it goes. You know how it goes. Let me just make a little note here for you guys. Where's my live stream? I can't find it right now. Here it is. So I'm actually live right now, and it's a practice session, and I'm going to be practicing my 7-string guitar a little bit. If you have any questions and you start watching this, let me know. Okay. I sent a chat. Hey, hello, Keon. How's it going, man? I'm going to look up there because my computer's down here, and I keep looking down. So I'm going to do a little practice session. But before I do that, I'm going to actually get people on TikTok right now. You know, so let me see. Let me go to TikTok right now and add people. I'm going to go live on TikTok as well. So I'm going live there. I'm going to say practice session. I'm going to adjust the phone for me. Hold on. Trying to add a title. Practice session. Number 2. I'm going to do number 2. I don't know how much I can actually write on this thing. But let me see. So I'm going to go live there. So let me do that right now. Go live. I have a bunch of people on TikTok too. Hey, Melvin, this is my first time. Your first time for what? So, guys and girls, everybody who's watching, I'm actually I'm doing a live session right now, and I'm actually gonna do some warm ups and practice in front of you. TikTok and I'm on live on TikTok and actually YouTube right now, not on Instagram. So if there's any questions, let me know. So we're trying to adjust the panels here and stuff, but this looks good to me. You know, I mean, you gotta make some adjustments. Sorry. There's about 16 people watching now on YouTube. So I mean, what I usually do when I warm up right now, I've been working on. I always practice things, and actually, I always practice things that I don't know how to do. So, for example, like right now, I've been working a lot on these crazy arpeggios that I learned from a student. Like I'm gonna warm up right now. I'm on my 7th string, so I like to pick up the 7th string and actually do some things like that I can't do. So like one thing I can't do is like this arpeggio that's like it's like a 3-octave arpeggio. Okay, so this is a 7th string guitar. If you have any questions, so I haven't touched this thing all day. Okay, so one thing I can do right now is warm up with a scale like let's say a C major. Now, when the 7th string is completely different to play it, so I'm going to play like. See, I don't know this well. Now, I tune the 7th string to a low A, not like a typical B like a lot of rock stars do and stuff. Then when they tune down to a 7th string, they do it tune to a low A. So I'm actually tuned to a low. I mean, they're tuned to a low B. So I'm tuned to a low A. So I'm still trying to get used to it. So that note, A, B, C is the same note here. So the thing is, so if I played up the scale like this, up the neck, it's exactly the same note. So it's the C major scale I'm actually playing right here. Okay, and this is actually, I'm not used to doing this. So when I practice, so just so everybody knows, you should practice things you can't do well. Never practice things you know how to do really well. So I'm just getting warmed up right now. So I'm doing a little practice session. So I'm gonna practice the C major scale like with the 7th strings. I use a 7th string guitar usually now, and I'm trying to incorporate the 7th string more as a melodic tool instead of just playing as a bass note. See what I did? See that? That's tricky. I'm not used to doing that. Now that's really tricky on a 7th string guitar because I've never really done it that way. So if there's any questions, hey, Steely Dan's there. What's your thought of Lenny Bro? Oh man, Lenny Bro's one of the masters. He did this stuff. Those are some octave harmonics. He was great at that stuff. Now, if you have any questions, let me know. Thank you, Steely. I never met Steely Dan before in person. Let me see. There's some questions here. Any John Mayer? Oh, this is from TikTok. People on TikTok are saying hi right now too. Ron, what are the absolute basics that someone who wants to learn jazz guitar should know? Well, when you're playing jazz, everybody, these are things I always do. I practice my scales. Okay, so you should know all your C major scales. So let's do a little warm up here. So I mean, you should know all your scales. So you should know all the three scale in all the modes, the melodic minor in all the modes, and the harmonic minor in all the modes. Those are the three basic scales you should know. And there's some other scales too, of course, more fancy ones. So what I usually do is I'll practice. I mean, I don't really practice the major scale that much anymore. I've been practicing the melodic minor. So you have to know all the modes with that first. Okay, and so let's say I'm playing. Say I'll play F melodic minor. So I'm warming up right now. So I haven't touched the guitar. And unfortunately, so this is what before I play it. So see how I'm playing up and down the neck? Now I can play the scale all the way up and like this. We call it seconds. So I'm trying to use the 7/6. I'm trying to use the 7/6 much more now in my solo. So I'm trying to throw that in there when I'm actually playing. Let me adjust the phone a little bit for TikTok here so you can see my neck better. So that's what I'm trying to do. Okay, and then now what I'm trying to do now is be able to play the melodic minor scale, just playing it up and down like that in seconds. I'm gonna go. Now you notice I don't stay in the same position. I play all the way up and down the neck. Now you should get fluent playing up and down the neck. You should be able to play on one string, any scale. Because when you're taking your solo in jazz, you should be able to play your scales up and down the neck like this. Okay, etc. So I'm playing, those are thirds, but you can actually do much more than that. You could actually go, you can do arpeggios like this, thirds. See, I can go up the neck like this. You should know the neck like this. Or across the neck. These are different scale patterns. I mean, these are actually arpeggios of thirds going up the scale. You should know the names of these too. So I'm just in F minor. So the first one would be F minor. So I'm trying to memorize these things myself. I don't know them as well. So should I play them all the time? But I can get even deeper with it. So this is a minor arpeggio, a minor. This is augmented. So that's F minor, G minor. A augmented. Then B flat major. Then C major. Then D diminished. Then E diminished. Then F minor. So those are like basic arpeggios in the key of F melodic minor. So I've been working on memorizing these things and also trying to play them up and down the neck, like let's say in closed position on the guitar. Now you can play just thirds like this. See? I'm playing them up in thirds now, like that. This is an F melodic minor. Okay, now we haven't even talked about the modes yet, so I've been working on all that kind of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that I work on. Amir, Umir. I always call him Emir. It's Umir. One of my students. Happy Tuesday, Umir. One of my students studying with me. Just in case you guys, if you're having a great time and you're learning a lot, during this practice session, I'm gonna, if you want to donate $1 or more, I don't know if you can see this actually. Can you see this actually, guys? Yes, it's backwards on. I gotta put this one up. Let me see. Let me show you this. If you want to donate $1 more, you just go to PayPal at Ron Jackson Music, and Venmo and Cash App. You can actually see that here, like this, and TikTok and in Instagram. I mean TikTok and YouTube. If you want to donate $1 more, you're enjoying this lesson, okay? This is like a live lesson about me practicing. So if there's any questions, please let me know. Is playing Steely Jam tunes a good start for learning jazz? I don't know, but I mean, Steely Jam tunes aren't really jazz tunes, but they're original tunes, though they're modern. Okay, so put it on there. So Steely Jam tunes are cool, actually, if you want to learn them. But I think you should learn jazz standards like out of the real book, like this. So, for example, I use the real book. Sorry, my real book's falling apart because I use it too much. You just use the real book, learn tunes out of here. I mean, one of my things to do all the time when I'm practicing is review tunes because I don't play song. There's tunes I don't play for a long time, so I'll go through a song that I haven't played in a while and practice them. Okay. So I mean, so we just talked about the melodic minor and the modes, for example, and I like to know. You have to know all the major modes, of course, and then the harmonic minor modes too, and how to play that scale. I've been using that scale a lot because we use that a lot in jazz. So let me see. I see a bunch of messages here on TikTok. Thoughts on bebop jazz? I play bebop jazz, of course, too. So I mean, I practice a lot of bebop melodies. So when I'm practicing, guys, I'll do things like I've been working on like tunes I don't know as well. Like I've been working on let me see on what's it called? This tune called Moose the Mooch by Charlie Parker. So I've been practicing that tune a lot, okay? Because I don't know that tune as well. And bebop tunes are very important when you're practicing jazz. And so I've been working on that, just learning that tune, making sure I know it, because I don't know that tune as well. So I'll work on like that real slow, like the bridge. So I'll be is one of the things I like to do is practice different melodies that I don't know. Remember, practice things you don't know. I've been working on Chick Corea tunes like Gotta Man. So I'll be practicing those type of things, and just because I don't know these songs as well. Of course, there's some bebop melodies and stuff like that that I do know as well. That like Olio. So that one I know well. I mean, there's a bunch of them I know well, but the ones I know well I don't practice because why should I practice them? Because practicing those don't make any sense. What makes sense is if you practice tunes that you don't know. Okay, so then I always do my practice sessions. So I mean, like right now, I'm practicing a lot of arpeggio type of work too, and picking technique like this, warm ups, sweeping, and things like that. Let me see. There's some questions here. Love your show. Could you talk about your favorite songs? Oh wow. Someone's asking my song really. There's a lot of tunes I like. But I mean, it depends. A lot of the songs I like are jazz standards actually, and are pop songs. So I mean, there's so many songs out there that I can't keep up with them. So like my last album, which looks like this actually. Either you can pick it up anywhere. This one, standards and other songs. I did a bunch of pop tunes and stuff that I converted to jazz. So I mean, so that's how I got into like So I like pop tunes a lot. A lot. I did a Drake song and a bunch of stuff like that. But when I'm practicing, I'm always practicing tunes I don't know as well. So there's different things like that I like to do with those kind of tunes. Let me see if there's other questions. Whatever I try to improvise, my soloing is pretty much limited to one, two, three, four, one and two and three and four. Could you help me out with some exercises? Thank you. Okay, so here's a good exercise, guys and girls. Who's ever watching, and also on TikTok. Okay. So when I'm practicing, I mean, if I'm playing like, let's say I'm playing like one of my students, Yumir, was talking about. We were talking about rhythms. So a lot of jazz is actually eighth notes. So if I'm taking a solo like this, so that's one and two and three and four and one and two and three and four and. So, but sometimes I can go. So what I'm doing is I'm actually doing some triplets and things like that, and I'm doing eighth notes, of course. Those are swing eighth notes too. So there's swing eighth notes and straight eighth notes you can actually practice. But I like to change things up. So if I'm taking it like, let's say I'm playing a line like this, you can go. What I'm doing, I'm just throwing some triplets in there, and you can actually do double time stuff too, like this. So what I'm doing is I'm actually doing 16 notes, and you can do triplets too. 16 note triplets. So I'm only playing on D minor right now, but I'm actually switching up rhythms. You can do triplets. So you have to think about the rhythms you're actually playing too. So just don't play random notes. Think about the rhythms. The rhythm is actually the most important thing. So I'm just switching between eighth notes, 16 notes, and sometimes triplets. Straight triplets. Like you could do quarter note triplets. So I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. You would sing it triplet, triplet, triplet. The playing, and you have to be really conscious of it. So what I like to do actually a lot is like, let me get my metronome out here. I like to use my tempo metronome and play with the metronome, so you really know what your timing is. And it's very important to know your timing. So I'll play with the metronome here. Let me play it. So I'll use my metronome. It's very important to use a metronome. Oh, I'm looking at all these questions here. So I'll use my metronome to really get it together and try to play for people. Let me see if I can answer some questions over here on TikTok a little bit. Can you play the intro of what's this? Octopus what? Garden? I don't even know that's. Sometimes you guys send me stuff, I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, I'd have to know what that song really is. Let me see. There's a bunch of people that joined on TikTok. Let me see if there's any cool questions that you can ask me. You should you play should you play some bachata? Or that would be bachata. You know what? One of my students plays bachata. I don't really know no bachata too well, but I like to. That's Dominican, isn't it? Do you know? Do you know Pat Metheny? I met Pat Metheny. I hardly hear people talk about him. Oh man, Pat Metheny was one of my main influences when that's one of the main reasons I started playing jazz guitar. I used to see him in high school, and I've met him a couple of times. Like I used to teach the National Summer Guitar Workshop, and he used to go and do a workshop until they went bankrupt. Those guys. That was like 15 years ago. They went bankrupt. National Song Guitar Workshop, but that was a really cool thing. They used to have all the great guitar players. I used to be one of the teachers, and I used to be in Connecticut. So, yeah, Pat Metheny is a great influence. Pat Metheny was like a child prodigy. He played exactly like Wes Montgomery when he came out. But when he started, when he was in high school, but then he decided to be himself, and so he started really getting it together. So anyway, so we don't have any problem with the background here. But no one really cares. They're into the music. So, how do you memorize all the standards? I have a tendency to forget chords and melody easily. Oh, that's true too. Everybody. So, when I'm learning a standard, if I haven't played a standard in a long time, I'll forget it. That's kind of normal. So if you don't play, you lose it, you lose it. I mean, you don't use it, you lose it. That kind of saying. So you could actually, I gotta move a stand out of here because the production manager is trying to help me here. So, yes. Oh man, thanks everybody on YouTube for watching because I'm trying to get more people to watch me do lives, and get more stuff out to you guys instead of talking about like all these my performances and all these little shorts I do and everything. So what I do is when you to memorize a tune, you have to get in your head. So when I'm learning a new tune, I have some new tunes that I'm actually learning. I got to think about them. There's a bunch that I don't know that I've always wanted to learn. Like if I forget a song, I'll start. First, you have to have the melody in your head, so you don't forget it. Like this song, like let's pick a song right now. Let's pick a song I haven't played. Like I haven't done the Days of Wine and Roses in a long time, so I would go. So I know what the melody says. I haven't played that in a while. So now I just played that melody like that, and I haven't played that in a long time. But if I'm going to play like a solo guitar kind of thing, I would actually just go. I would actually try to throw chords in there like this. So you have to really know how to play chord melody and memorize these tunes and play the melody everywhere. So you should play about. So I would go or down lower. See, what I do was I transpose it down an octave because I don't know how to do it in octaves like that down. So I mean, you practice the melodies, you have to really know them inside out because you know what? Everybody knows what the melody sounds like. So they'll be the first to tell you played that wrong, and the melody is actually the most important part of a song. So I practice these melodies, and if I know the song well enough, I'll transpose them to different keys. So let me see this questions here. Dorian flat 2. Can you play using Dorian flat 2? Someone asked me that question. Oh, you see, Dorian flat 2 is this. Here's a Dorian scale, like a D Dorian. So that scale. What scale is it? That's actually that comes from what melodic. You can use that scale. I'm just trying to figure out what the scale is there, because there's a Dorian natural 9 is very common. Well, actually, Locain natural 9 is a very common one, but Dorian flat 9 I use sometimes in my playing. Okay. Now let me see. Let me answer some questions here on TikTok. Now, guys, if you're enjoying this and you're learning a lot about my practice and how to practice sessions today, I'm doing an open practice session. I'm actually accepting donations. If you want to go to my PayPal, it's at Ron Jackson Music and Venmo and Cash App. It's also on my profile, and on YouTube, you can do the same thing. If you're learning some cool stuff, you could send a donation. That would be really great. Thank you for watching. Let me see. Some other questions here. Wait, would you do that same a as a flat 9? Would you do that flat 2 scale the same as flat 9? The flat 2 scale could be the same. The flat 9, the flat 2 implies dominant 7th. Okay, just so you know. So someone was asking that. So flat 2, what doesn't necessarily mean flat 9. Can you play Here Comes the Sun? That's funny. Let me see how I play that. I haven't played that song in a long time, so I have to look at the music. Now, how do you jump? How do you jump down to the 5th of the lower string so quickly? I find myself getting stuck to the 5th on the lower string quickly. I don't get that. What you mean? Like, I don't understand what you mean by that question exactly. Getting lost. I don't understand that question actually. Try to reword that a different way. Whoever that was. I know that there's some basic theory from being in a band for 6 years. What should I learn to play the first on guitar? So you know what? I mean, one good book I like to use, and I've been using this book. This book actually shows you everything, everybody. So I use this William Levitt book, A Modern Method for Guitar. It's backwards, of course. I'm not left-handed, just so you know. So this is the book I use to actually practice. Okay. I'm actually going through the whole book, and I know most of the first 2 books, but not the 3rd book. But I know most of the stuff. But there's a lot of stuff I don't know. So I'm always learning things that practicing things I don't know. So when I'm actually practicing, I'm just practicing things I don't know. So one of the things I wanted to show you guys today were some of these arpeggios that I learned from a student that I've been working on. Let me pull these out for you. They're really cool arpeggios. So one of those arpeggios is like I'm playing like let's say I'm playing an F major arpeggio. Now I'm playing it on 7-string guitar. Watch this. So I gotta put that low note. Now this adding the 7th string adds that low note, and I play low A. So that's an A, C, F. So this is F A C F A C F A C F. So that's actually a 3-octave arpeggio. That's one of the things I practice, but I know that one really well, kind of, except for the low notes here. Now, I usually don't practice this fast too, because I gotta practice it slow, so I learn it. So there's another arpeggio I like to do. This is a major arpeggio, okay? And one of the major arpeggios that I don't know as well is this form, like this. Let me get my 6th string out so you can see this a little bit, because I've been confusing it with my 7th string. So my 6th string guitar looks like this. I'll get this out. And if you guys are enjoying what you're learning, I have a new article in Acoustic Guitar Magazine that just came out. Okay, let me see. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong place. I have a new article in the March-April issue. Okay, and this is it's on the harmonic and melodic minor scales. So go check it out. My new article is on page 50. Let me open it up for you. Here I am. Check it out. You can watch me. You can read about. It's a really good article about the harmonic and melodic minors that I need to still work on, guys. I mean, there's a lot of stuff I don't know. There's a lot of stuff I do know, but in my case, I always feel like I need to get a lot better. So everybody feels that. So there's a lot of cool exercise in here in my new article. So go check it out. And also through the same company, Acoustic Guitar and Hal Leonard, I have a book. If you want to learn about chords, I do great articles here. You just go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, and you can actually learn some chords at your fingertips right here in this book. And there's some great writers in here like Adam Levy, who played with a lot of different people. Some great artists: Adam Levy, Sean McGowan, Jane Miller, and Jeffrey Pepper Rogers, who used to be the editor at Acoustic Guitar Magazine. So I'm involved with Acoustic Guitar Magazine for a long time, and I do a lot of writing for them. I've done about 30 articles. So now here's my 6-string guitar. So the 6-string guitar is really easy to play for me now compared to 7-string because the 7-string is really hard. Sometimes I get lost just because I'm trying to do that 7-string in here. So this is like butter. I usually use a lighter pick because the strings here are much smaller. Okay. Now, before I keep going, I want to see if there's any questions here. Hey, I love your stuff on your show. Show me some medium advanced picking techniques to build string speed, please. Okay. So you know what? So when I'm warming up, I like to do this exercise. The trill exercise like this. Okay, it's a really good exercise to warm up with. And I use the George Benson picking technique, so I'm going sideways. But if it's only on a flat wound string. So I really haven't warmed up today because I just started doing this. I'm supposed to be a practice session. So I'll go to this string. It's a tremolo. I go as fast as I can. And I do loud and soft. Loud. See how I keep my string the pick really close to the string? Yeah, these are good Eastman guitars, just so you provide those. And I go across, and I actually play more to the side like this, not straight when I'm using a flat one. I use the George Benson picking technique, but some people have it really angled like that. I don't play that angled, actually. I kind of do it like almost straight, but not quite. So that gives me speed. So, I did a TikTok recently, and I have to actually do a long form video for YouTube. It's on economy picking. So I do a lot of alternate picking. So one of the ways you can get faster picking is do alternate picking. So you should pick down and up or up and down everywhere. So I'm just picking down and up. I'm just playing BS, you know. I'm just going down and up. So that's very common to play down and up. Alternate picking, okay. So sometimes I'll do alternate picking, but then sometimes to make it smoother, I might do a slide like that, or like this. I won't pick every note. So I started doing economy picking, which I didn't realize I did till someone started asking me on TikTok about explaining economy picking. So I actually do a combination of picking and alternate picking and hammers on pull-offs. Then I'll do sweeping to do certain things. Sweeping is actually when you go in the same direction and hit two adjacent strings. So that's a good exercise I'm just doing right now. I just did a major arpeggio, went down in half steps, and went all the same direction. I went down, up, down, up. And if you want to read about this, I did an article in Acoustic Guitar Magazine in the January issue about sweep picking. So that whole lesson in that article in Acoustic Guitar is all about sweep picking and different exercises. You know, so I do a combination of all those things that equate to economy picking. So I basically just do a combination of what I'll try to do it like a jazz thing. Well, I'm just doing a combination of sweeping, hammer-ons, pull-offs, and alternate picking. So I'm just basically just mixing it all up right now. I mean, I'm just playing gibberish right now, but when I'm actually playing, I actually use those techniques all together to play my solos, you know. Dynamics, yeah, that's advanced, man. Thank you. Legato. Yeah, thank you, Schizoid Man. I like all the names you guys have. There's some wild names on TikTok, guys. I won't say the name sometimes. Love your videos. Do you have any exercise to help me understand octave displacement better? Oh, octave displacement. Okay, hold on. I'm going to answer some questions on TikTok. I can forget you guys. Thank you very much for watching. And, please, before I forget, please follow me if you don't follow me here at Ron Jackson Music on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. Man, there's another place. Okay, a bunch of places. so, what was I going to say? So octave displacement, I want to make sure you know. So when I'm playing, I think he means like to find your notes from the different octaves. So, I mean, that takes time. You have to really know your neck. So if I'm playing, let's say I'm going to pick a harder note, like A flat. You should know how to play them across. See what I'm doing? And figure out every way. Oh, you can't see it too well. I'm going to try to do it here now. So that gets kind of weird there. There's no fret up there. So you should be able to find your octaves from any position. When I see the octaves, I see the scale too, like the A flat major scale. So I see the octave. You should be able to go up the scale and octave. See what I did? Go down the scale. Okay, so that's how I displace octaves. Thank you for asking that question. Joaquin Ruiz. Okay. Someone's asking that they still have trouble learning a minor scale. Now, this, just so you guys know, I mean, I've been working, I still work. There's a lot of stuff I don't know. I know a lot of stuff, but there's a lot of stuff I don't know because if I knew everything, I'd be a computer, a genius. I'm just kidding. So, what I try to do when I'm actually practicing is practice scales that I don't know. So, if you want to learn the minor scale is basically a major scale with a flat 3. So you should know how to change your scales. I have a video about that already. Change your scales from, the mother of all scales is the major. So let's say we're in the key. I want to change keys all the time now because you don't want to play the same key. The key of G. To make it minor, just lower one note. But if you just lower one note, that makes a G melodic minor. So to make a natural minor, you have to know what notes you change. So remember, minor is just a major scale with a flat 3. Now, there's a ton of different minor scales, all kinds of minor scales, So any scale with a flat 3. So this so if in the key of G, I can do like a G natural minor. Okay, then I could G harmonic minor. Now, all these scales. Play them, what's the word? Play them everywhere you can possibly can. There's the G. So what happens is you have to know what's change. So you have to know your intervals. You have to know the number system. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, back to 8, which is the octave, is the scale. But then you have to know how to change that to natural minor, which is 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, flat 6, flat 7, 1. Then melodic minor is 1, flat 2, 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. Okay, now depending on the key, there's different sharps and flats. So you have to know all that stuff. There's a lot involved with music, with theory and all that other stuff to scales. So there's a lot of stuff. So with minor scales, there's a ton of them. You have to work on that. Learn the natural minor. In rock, most musicians use Aeolian actually, which is cool, and it's a great, great scale. So in jazz, we use all kinds of scales. Let me see. Let me look at this. Let me look at some TikTok questions here. Let me say hi to some people. Everybody, please follow me if you're enjoying this. How do you choose chord positions for a song? Oh, okay. So, I mean, guys, let's say I'm playing a jazz song. Let me pick any jazz song. Okay, I've been working on "Got a Match" by Chick Corea. So the chords go. I mean, it goes. It's basically D minor major 7. So when I'm playing the chord progression, I try to do the chord progression every possible way. Now, this is a really great exercise I learned from Ted Dunbar, a great guitar teacher who taught a lot of great guitar players. So I'll play like this. So I just did it that way. Then I would do it here. Then I'll go. So then I would play it here. Then I'll go. Then I'll go. So I'm playing every possible finger I can do it. See how many plays I played that same progression? This is "Got a Match" by Chick Corea. Now I'll do it here. I'll go. So you see how many ways I play that progression? That's how you really learn how to play progressions all over the neck. You got to be able to play every possible fingering, and then what you do is whenever you're playing, you'll be able to play anywhere. So I just did the same progression everywhere on possible way on the neck. And you have to really know your guitar neck and your chords just like that when you're playing. It takes a lot of practice, guys, and it really kicks your butt. But there's so much. The guitars, like well, I see a lot of guitar players. I can tell if you know your neck, because they just basically play in the same area. But you got to be able to play all over the neck and really don't get lost. So of course, you can miss notes here and there. That's normal. If you're playing, it's okay, but you should not really be able to get lost whenever you're playing through chords. So when I'm doing jazz, you have to really know your neck, because this chord's going everywhere, and I have to be able when I'm playing to find on the neck where I'm at without getting lost and know what the chord sounds like. Now let me see some other questions here. Man, there's a ton of messages here, man. Woo. Let me see. Cool. You're so kind to help people out like this. Oh, you're welcome, guys. And if you're, like I said before, someone said I'm too kind to help people like this, but also, it's tough times. If you want if you like the content, please donate $1 or more to Ron Jackson Music at Venmo, at Cash App, and PayPal. If you're enjoying this and you're learning a lot of cool stuff, in my impromptu practice session. So I'm not really practicing right now. I'm just showing you how to practice. But I appreciate you guys helping me. And please follow me. That's the most important thing. Share and follow me as well. Share it to your friends. Tell them about me. I want to thank YouTube, guys. You guys at YouTube are great. I got to 11,000 subscribers now in about 3 months. I appreciate it. And YouTube, Instagram and TikTok, almost 25,000. And I appreciate you guys. Let me see. Someone's asking me, does that guitar have low action? This one kind of. My 7th string has pretty high action. That was playing a minute ago. Now, legato. Do you have any exercises to help understand octave? Okay, someone asked that question. Do you usually play minor scales with a sharp 7? So someone's asking me, I play a minor scale with a sharp 7 sometimes. It just depends. I I like to actually when I'm playing Dorian, I don't play sharp 7. It's a flat 7. So I'm playing Miles Davis. So what? So that's a Dorian scale. I'm just playing Dorian. There's no major 7 there or sharp 7. But I'll do that to reharmonize. So I'll go, and I'll start using passing tones and all kinds of stuff instead of all Dorian. So I started doing the sharp 7th, well, the raised 7th there, and made it to a harmonic minor scale. So I'm just reharmonizing. Remember, jazz musicians reharmonize all the time. So I feel like making a sharp 7 in the solo. I'll do that. I'll keep it natural 7. Or I'll keep it real straight. I'll do reharmonizations like minor thirds like that up, etc. So yes, I'll raise the 7 sometime. I'm playing blues and I'm just getting to jazz. So when I improvise, let's say over G7, do you play dominant arpeggio or know the notes of the Mixolydian scale? So guys, okay, just so you know, when I'm playing at blues, I do all kinds of stuff. Okay, so that's from Future Lights. Future Lights, I like that name. So on YouTube. So if I'm playing, let's say I'm playing a blues in B flat. So if I'm playing a B flat chord, so I'll play like the minor pentatonic chords. Now that you should know all 5 fingerings of that. So I don't practice. So what I'm doing is I don't practice that scale because I know it too well. I'll practice harder scales. Okay, so don't practice things that you know already. So when I'm playing, I'll do an arpeggio sometimes. That's one of the things I would do. And I'll do like the dominant scale. See, I'm just making sure that I can play it over the Yeah, so what I did was like I mixed up the scales right now. Okay, so I did like a dominant arpeggio. I did a minor pentatonic on a blues on a B flat 7 chord. I did the dominant scale. Then also I could do the dominant bebop. I like to use that. So we haven't got to that stuff too much today. So there's a passing tone between. So if I'm playing the dominant bebop scale, the dominant scale, I'll put no extra note. I'll put a passing tone between the 1 and flat 7 we call. So I like to do that too. So that's another scale I would use. Then I get really fancy. Also doing altered scales and all kinds of and everything like that, you know. So sorry. Am I Lennon Landau? You had a question. So he had a question. He's making all kinds of comments here. Okay. So anyway, so so I'm trying to practice in front of you guys, and there's a lot of questions. But so I hope you're learning a lot of new stuff today. Let me see what's on TikTok because I have a lot of fans on TikTok who learn a lot of stuff from me. Cool, you're kind to help. Let me see. Let me keep going here. How do you choose chord positions? I got that question already. I'm just trying to see who else is up here. Learn major pentatonic, major pentatonic. So everybody, Lydian, Mixolydian, and all that stuff. So when you're doing pentatonic scales, major and minor are related, just so you know. Okay. So and then you can superimpose like Lydian scales can be made into pentatonic. Any scale can be made into pentatonic scale. Actually, you're gonna find the like the pentatonic scales within within the scales. So some common ones are like let's say I'm playing let's say I'm playing A major 7. So this is like a pentatonic scale. So I can mix up little. So I'm actually playing a major pentatonic, a type of pentatonic on a major 7 chord, a major 7 where I can get the 9, the 7, the 13, or the 6, the 5, the 3, the 9. It looks like F minor, kind of like so you can have your own pentatonic scales superimposing them and using them in your soloing. A really cool thing to use actually in your soloing. Okay. Questions here. How do you find the best chord positions for a song? I already answered that question. There's a bunch of new questions here too. Oh no, there's people that joined. So everybody, I appreciate you guys watching. I'm gonna probably finish up in a few minutes because I've been up for an hour. I'm just trying to see if there's any questions. So I'm just whenever you practice, and I know there's a lot of questions for me to answer. Practice things you don't know how to do. That's the most important thing. Now I learned, I've studied. I went to Berklee College. I've had a lot of great guitar teachers. If you want to learn how to play really and get your practice together, you study with somebody. And I forgot to tell you, if you're enjoying this, I also have a Patreon account, and where you can actually study with me. You can actually get like $3 lessons and less. Let me see if I have that with me. Oh, here it is. So I have a Patreon account. I'm starting to get a lot of patrons. So if you want to get some of these lessons written out that you see on TikTok and Instagram everywhere, and YouTube, go here, sign up for $3. Can you see that? Patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic. You can go $3 a month. You get at least one lesson a month written out, and you get a bunch of other stuff. I'm doing a workshop actually on YouTube again this weekend. That's going to be private to my members and students. So my students get like free workshops all the time like this. And I'm trying to do this right now for YouTube because I'm starting to get a lot of followers, and I appreciate you guys. And on TikTok, I don't go live on TikTok as much as I should. So I'm live on TikTok right now, and I appreciate you guys. I have so many great fans over there. Cool. You're so kind. Yeah, thank you. I'm just looking at the new messages here. So let me see what else is here. Yeah. So there's a bunch of questions here. I answered a lot already. Oh yeah. So someone's asking about playing faster. So when I'm playing fast, when you play fast, you just gotta learn how to what's the word? Build up speed. And the best way to build up speed is use a metronome. I can't find my phone right now, but I'm trying to find my phone with the metronome, but it's over here somewhere. Anyway, so what I would do is, use a metronome to build up speed. I can find my phone. So look, I use a metronome to see how fast I can play. So when you start playing, like let's say at 150, that's pretty fast. So, well, that's 300. So I'll play, that's 150 half note. So I'll take that. If you can hear this, that's pretty loud. So I'll start playing along like this. I might have to play a little. So what I'm doing is I'm playing at 150. The half note is on 2 and 4. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 4. So what you gotta do is, to be able to play that fast, I actually, I've been practicing for a long time these tempos, and you have to build up. You have to start really slow. So I'm at 150 right now, half note. And that's like 300. It could be faster. I mean, I played people where people played faster, but I build up the speed. I'll play like blues, whatever tune you're playing, jazz tune, whatever, and I would like just start speeding it up one increment at a time, 100, 102, 103, and keep going until you're like at 150. So let me put it at 160 this time, see if I can play. So if I played at 160, that's pretty damn fast. I'll do that. So that's the 2 and 4. But I'm gonna play 1 and 3 this time. So that's pretty fast, actually. 160. That's 320. So I mean, I like to practice those type of things really fast. But I mean, to be able to play that fast, you have to be relaxed. So what I'm doing right now is I'm pretty relaxed, even though I haven't warmed up that much. But usually you have to warm up to get to that tempo to play fast. So that's how you learn how to play fast. You have to build up the speed and be relaxed. You got to lock in with the metronome. Metronome really is a good thing to judge how to play faster. Okay. So thank you, everybody. It's about almost 5 o'clock here Eastern Standard Time in New York. I appreciate you watching, man. So everybody's like, someone just asked one last question about the different modes. I actually have videos about that. So just look on my YouTube about the different modes of the major scale. I'm going to be doing soon, when I have time, all the modes of the melodic minor and the harmonic minor and how you use them in jazz. I'm going to do a long form video in YouTube probably, because in TikTok the 1 minute format is too short for this. Okay. And let me see if there's any other questions here before I go, because I got to take a break. I'm tired from talking. Hey man, can you do what's this Ren and Stimpy theme? I don't know that, man. Sorry. I mean, you know what? I want to take notes later, or send me a direct message about how to do some of these things. DM me some questions that you have, or make comments on my video here. I'm going to leave this up after. Okay, on TikTok you can't leave the videos up, but if there's any questions, please DM me on TikTok after the show. If you want to give some gifts, that would be great too. But it was really fun. I want to show you one more time. You enjoyed this. I want to hear the Ren Stimpy theme as well. Oh no, someone else wanted, but I don't know that theme. So guys, if you enjoyed the show, please donate more. If you learn a lot of cool things at my Venmo, Cash App at Ron Jackson Music. Okay, and PayPal. And I really appreciate you guys. Or you can give me gifts on TikTok. And I'll be doing these live streams again when I practice. Probably in a day or two. So this is practice session number 2. And thank you very much. I'm going to have these these comments here later. And if you have any other questions, please let me know. Okay, have a great day, TikTok, everybody. I can't answer all these questions. I'm going to try to practice by myself next, and I'm going to put a new post on TikTok today, probably too. And I already put a post on YouTube. So thank you, YouTube, for all the 11,000 followers plus now, and everybody on TikTok. Give me to 25,000. Give me to 30,000. Okay, let me see. Let me say bye. Let me say bye before I say bye to everybody on YouTube. I'm just going to check out some of the questions I had here on my chat. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on. I'm going to just I'm screenshotting some of this. So I'm going to shot some of these comments to see what people were saying here on YouTube. TikTok. I'll see you guys soon. Okay. I'm gonna say. Let me. I just see a few more things. Okay, everybody. I'll see you guys soon. Thanks for all the gifts and everything. There were some questions here. Okay. Can you play these chords in order? D, G, and A. D, G, and A. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry I couldn't get answer the question. Please show that guy. Play these 3 chords in order. D, G, and A. Okay, that's answered your question. Now I can play that so many different ways. D, D, G, A, D, G, A, D, G, A. So you should be able to play those so many different ways. Those are really basic chords. You should know how to play them in bar chords. Now let me see. Let me get off this. I'm just making a screenshot of all the questions. Yeah. I'm just making some screenshots of all the comments that you guys made, to see if there's anything I want to show you guys later. I appreciate you guys. I got a lot of comments today on YouTube too. So let me say bye to everybody and thank you guys. Have a great day and we'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye. I'm about to say bye to TikTok and now. Okay. Oh, wow. I had a lot of viewers on TikTok. And now let me see. Everybody on YouTube, you can watch this after. Okay. I'm going to have the playback right after this. Okay. So thank you, everybody. It was really fun. And I'll see you guys. Bye-bye on YouTube. Bye-bye. Can everybody see me and hear me? I hope so. Please send me a chat message if you can see me. Oh, I see 2 people up there. How's it going? Ooh, there's a little bit of light here, but see if I can move back a little bit. So today we're going to talk about walking bass lines and chord melody. So let me play you something to start. So I'll do a little walking bass line, like on. Let's do it on rhythm changes for now. Okay, everybody. Well, thank you for watching. And I'd like to invite everybody to ask any questions about my walking bass and chord melody workshop I'm doing today. Well, I'm happy to see about 6 people watching today. I'm happy. We have my patrons that are on my, that actually follow me that are watching as well. And I'd like to invite them, to ask questions too. My Patreon account is right here. I'm going to write it down here for people who are interested. So if you want to learn more stuff from me, you can go to this website here. Patreon. I'm going to write it for you. .com/Ron Jackson Music. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So Reggie's here. One of my students, Reggie, great guitar player, all the way from Long Island. He's asking a question right now. And it's actually, the question is, do I use the 4th string for bass lines or the 5th and 6th string? So most of the time I use actually I use most of the time just the 5th and 6th strings, but I use the 4th string once in a while. So if I'm doing rhythm changes like this, now to use the 4th string sounds really thin, but I can do it. You hear that? So, you know, I can do that right now. Watch this. And also, I mean, so it's rare that I use it though. And it's funny because I play 7th string. I want to play 7th string for you guys a little bit so you can see. But when I start using the 4th string, it gets kind of thin. So I rarely use the 4th string for a bass line. That's a great question. Now, people are wondering how you construct bass lines. So, I mean, actually, I started doing you know, on my TikTok, which is at Ron Jackson Music, I started doing like a video that I haven't posted yet about how you start doing bass lines. The most important thing about a walking bass line in jazz is that you keep just a steady beat on, you know, on 4 and emphasize the 2 and 4. So it's like you gotta keep that going all the time. Now, and then you gotta do, of course, you gotta have to fill it with a comp. Okay, so I'm going like this. Let me turn this way so you can see better. So I'm on the 5th fret. Oh, excuse me, the 6th fret of a B flat chord. You could just do a B flat dominant if you're playing along, and just try to keep a steady beat. So if you take a blues, so all I'm doing is quarter notes and holding the chord for you know, holding the chord for 1 beat or 1 measure. Sorry, 4 beats. It's early for me. That's hard to even do. You notice how I emphasize the 2 and 4 at the same time? That's a very, very basic exercise. I'm just doing 1-4-5 blues. You should be able to do that with just quarter notes. Now I can add. I can do it on the 1st string if I want. It sounds thin though. Sounds really thin to me. So that's a good way to start. You should try that right now while I'm doing the workshop. But the next thing to do is actually do something like do root 5th, 2 beats each. You notice how I don't hold that chord as long now, like that. Notice I'm going to the 5th from the E flat to the 6th string. That's the next step. See how I'm doing that? You should be able to do that. That's very, very basic for a bass line. And the hard part is doing the comping on top. Now, if there's any questions, I don't know if you guys know how to do this on YouTube, but send me a chat, just like Reggie did, about if you have any questions about this. We're going to go into chord melody soon. Okay. Oh, Jake Mintz, when walking, do you target certain notes? I'm decent at basic walking bass lines, but when it comes moving up and down in steps, I find yourself using certain inversions, etc. Well, yeah, you know what, Jake, sorry. What happens is I'm using a bunch. When I start doing walking bass lines, I do a lot of combinations. I mean, there's different things. So I'm starting with the root 5th, but then if I'm doing like a walking bass line on a blues, for example, in B flat, I'm actually doing a combination of things. Approach notes. So bass note, approach from the bottom, then approach. I'm doing approach from the bottom. do 2-5, I guess. So what I could do is I could actually do a chromatic approach from above. If I'm doing F minor to B flat, I could go, and I could do like an approach, you know, a half step above and go down, or half step from below. Now, if I just do root fifth, I can do that. I can do that kind of stuff. Now, if I'm connecting a bass line, that's a whole different story. So, I mean, I learned this from transcribing bass players. You can go up the neck. You can go up like this. Now, I'm just going up chromatically to that neck note. You see how I'm going down? I went from the E flat to the flat 7, then went back chromatically down to the B flat. Then I'm going to go down chromatically, go from the B flat to the flat 7 of the B flat, which is A flat. Then go to the F minor. Then I went to scale. So I'm combining all kinds of different. Now I'm doing the half step approach. You could do things like this too. You could do like an inversion, like you said in there, actually, Jake. Yeah, yes, exactly. And you could go chromatic. Watch. You could do that. You could do the chromatic, and then do up a half step. It's whatever you could actually think of to find. Sorry. See, I'm actually doing the inversion with the bass line. See what I did a half step above? Now I combine fifth. What I do too is I do tritone substitution a lot. Now, another thing you can start trying to do actually is do what I just did was, oh yeah, man. So Jake asked another question. Great, man. If anybody has any questions, be like Jake and send some questions. Sounds great, man. Yeah, the tritone subs helped me with chromatic comping. Yeah, that's it. So we're just doing, you know, when you start doing chord changes that are more complicated. Federico. Oh yeah. So do you play the chord over the first beat? You don't have to, Federico. You could just go. Now the hard part is doing a bass line with different comping rhythms. So if you're doing a basic comping rhythm, it's a Charleston like this. It's like Charleston. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. So it's on the first beat and then end of 2. Now that's hard to do. It's hard to do a bass line with that kind of comping rhythm. So you can play what I usually do is I mix up the comping rhythms with the bass line, okay? Oh man, that's hard to do. So what I did was I'm doing different kinds of comping rhythms at the same time. And I like this one. I like going. So you don't have to particularly play on the beat every time, but you can actually do different Charleston rhythms like that, syncopated rhythms. You can hold the chord too. It depends on the style you're playing too. We're just playing jazz right now. So there's different things you can actually do in what you call in your comping and your bass line. What does Chell say? Is there a specific pattern you when you add the chords, or does it depend? Yeah. So what's happening is when I add the chords, I mean the easiest pattern for in the beginning, if you're learning how to play a bass line, is actually it's just playing just a whole note for now or half note. So you get used to it, or whole notes. You can actually combine different things. You can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So you can do half notes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 3, 4. Now, we didn't talk about this, but I'm using hybrid picking, which is I'm using my pick and then I'm using my fingers on my picking hand, depending if you're left-handed or right-handed. Okay, so and or you can play with your fingers. You're gonna have to do something. You can't just use your pick. I don't think. I could try. I can do it with just my pick, but harder. Only pick now. So see, so when I'm playing the chord, there's patterns I'm using, but you have to get used to doing them. So you can start off with easy patterns like whole notes, half notes. You know, you can combine like quarter notes. What I did was 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I went quarter note, then dotted half note. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, I just do the bass line. See, I'm only using my pick right now. I think it's better to combine your picking and and your fingers, hybrid picking, or just use all fingers. Now, what I'm doing too is like, so I'm not only doing bass lines, I'm also doing passing chords. Okay, and that's a whole different world. So if I'm going to go up and do a bass line, you really know your inversions and passing. Or going chromatic. I'm doing like a passing chord within the chord itself, then getting to the next chord. What do you call it? This is like the same exact chord approaching the next chord. I use all kinds of voicings. So Jake is asking if I use drop two mostly. It depends. They're faster to play drop two voicings, but there's other combinations you actually can do that are not drop two. You could use fourths. So I can go. You know. You know what? I mean, I could use seconds. The thing is, it's hard to do those bass lines. You know, actually, I love Bill Evans's playing. Actually, do you learn? Oh, wait a second, Jake. I like Jake. He asks a lot of questions. Was going to ask you that to learn those. Have you been through melodic minor and other harmonies though? Oh yes, of course. Now, I mean, this is not a harmony workshop, but if you have questions about melodic minor, you definitely have to know your melodic minor modes as and your harmonic minor for the advanced jazz scales. Okay, so if you're playing over, so Jake had a great question. And you know, if you're playing over, let's say you're playing over a B flat altered, you got to be able to play the. I'm playing the B altered scale, which is actually B flat melodic, B melodic minor. Now today we're only discussing bass lines and chords, but I could do a workshop eventually. If you know, and if you you know, if you join my Patreon, I have stuff about the harmonic minor. I'm going to be putting up and the melodic minor. Okay, and they're very, very important because what's happening is you really need to know those kind of scales to be able to play more modern stuff, jazz and everything. Okay, so I mean, oh, you know, like all your altered scales. So if I'm playing the melodic minor, let's say I'm playing an altered chord, you need to know that if you're playing a Lydian dominant, well, actually a dominant 7 scale with a sharp 11. I'm using a B. I'm actually using a B flat melodic minor. Okay, etc. Hold on. And also, harmonic minor is very important too in jazz playing. But so that's a whole. That could be a whole lesson, a whole workshop. Let's try to do melody today, though. So anybody? Oh yeah, I'll be there for that. Thanks. I know the scales. I mean, with those stacked fourth, particularly, have you built those stacked fourths for melodic minor and and harmonic minor? Yeah, sure. So you could do that. What? Okay. You could do things like that with a melodic minor, etc. Okay. 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 So yes, I've worked on those too. Now the stacked fourths, you should be able to know in all modes actually. Okay. And those are not important right now, though. As important as being able to play in general. Okay, those are more modern concepts, and so for some people that can be too much actually. Here's the thing now. Here's another thing that we can work on now. So chord melody. So how do you do this? So people does anybody have any questions about chord melody? Because that's really important. Now with chord melody, let's take a song. I was actually doing a video about Cherokee. So if you play a song like Cherokee, first when you're doing chord melody, you should be able to play. I actually worked on this with my student Reggie. Okay, Reggie Hagee, who sent a message earlier. Now I'm using basic voicings for everybody right now. But you could actually do anything you want once you start getting to a certain level of comping and playing. So I mean, I'm doing second, all that kind of fancy stuff, but you should be able to play basic inversions. So if I'm playing a song like Cherokee, I'll go. I'm playing very basic inversions about this on this. Okay, just so you guys get used. Can I actually see what I'm doing? So now I can do more fancy stuff. thing about chord melody, let me see, there's some more messages here. Most important thing about chord melody is knowing your chord scale relationship. Okay, and so your chord scale relationships are very, very important. Okay, so I'm playing a song like Cherokee. If you want to look that up in your real book, if you're watching this, is to be able to know what note you're playing against the chord, because then you can voice your chord under that. So if I'm playing Cherokee, the first note's a D. So I know that's a third. Okay, so if I'm playing, but you got to know where that is on your B flat chords, on a B flat chord. So you can play that so many different ways on a B flat. Now remember, when you're doing chord melody, you could do a basic arrangement of the chord. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, someone want me to mention that I have this book. You want to get a copy of this? It's called, you can't really see it's backwards, but it's called Chords at Your Fingertips. I read for Acoustic Guitar Magazine, and there's some great exercises here where we do different things. Jake, if you're interested in this book too, it's a great book. There's some great players in here that have written some stuff. There's different subjects, breaking down, suspended harmony, drop two chord changes, all about the bass, which I've written about. Sorry, that's something else. Pass it on, jazz bass lines. The jazz bass lines is in this book actually too, if you want to get it. Okay, it's by Acoustic Guitar. It's called Chords at Your Fingertips by Hal Leonard. Okay, and also harmonic horizontal harmonies. Adam Levy, who's a great guitar player. Melodic lines expressed through chord changes. Shape shifting, playing chords from the minor pentatonic scales. Okay, there's some great stuff in this book. If you want to get into more chords, okay, you could get that at my shop on my website. And if you want to get more into chords and all the bass line stuff, okay, it's a really great book. So it's Chords at Your Fingertips. I have another book coming out on acoustic guitar. It's Modal Scale Mastery. So that's one of the books. Now, so chord melody. So the chord melody is very important because, oh, you're welcome. So chord melody is very important because, so I do a lot of solo guitar stuff, and particularly if you have any questions about this guitar, let me know. This is an Eastman, and you can find that on my Amazon store, which I'll talk to you about a little bit in a minute. Let me get my other guitar, because I do 7-string guitar. Some of you guys see me playing the 7-string right here. So the 7-string adds a whole new world to the bass line, if you want to get into bass lines and stuff. So sometimes I mostly 7-string, so sometimes when you want to get to the chord melody stuff, this is the stuff. I'm doing stuff like that, okay? So if I'm doing a song like Cherokee, the 7-string adds a lot more fullness to the song. So you can't do that on play that high on a 6-string and get those notes. So the thing is, what's really cool is with the 7-string, you get all the cool basses. it's a low A. So Jake, that's a low A string. Let me write that in for you. Low A. So I studied with a great guitar player named out here in New York called Bucky Pizzarelli, and he got me to playing the 7th string. So I tuned the 7th string. When I first started playing the 7th string about 7-8 years ago, Bucky said to me, unfortunately, Bucky passed away from COVID right at the beginning of the epidemic with his wife. They both died of COVID, unfortunately. But anyway, this is a low A. Okay. Now, jazz guys play a low A. Okay. Because Bucky, the guy that Bucky studied with was a guy named George Van Epps. Now, Jake was asking about these fancy chords. This is the guy who wrote all these great books. Van Epps, he was the monster of the chords. And Bucky was all into these harmonic mechanisms for the guitar. So George Van Epps is the guy, if you want to get into your chords, guys. And he's the guy who played 7-string guitar too. So I'm trying to pass it on. If you're interested in learning 7-string guitar, go to my Patreon and join that so you can actually get some 7-string lessons. Okay, because I want people to learn 7-string because it's not done much in jazz. Only a handful of us, about 10 of us in the world, do that. Okay, and also, so we tune it to a low A. The rock guys like Steve Vai and those great guitar players, monster guitar players like Steve Vai, they play with a low B. And in Brazilian music, they use a low C. So, we get the lowest of the. You get some really cool sounds with the low A. So I really love that aspect of it. So if you're doing solo guitar, this is like the best instrument for solo guitar work and chord melody stuff. You can get. It's really great sound. So if you want to get to 7-string, let me know. And I teach 7-string guitar too. And wow. What is that? B flat? So geez. B flat, Okay. It's really a great sound. You can get really cool sound. So you get really cool sounds with this thing. Yeah. So that means jazz needs to be a low A. Yes. So believe me or not, the low A is what Buck Pizzarelli and George Van Epps, Howard Alden, Ron Este, all the great 7-string guitar players use, including myself. And that's it's a great sound, man. And check out George Van Epps if you never checked him out. That guy was a monster. You talk about like lines and chords and all that stuff, everything. He was a monster. Check out Bucky too. He was the master. I died in 94. So anybody have any questions about chord melody? It's funny today. The reason why I started my workshop a little earlier is because I actually have a gig today in New York. So, gigs are rare recently. So I've been doing a lot of stuff online with my Instagram. And please send me some more questions. Okay. So that's a 7-string if you want to get into that. Let's get back into chord melody. So if you're learning chord melody and you have any questions, please let me know because chord melody is a whole different world than improvisation, chord voicings, and bass line. So you should be able to do different kinds of, you should really know all your chord voicings, of course, your drop twos, inversions, everything. And then you can get to more, fancy voicings and scales, okay? Like seconds, fourths, different kinds of tonal patterns and stuff like that. But the most important thing is when you're doing a chord melody arrangement is to hear the melody. Now you could do all kinds of stuff with the arrangement. So if I'm doing a song like I did a minute ago, Cherokee, okay, you don't have to play like the basic harmony. You can go. See what I did? I just mixed up all kinds of different little weird, chordal harmony and seconds and fourths and dissonances and all kinds of stuff. You do inner lines like that. That's a great thing to do when you're doing chords. You can fill in between the chords, etc. You could do little things like reharmonizations like that. So what I did was when I'm doing solo guitar, Jake. Oh, man, Jake, man, you have a lot of questions. I like this guy. Anybody else has questions? So, do you play just the chord scales for the fills? No, I'm doing live. Most of the time, actually, when I'm actually filling, just so you guys know, when I'm doing fills in general, they're based on chord scales, but they're actually mostly lines I know. So when I'm filling and doing different kinds of lines, I'm not playing scales really. But scales are what I teach everybody how to play scales in the beginning because you have to know your scales. So if I'm doing like those are lines, they're not scales really. Because I'm playing, scales are based on lines. So no, lines are based on scales, excuse me. So what I did, in the beginning I used to play my scales a lot, but scales are just sound like scales. I'm actually playing a combination of lines, which are bebop, passing tones, reharmonizations. So when I'm doing like a solo guitar kind of, when I'm doing solo guitar chord melody, you don't have to just play the chord melody. You can do fills, things like that. One guy I studied with, just in case you know, when I was in college years ago, I took a workshop with this guy named, you might have heard of him, named Joe Pass. Joe Pass, man, was a monster for that stuff. He had a few records out, Virtuoso. That guy was really a monster. And, it was really funny. There were like, it was at Berkeley. I went to Berkeley College of Music. So there were hundreds of guitar players watching. And, oh, yeah, okay, yes. So, Federico, I saw Joe. So anyway, Joe Pass, there was a guy like you, Jake, in the class. He was asking like, Joe Pass, hey, could you play giant steps and all kinds of stuff? And he was like, I'm not here to prove anything, man. That's what he said. It was so funny, man. He was like, but he was a monster. He didn't have anything to prove. He played and he talked about it. He said that there were some guitar players in the room that must be good because if there's 100 guitar players, there's got to be at least one or two guitar players who are good. He was a really interesting guy. But anyway, Joe Pass was a monster. So I took a class with him, and some of my concepts would come from him for solo guitar playing. But Federico, what's your strategy to recommend start to do chord melody? So anyway, here's the thing. So when you want to do chord melody in the beginning, you have to do you have to, like I told you in the beginning, you have to start using knowing your what's the word? You still have to you have to know your notes according to what the chords are. Okay, so you have to know chord scale relationships and know what the melody note is against the chords. So when I was doing Cherokee, or any song that you look in the real book or any song that you're learning, you have to know that what the note you're playing against the chord is. Playing Cherokee, I know that D is the third of the B flat, but you have to know where the third is on the chord, so you have to know your inversion. Okay, that's the third. Then it goes to the fifth, and it goes to the sixth. Actually, it's written in the book with the sharp 5. So on the F minor, I gotta plug my Wi-Fi in. Hold on one second, guys. my connection's not stable. I'm gonna plug in my. Okay, it's better now. I'm gonna plug in my direct line into the internet. Okay, so you gotta know the chord melody, chord scale relationship, and then you gotta know your inversions of the chords. So if I'm playing another song, like a good example is this song called "Love Walked In." So "Love Walked In" goes in the key of F. It starts with the third on the F chord, then just goes up from the fifth to 7. That's "Love Walked In." I'm playing "Love Walked In" so you guys know. Walked in. That's the jazz standard. So that song basically just does triads in the melody. So you have to know your inversions. So the melody goes. Goes like that. So I'm gonna play that. I'm just gonna go. The easiest thing for me to do is just go triads. See what I did? Then I'll use 6. I like using 6. Then do a 7. See what I did? Now I can do that. Those inversions here too. Watch. Now this is an inversion. Okay, that's one way to start doing chord melody. See what I did? Okay, and so that's one way of doing chord melody. Now, if you're doing a song like a ballad, like "Polka Dots and Moonbeams," which is like so that melody is it's a ballad, okay, and that melody plays a scale through the chords. So you could actually use chord scales or thirds. I like using thirds to start out. See what I did? I just did thirds there. You could do 6. 6 is another easy way to play chord melody. This is all diatonic too. I'm thinking. That's a good way to start the chord melody stuff. Okay, being able to play within the scale diatonically, you have to really know your chords and your chord scale relationships. Okay, chords and scale relationships. Okay. So I'm going to be able. I could go on for a few more minutes and I have to get ready to go. So if you're enjoying my workshop, please follow my TikTok, which I do a lot of lessons on, really short lessons. But the most important thing is, if you really want to learn this stuff, is study with me. So you can go to TikTok, Instagram, which you found me, and Facebook, YouTube, it's all Ron Jackson Music. Facebook, okay, at Ron Jackson Music. I'm writing this down for you. Okay. So you can go, because I do a lot of lessons there. And also, go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. You can get this book about, I do a whole lesson. It just came out in the latest issue of Acoustic Guitar Magazine too. And it's in this book for you permanently. I do 4 lessons here with different kinds of things here. One of the things I do is I harmonize like Chet Atkins here. That's a really great thing for chord melody. Also, walking bass lines. There's a whole thing about walking bass lines. Yeah. And Reggie, my student over there, is learning all this stuff from me. So, I'm about to finish up. So if you want to get this book, please get it. Chords at your fingertips. Okay. And, keep in touch on Instagram, everybody. I'm going to do another giveaway in a couple of weeks for next month's live lesson for my patrons at Patreon, which you have up there at www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. And you could join that for as little as $3 a month, actually. And there's a ton of material up there already. You're welcome, Jake. Send me your website, Jake. Email me, guys. Here's my email. If you want to keep in contact with me, send me your emails. Ron Jackson Music. Hold on. I'm slow. At gmail.com. Send me your emails so we can keep in contact. Yeah, okay. If I don't have them, you're welcome. Yeah, so there's a lot to cover in only 45 minutes or an hour. So I appreciate you guys coming on. I'll have tons of stuff. I also post stuff on Instagram. Some of my lessons from TikTok, which are a minute long, but they're very effective lessons about basic skills. Because a lot of people on TikTok are still learning too. Okay, so thank you, everybody. Keep in touch, and I'll see you guys soon. On in person, I hope, or online like we're doing right now. Thank you. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Thank you, guys. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome to America. Bye-bye. Hey, how's everybody doing? So I'm live now, and I see one person on there so far. I don't know who that is. But I wanted to talk about subjects about sight reading and ear training and all that stuff. So please, send me some questions if you're watching right now. I see 4 people up there. Wow, that's a lot of people. That's great. So just to get started, you should know how to read all kinds of different things. What's hard about the guitar is reading itself. So, like, this is the book I like to use for sight reading. It's a Modern Method for Guitar by William Levitt. A lot of my students use it. It's and when I studied at Berkeley, this is the book that they use for performance majors. So it just teaches you basically, how to read notation, which is very, very important for playing. But it doesn't teach you with tabs, like which you should know how to do too. But there's a problem with tablature. So what happens is it actually tabs. I'm actually hearing an echo. This is kind of weird, but the tabs make you yeah, with tabs you actually have to know the music. So that's the problem with tablature. So I'll show you something. Here's a lesson that I wrote. Um, it's a lesson I wrote that's mag- and what it is that it has chord, and then you have tabs on the bottom. So that's okay because the thing is when you have tabs, the, you need to it tells you where to put your fingers, which is fine because on the guitar you need to know where to place your fingers because you can play the same thing so many different ways. So it's good to have tabs for that. But there's indicators in this book right here where to put your fingers. It tells you what strings, etc., and what position. So you don't need tabs if you know how to really know how to read music. So this is a great book for learning how to read because it teaches you how to play positions and everything. The William Levitt book. It's called A Modern Method for Guitar. Um, Also, you should be able to read in lead sheet form, like in a real book like this. You see, everything's mirror image here, but so you should be able to read chord symbols and just single line notes, and that's really hard to do actually too. I mean, you have to memorize what chords are. Like a G major seven. When I started learning how to read, it was really hard to do that. Does anybody have any questions so far? Okay, so guitar music starts to get hard when you start learning how to look at chords like this. This is even hard for me. This is a Brazilian book Latin book that I've been using, and it's not easy, and even rhythms. So the hardest part of playing music is rhythms and the chords. Actually, I think. So let me show you one more thing that is hard to read on guitar. Hold on. So this is a book by Barney Kessel. It's a rare book. So I don't know how I got this book, but he talks about how guitar players can read in different should be able to read in different situations. This book's called The Guitars. It's a rare book. I looked it up. So someone gave it to me. It's a very valuable book. So he told me the most important thing. This he said reading music. Um, he talked about one thing that was really interesting that I about and it's like when you're looking at piano music. Like piano music is really hard for a guitar player. So you got to be able to read in bass clef and the notation above that on the treble clef. So he said that you should be able to like extract parts from the piano parts, like the bottom note. You should be able to read all this stuff here. And I always thought that piano music was hard. I used to be really good at it and extract the music, but so you have to be able to read the treble clef, I mean, and the bass clef together. So like
So this is A C E G M. A C. So these things you have to practice, and actually, it's a good thing for you to do as far as reading is concerned. Does anybody have any questions so far about this? If you're watching this, definitely do me a favor and send me a message on the YouTube chat. Okay, right here. Let me see. I'm gonna write this in. If you're subscribed or whatever on YouTube, you should be able to send me a message. Send me a message. I'm sending you one now. Okay. So I'm gonna take out my guitar. Now I want to. The next thing I want to talk about soon, if you don't have any questions, is ear training. You know. So let's take a song. I'm gonna put the speaker on for a minute. Um, I'm gonna try to play you. You should be able to. You should be able to hear cadences and things like that when you're actually learning about ear training, and also you should know basic solfege. So if you're playing, one of the first things I learned when I was learning to do ear training is you should be able to sing your major scales and sing the syllables. So you should be go. You should sing do re mi fa sol la ti do. That's very important. Oh hey Reggie, hi. Can you hear me? Okay, Reggie. Respond please. There's something weird with my computer right now. Okay, good. Do you have any questions, Reggie? Let me see. Um, questions. I hear like my voice talking like a few seconds after. So just to be really clear, to start to getting into ear training, you should know your solfege, like do re mi fa sol la ti do, which is your major scale, and because you're gonna have to figure out how to hear intervals. Like you should know your intervals, all your major intervals. Like let's say one, the major second, and the major third, the perfect fourth, perfect fifth, the major sixth, and the major seventh. That's very common intervals you should be able to hear. Now these things you should hear because you hear them in chord progressions a lot, like 1 4 5 1, which is like a 1 4 5 1 progression. Different cadences like that. 1 to 5. 1 to 5. So if I'm playing a song, I'm gonna put something on my phone. I think like a like a like a pop song. You should be able to pick up these cadences when you hear a pop song. So that gets into taking off music when by ear. Let me see something. Okay, now you're hearing me. Okay, there's something wrong with the settings here because I'm hearing an echo. I want to try to fix that real quick, everybody. I don't want to end the live stream. Hold on one second. It's picking up the oh, let me do this. I know what to do. Hold on one second. I'm gonna input is should be the let me try this again. Okay. Okay, I'm trying this again. Put them use this. Okay. Sorry, I'm gonna have to use my I hear an echo, but it's okay. It's back on now, so so anyway, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be using the I'm gonna use the speaker. Now so you should be able to hear cadences. So let's take a song like a pop song. I'm gonna put something on my phone. I'm gonna pick a random pop song. And the first thing you do when you want to take off songs is, ear training is part of ear training is actually taking off songs off of let me take like a pop song. Let me go to YouTube. I'm going to put it through my speaker on my phone, and then so it could show you just a random example. Top 10 pop songs. Okay, so let me pick one song here. Billboard Top 100. Let me play something. So I'm going to play a song right now and see if we can figure it out real quick. So this is a random song. So what I try to find out first is not, okay. So I just stopped. I said, oh, the first. So it ends on. It's in the key of E. This I can tell already. So, what I try to do is I try to figure out what key we're in first, and if I'm in. So that's actually the melody started off with. Okay, that's how it started. So that's in the key of E. What you have to try to do when you're trying to establish the song, you have to actually try to figure out what key you're in and try to find what scale you're in. So this is a major key. So the first chord. So what I'm trying to do is only 3 or 4 chords here. So let me move this up forward a little bit. So if you have a hard time, you could actually slow down the song too. So it goes. So it starts off with a C sharp minor, and then it goes to A. C sharp minor is the 6th chord, goes to A, and this song is actually called what is it? Dynamite Official, BTS. It's BTS, the famous Korean pop band. And it goes C minor. So I hear those cadences pretty easily, and I can find them fast on the guitar. And sometimes when I'm listening to music, I could actually, I try to figure out, if I don't want to like, if I don't just want to enjoy the music, I want to be very technical about it. I could actually just listen and figure out what chord progressions there are if I and by ear. Now this takes a lot of experience in ear training, so you have to learn about cadences. You have to learn about intervals. You should know all your types of intervals. So this song starts off like that. So it's just three chords so far. So I'll play along with it so you can get an idea. Here it goes. So it's basically C sharp, F sharp, C sharp minor, F sharp minor, the B suspended to E. And the hard part of these songs I always find is not learning the song, is the form. So and also the arrangement, of course, because it's the song might be easy with chords, but there's a whole arrangement that makes the song unique. So and also the hard part is learning the melody to these songs. So if you're taking stuff off like pop songs, it's a whole different thing. But another thing that's a different level is learning how to take these songs off and writing down each melody, or writing down each rhythm. That's a whole different different ball game. So it's important to be able to do both. And what I usually do is this takes a lot of ear training. So ear training is very important, and so you have to learn how to write down what you actually hear on a staff, and that's really that's a whole different skill. And I learned that when I was at Berkeley too. In transcription class, solo transcription class, and that in that solo transcription class, they give you one note, and you sit down at a desk, and they play it for you, and you have to know your intervals between notes, be able to write down the melody solo. That was really hard, man. I remember doing this on 19 or 20, and I was already advanced ear training class, and that was really hard. Reggie's asking me, would you write rhythm first, then the melody? Uh, um, no, what I would usually do when I used to first transcribe, I used to try to find the notes first, then write the rhythm. So let me write that down. Write notes first, and then rhythm. Then rhythm. You can put the rhythms to the notes after. So if I'm using, I don't have my I'm actually talking to my computer right now, and I can't show you Sibelius because I don't have it on my other computer. But when I transcribe, um, I'll take a note. Let's say I'll write a note down first, like this. I'll put the note here, and then I'll figure out later that's a dotted quarter note. Okay, but you have to be able to count rhythms and feel rhythms too. Now that's a whole different skill. Let me send this message to you. So to transcribe, you actually have to know how to hear how long a rhythm is. So let's try to do an example. Let's look at a jazz solo. Let's look at a Sonny Rollins solo. Um, Sonny Rollins. Let me look for Sonny Rollins. He has a lot of hard rhythms, Sonny Rollins, actually. So let me see. Let me just pick a song from him. So he's playing. There will never be another year, another you here. See, jazz rhythmically, most of the stuff he's playing is eighth notes in jazz. So in jazz, there's a lot of rhythmic, rhythm. But Sonny Rollins will probably start playing off the time in a minute. Ba-doo-ba-ya, ba-doo-ba-da-ba. So how would you write that? One ba-doo-ba-ya, ba-doo-ba-da-da. So I just figured that what he played there, he was playing on E flat major, the E flat major scale. I mean, his line was based on that. That's the first chord of Sun. So that rhythm is like you got to figure out where's he playing that at. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, ba do ba. So that's the and of one ba do ba. So here's another thing that's really important to know when you're actually transcribing. You have to learn how to conduct because that's really helpful to me. So when he's playing, I'm going one. So you have to learn all your basic conducting patterns, like 1, 2, 3, 4. And it really helps you find the beat, especially when you're transcribing. We're trying to figure out what where he's playing that rhythm. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 do be da do. I mean, he's playing it like that, so it's like now you can see the rhythm. It's 1, 2, and then when you get to the in the air before you hit the second beat, he's hitting the eighth note in the air. So it's like 1 and 2. So one boo do beta do. So it's going one eighth note, then two eighth notes on the second beat, two eighth notes on the third beat, and so it's like one ba do beta do. Then there's a rest on 4, and then he's playing on the beat 1 now. One ba do beta bo double da do. I mean that's basically what he did. I mean I'm doing this really fast, but let me see. Move back a little bit. Oh shoot. Let me see where he's at here. Let me play that. He, he's doing a lot of rhythms there. You see that? See? That's the thing he just played. Ba-doo-ba-ya-bo, I love his rhythms. So basically that's the rhythm I just told you. So I would have to write that out on a piece of music paper. Um, I don't have that with me in front of me. Um, some notation paper, but that would be the eighth note, and that's like a E flat. Let me show you my guitar. So he's actually playing, and I'm in the same register he's playing. So you should actually know if you're transcribing what notes you're actually playing over the chord. So he's on the E flat. You should know the chord you're playing over if you're doing ear training or transcribing solos. And he's actually just playing the root to the sixth, root, third, sixth, fifth. And he's playing the fourth. Or and he's actually approaching the third back to the root. That's a cool lick. I mean, I just learned something new right there from him. You know, and so when you're actually transcribing solos like this, you have to figure out each detail. Now, there's a difference between transcribing and actually taking off melodies. So, what I usually do is I transcribe, and I can either transcribe if I want to, write it out for like, to have it etched in stone, which takes hours actually to get it right, especially like a solo like Sonny Rollins, or John Coltrane, anything that's really complicated. It could be even like some rock solos, or you could just do everything by ear, which right now I tend to do that more now because I don't have time to be writing out transcriptions. I have too many other things to write out. I did that when I was much younger. But if you're learning how to play jazz, it's important to be able to be able to transcribe, write these things down. It helps your reading, and also do it by ear. So you should be able to play these things by ear and memorize them by ear. Because at the end, you're not going to be looking at music when you're taking a solo. You're going to be, or you're playing in a band, in a rock band. You don't want to have music in front of you. Like when you ever see a rock band perform, like Bruce Springsteen. I have a friend that played with Bruce Springsteen for years, and he used to have me come on gigs. When I used to do his gigs, he said, music is a turnoff to people in the audience because they can't groove with you if you have music in front of you. And he was right because he plays with Bruce Springsteen. They don't have music in front of them. They know the music. They're playing a concert with 50,000 people. You don't have music in front of you trying to figure out what song you're playing. You should have this stuff memorized. So you should know how to do these things by ear and memorize these things too, rhythms, and that's how you get into solos. So ear training is very important. Also, sight reading. Be able to even write this out. You have to be able to read a little bit. Pretty good. I mean, not particularly. I mean, learning on the guitar is kind of hard. Um, One of the things that I wanted to show you today was let's saying that lick I just showed you. That lick, that lick he just played. I could play it here. See, I did it that way. That's another way of doing it. Same register. That's hard. I just played it that way. See that? I just did it this way. There's three ways. I can do it here. To me, that lick is like an E flat chord to F minor for a second. Outline the F minor, and then you can do it here. And then that's just in the same register. If I did an octave lower, so that's these are different things you can do on the guitar. See how many ways I just played that? So when you're learning how to read and transcribe and all this other stuff on the guitar, you could play that same lick so many ways. So what I usually try to do is I try to work out all this stuff with with fingerings, and that's very important when you're playing these kind of solos and melodies that you're taking off. You're gonna find the best fingering. And like when you're learning a saxophone solo, its saxophone has certain fingerings that are more adept for the saxophone, but not for the guitar. So you have to kind of figure out how to play that on the guitar. Whereas, I had friends who like told me like who played trumpet, said, "Well, man, I was learning a guitar solo the other day, and it's really hard to play on trumpet." So you got to figure out those kind of fingerings. Does anybody have any questions? Please send me a question. I see a couple of people are watching. Any questions? Let's see. Questions? I'm gonna put a question mark. I'd like to hear from you guys. And there's only a couple of people watching today, but I know some people are out of town, and you could watch this later. On the link if you want to watch my live stream. You know, so I'm going to probably do another class about taking things off. But so one important thing is first like I taught. Let's review a little bit. You have to know solfege a little bit. You should know your do re mi fa sol la ti dos. Oh, let me see. Oh, really? Horn players seem to be playing fast. I don't think that's true anymore. Their guitar players can play fast. Um, I don't think that's true though. Particularly, Reggie's saying that horn players seem to always play faster than guitar players. I'm sure about that. Guitar players can play pretty fast too. I think it's easier to play the horn because they can take a breath and they move their fingers and it's more legato. The guitar has to actually pick or attack each note somehow. Let me show you. You have to be able to attack each note, but you have to be able to play. I think speed is something that you can develop on any instrument. You just have to figure out the you just have to practice and get the technique together. But horns can actually blow through, and piano too. Piano plays fast too. I think every instrument you can play fast. You just got to get your chops together and practice. I mean, George Benson could play just like a piano player, but you have to build up speed and get the right technique. I couldn't get any speed. If you want to talk about getting speed, uh, I couldn't get any speed. I used to use those really small Jim Dunlop picks, and I studied with Rodney Jones for a while. Well, actually, it just took one or two lessons, and he showed me this George Benson picking technique, and I got made me switch the pick to this, and I played my pick sideways, so I got more speed. Like this, you see? So now I was able to get speed, but it's not only your picking. Your left hand has to be able to coordinate with your right hand. So I use a lot of legato. I mean, I kind of approach it more like a saxophone player. I don't actually pick every note like Pat Martino does. He actually goes every note. He really picks every note, but I kind of actually use legato, which is like I mix up legato, which is like hammer-ons and pull-offs with my left hand. So I'm mixing them up. I'm actually using hammer-ons, that kind of, or pull-offs. Those different types of phrasing with my left hand. So I'm not only picking every note. Also, I do. I'm actually writing a new article for Acoustic Guitar Magazine that's coming out. It's going to be about sweep picking. So you could do things with your pick too that make you play faster, like sweeping. So you don't have to. So because if you skip across the string, you can play real fast. It's a real fast arpeggio. Or those type of things help you play faster as well. You know, so I mean, you could actually play with horn players. You can learn their solos. You can play them on guitar. I see people do it all the time. It's just a different technique. You have to be able to figure out how to. I mean, when I learn these really hard melodies, sometimes um, that like I was working on this song called "Got a Match" by Chick Corea, and that was a really hard song to play fast on the guitar because they play it so fast. When I was learning that one, I had to figure out the right fingering. So sometimes knowing the right fingering or figuring out the right fingering helps you play these melodies and solos much faster. Okay. And in that song, I was lazy. Um, Usually I'll learn a song by ear if I have time. But I usually just now just look at the sheet music just because to save time because I can read too. So I think it's very, very important, everybody, to know to be able to play so many different ways. You should be able to read music, transcribe music, hear music, and you know, you know, write down the music. Do every possible way. Know how to read tabs. You should know all these different techniques because they're all useful tools. Especially if you want to be a professional musician. But I know musicians who are great musicians who like I have a lot of friends. When I used to do Broadway a lot, they were telling me that they know how to read music, but they don't know any songs. They can't improvise. But that's what they do. They play parts, and that's good too. They play the crap out of those parts. And but they're like I don't know how you put it. Like they're like these it's art. It's an art to be able to play those shows really well and do them every night, play the same part, and be able to do sessions like that. But it's not to me. I mean, but they're not. They admit they're not creative. That they don't know how to. They don't know any songs. They don't know how to take a solo. It's another skill that that brings you to. I mean, I don't know if it's a different level, but um, so I mean, I like the control of what's the word of reading music and playing a part. It's actually a skill and a discipline. I like the discipline. That's the word I like to. I want to say it's a discipline to actually play parts to a show, a Broadway show, and learning a part. When I was subbing a lot, that's what I was doing mostly, and sometimes I get my own off Broadway show or whatever. Um, I mean, it was hard to like. You have to basically play like the dude that's playing the show and play all these parts, and you have to read, and you have to be able to follow a conductor, and play with the band, and be able to play all these different instruments. Like I wouldn't be playing like just like a guitar. I'd be playing like banjos and whatever. Electric guitar, acoustic, a classical, switch, pedals. So it's like a real job when you do those shows. They pay a lot of money. You know, I mean, a guitar chair on a Broadway show is like $100,000 a year, but it's like, it's a lot of, it's like a real job, and it's only a couple hours a day, so you have all day to do things. But it's a really stressful environment. But but I like the control of the show because you're playing these parts and you have to be meticulous and and play right every night because I guess they would use canned music if they could. That means like pre-recorded music, but it's not the same thing as having a live band. And actually, producers on Broadway have been trying to eliminate musicians to save money because it costs a lot of money to have a musician on stage. Because they're not only paying your salary, they're paying your pension, your health benefits, and your vacation and all that stuff. It's like a real job. So anyway, it's a good skill to read. It's a good skill to transcribe and hear things and take things off records, memorize them. It's also another skill to we haven't talked about, which is my big thing on Patreon is learning how to improvise. So we'll talk more about that in another live lesson. I'm going to put that as a subject, but playing changes is like a whole big subject we can talk about. Um, and that's the holy grail of jazz itself, and that people really need to learn and get together. And so, is there any other questions before I finish up here? Um, so you should be able to just to review. You should be able to also know different rhythms, um, and count them and see them. And it took me a long time actually because I was used to playing eighth notes and quarter notes and 16th note. I mean, in think those kind of notes, but it was hard for me to start working on 16th notes. You know, and different kind of time signatures you need to work on. There's a whole big world with reading music, and the best thing to really do is just read music because I got a lot better when I started doing these Broadway shows because these are just like real professional music, music that was written for real live, real life shows, not like sitting at home with a real book. And I learned a lot just by doing that and got my helped my reading a lot, you know. And so the best way to learn how to read music and do this stuff is just to do it, you know, and get into situations where you have to read music. Well, like you get together with the band, which you can't really do right now for now. Get together, go to play a show. If you're just get starting out, find an off Broadway show or an amateur show just to learn how to read and play parts, because that's a whole different world. Um, and as far as like reading yourself, just get books. Like I have tons of books. I just started looking at this Barney Kessel book I was telling you about, and he has all these reading exercises for guitar and different patterns and just advice that I've never seen. And I was actually working through this book a little bit recently. And different kinds of technique things. And it's good to see different people's opinions and learn different styles. So So if there's any questions, let me know. Send me a message on Ron Jackson Music at gmail.com. That's Ron Jackson Music at gmail.com. Let me write this down for you guys. Ron Jackson at Gmail. If you have any questions about the workshop today, uh, yeah, send me a message. It says Ron Jackson, and about my live lesson, and I'll see you guys in about a month, and I hope that this helped you out with your sight reading and your ear training. Um, and each subject actually should be a one whole live lesson. So maybe we'll do that next time, is just have one whole subject, okay, instead of having like three different ones in one. But I wanted to give you an overview about all these different things you need to learn. Okay, everybody, have a great day, and I'll see you guys soon. Bye bye. Okay, everybody, I'm live right now. I'm gonna go live right now on Instagram too. So, how's everybody doing? Um. Oh, okay. I see one person watching, and I'm gonna go live for a little bit, taking some questions. And if there's anything you need to ask me, let me know. Um. Oh, I see some people coming on right now, so I'm gonna play a little bit, and I'm gonna look for your comments and questions right now, and if there's anything you want to ask me, let me know. Let me go live right now on Instagram as well. Okay. And let me play you a song before we start.
right. How's everybody doing? Hey, Aiden. Oh, I see you over there. Okay, Aiden. All the way from somewhere. Now, someone on YouTube just asked me a question. Pantera used a lot of jazz elements. You ever play some Pantera? No, I haven't. They're a great band. I've listened to them a little bit. Hey, let me see. Someone's asking me a question. Let me show that question. What tune is that, Ron? Nice greetings from Maryland. Oh, that's called I Should Care. Just in case you guys are watching. And you were wondering what that tune was called. And I'm just warming up. I was doing a lot of business the last couple of days, so I'm actually just getting back to playing again. And so I have a lot of announcements to make. For example, next month I'm actually going to start my Indiegogo. So I'm going to be doing another album soon in a tour that's going to be coming in March in the Midwest, and I'm actually going to be doing a fundraiser for my new album. So if you're interested, just please follow my website, follow my YouTube, and all my social media, and you'll hear all about it. Okay, and so that was called. That was called I Should Care. And someone from Belgium is saying hi. Hi, Francesco. And just putting his name up there. And Christopher, Jazz Guitar Quest. Great to hear from you guys. And let me see who's watching me on Instagram here. I'm going to say hi to all these people, wave to you guys. And if there's any comments or questions, please let me know on Instagram as well. And just so you know, on Instagram, I have these different kinds of things I have to show you guys. I have too many of these things, but I have an announcement for Instagram where I have this thing called badges. If you're enjoying the show, you could actually donate a badge to me, $1 or $2 or $5. You just go to badges, and hey, it's Yumir. Yumir is my student, and he's gonna be taking a lesson with me tomorrow. Great guitarist. In the New York area, and he's learning how to play 7-string guitar. He just switched to that. So this is a 7-string guitar, everybody, if you have any questions. It's my Eastman, and I'm planning to get a Benedetto made for me right now. So this is, you can actually donate to this, and on YouTube and everything else, you can actually see it on the description. You can go to PayPal, etc. And another announcement I have is, if you enjoy my chord work, you can pick up this book called Chords at Your Fingertips. It's on my website, okay, ronjacksonmusic.com, and just go there, and you can learn about cool chord melody and stuff I'm doing right now from this book, okay, and just go to ronjacksonmusic.com and check it out. So, are there any questions? Please send them to me or comments. I'm going to answer them. Let me see what's down here. Hey, someone. Oh yeah, how's it going? Good. I'm going good. Dario. I think Dario's in California, but I'm not quite sure. Again. And how do you fix a crack on guitar finish? You drop your guitar. Someone asked about that, Joaquin. And you know what? I go to a repairman because I don't know how to do that stuff. Just be honest with you. Hey, Luke Artist, all the way from Italy, saying hi from on Instagram. How you doing? So I'm actually streaming to all these platforms. My group on Facebook as well. And thank you everybody for watching. I really appreciate you. And on YouTube. And on all these 4 different places. So let me see what other comments I'm getting up here. Let me do something here too. I need to pin this comment. Post. Hacked. Let me see. Okay. Let me see this for a second. Let me just paste this real quick and pin this comment. So yeah, I know. Oh yeah, let me show you. Oh yeah, let me show you. So you know what? This is all for small cracks, okay? Let me see who that is. Oh, Dario's in Dallas, Texas. Oh, good. I'm trying to get to Texas to play, actually. Oh, good. Chris, if you want to buy my book, Chris, yeah, you can put the discount. We're going to put a discount code for you right now in the comments, okay, and go right to my website and buy it. Now, this is really cool. When I have little cracks on my guitar, everybody, I use this little pen I got from Home Depot. It's called repair markers. But if it's a big crack, well, I can't really help you. You have to go to definitely to a music store. But I use this for small little scratches on my guitar. If you look at my guitar, I'm always, putting this stuff down. Like, you see these little marks here on my guitar at the bottom, if you can see them. I actually see that little crack right here, little ting ting. I use these markers actually to fill them in. I look for the right color, like this color maybe, and then I just take my pen and just go like this. You see that? Those little type of things. If you use a guitar all the time, you're gonna get little chings and things like that on your guitar. And I'm not a big stickler about that, but yeah, thank you. So we're gonna put a little code up there for you guys to save. I think it's a permanent code right now called, I think it's RJ10. If you want to save 10% on my book, and I have sales sometimes, but it depends on usually holidays. The next one's probably going to be Labor Day. Okay, so you can pick up this book right here. Right now on my website, I've sold a lot of books. I just actually got a brand new box. Someone's going to show you the new box that I got. They're going to hand it to me in a second and show it that right there. Yeah, so I just got a brand new box of books, everybody. So you can learn chord melody. Let me show you. Let me see. So look at this. I just got a whole brand new box. I got I was selling so many books that I had to pick up like a bunch of them. Like I have like tons of them. So get them before they run out again, everybody. So yeah, so that's my book, Chords at Your Fingertips. It's presented by this magazine called Acoustic Guitar Magazine that I write for. I have 2 articles that came out this year about sweep picking. If you're into picking, like I use sweep picking, and about the harmonic minor and the melodic minor scales. So great. Well, would leaving the exposed wood after the crack be fine, or will there be a long-term effects? I mean, the best way to get that fixed is actually just go to a repairman. Okay. Lines on a simple progression. Oh yeah. Okay. So let me show this before we do that. Someone's asking me, could you please provide some solo guitar? Is asking about, could you provide access insight to playing C major, D minor to G7? So the best way to do that is actually do this. Watch this. So if you're playing a C major 7, you play the major scale, the Ionian scale. Now the D minor 7 scale, you D Dorian, and G7, G dominant. Now these are all the key of C major, but I don't think like that when I'm actually playing. I'm actually switching between all of them. Okay, I'll go from C major. If I'm in the, if I'm playing for C major and I go C Dorian, you should play with C Dorian from that root too, or C dominant, or C Lydian. You should be able to change your scales to any scale. C Locrian. So you should be able to play that from any root. Okay, everybody. When I'm practicing 251, I play 4/4 rhythm changes because it becomes more difficult. Oh yeah, I understand that. Yeah. So you can practice sequences, guys, too. So that's another thing you do. I could go like it. I mean, this is really a simple exercise. I show this all the time to my students. The like 1, 3, 5, 7. Then the arpeggio, all arpeggios. I mean, I'm only doing it for the root position, everybody. Now, I mean, there's so many different techniques. I have like different licks. Then 2, 5. I'm doing 1, 6, 2, 5 the whole time when I'm doing this. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. So yeah. So everybody, so we pinned my comment for the discount code for my book, everybody. So if you want to get my book, the comment is pinned, so you can save 10% on my website. Okay. If you have any questions, let me know. And let me play another song then to continue. Okay. And I'll take some more questions. It becomes more difficult on a backing track. Yeah, sure. Good, good. Dyads. Oh, dyads. Interesting. I gotta look that word up. I mean, I think I know what dyads means. I'm gonna look that up in a second. That's a good question. Someone's asking me about dyads. So go back. It's okay. Let me look that up real quick. You look the dyads up for me. Yeah. So anyway, let me play a song before we do that, and then we're gonna go into questions right now. Oh yeah, someone's asking me about Coltrane changes. So you know what's really funny? I took a lesson recently with Mike Stern, the guitar player, and the first thing he says to me, "Why don't we just practice giant steps?" So we had a good talk about that, so I like so we worked on giant steps, and so there's different ways to approach that song, and basically giant steps is taking giant steps is an E flat, okay. But basically, you're taking the scale and dividing it into three parts: E flat, G, and B, or which is actually in this case, it's an augmented chord in the key of E flat. So giant steps is basically is actually from the Slominski book, wherever my book is right here, which is this book. Okay, Slominski is his name, and he's really great. Um, And so John Coltrane went to this section in the book where you actually take the, let me tell you the section. You take the octave and you play, making the diatone progression. Okay. And the diatone progression, oh, it's corrupted. Oh, wow. Oh, it says about the link is corrupted. Oh, uh-oh. So I've got to go in there and get it fixed, guys. Oh, my link is corrupted, so I better contact my company. Okay, so we'll work on that next. I'm sorry about that, guys. We'll get that. The banner is blocking the fretboard. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry about that. I'm gonna move that up. I'll move that banner. Let me move that banner. So let me remove that banner. Actually, the banner could be like a scrolling banner. Actually, we'll fix that in a second. I'll move the guitar. I'll move the guitar down a little bit like this. Okay, that's better. So that's diatone progression. So let me play giant steps for you a little bit with my. I'm not gonna play giant steps right now for you because I want to try. I'll do it like solo guitar. Ready? Here we go. Okay. So let me see. Just do it here. Okay. So hey everybody. So that was Giant Steps. Now, if you have any questions, please let me know. Someone had a question about that kind of stuff. Let me see some of the comments here that people are making here. Does the Pitbull Platinum shave as close? Yes, it does actually, Eric. I just actually picked up a couple of them right now from Skull Shaver, and I just took a shave. I'm actually going to take a shave today, but everything it works great. So you know that, everybody. So you know what I need to do? I'm going to answer a couple more questions because I'm going to have to see what's going on with my website.
Tell them.
Yep.
The link I posted in the comment that is pinned is okay, but do not go to shop. Do it exactly as. Click on that, not anything that's previously saved in their browsers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's probably what happened because that one works, but the shop one is not.
Okay, so everybody, the link in the comment, send me the exact link, please. Okay, that's it. Okay. Okay, so hey, everybody, so I'm going to put this in the comments right now. It's already pinned. But if you want to buy my book in my store, someone just told me that you need to go to ronjacksonmusic.com/store. Don't put anything else in there. There's a corrupted link. I think my website is actually working, but that's the problem. I'm going to talk to my website developer. Someone's been trying to hack my site, so we're going to make sure that's straight after this, okay? Okay. Go show. Okay. Okay, so here, everybody. So now let me continue to answer some questions. Giant Steps. What's Wonderwall? I don't know that one. Thank you. Huh?
Oasis, Wonderwall.
Oh, Oasis. I don't know that one. Okay, Dario. So anyway, so you can pick up my book if you go to that right link. Okay, that's pinned to my comments. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Let me keep answering some questions here. So the Pitbull shaver is really great. If I could see the box of the new one, it's in the plastic bag over there. Yep, that would be great. In the bathroom. So anyway, let me see what else is going on here. I want to keep answering some questions. Let me go to YouTube, Instagram. Actually, I studied music theory, and I'm struggling. Any tips for that? I try to study a little every time to be sure, but I have understood the concepts. But yeah, sometimes theory blows my mind. Theory. I'll tell you, everybody. Theory is really important, but you can be a good musician without theory. So what I suggest is that that you get a teacher to help you or study with somebody. Now you just have to be able to relate theory to what you're actually playing, and that can be a little tricky. Okay, so when I'm actually playing, I have a lot of patterns memorized and licks. So you have to really be conscious about that kind of stuff. And so when I'm playing, like I know that if I'm playing like let's say I'm playing a C altered scale. So I'm playing through that right now, and I play that really quick, but I know I'm playing it so fast that I can't think of every note. I just remember the pattern. But if I slow it down, then I'll go C altered is actually could be a D flat melodic minor scale, so it's like this. Okay, that's a D flat melodic minor scale. Starting on C. So I know that's altered, but also I know that this is a C note, which is the root. The D flat against the C chord, the C dominant 7 chord with a flat 9, sharp 9, flat 13, all those notes. This is actually a flat 9, sharp 9, a third, a sharp 11, a flat 13, a flat 7, and back to 1. But that's hard to remember all that stuff. So you have to practice it over and over. And to play it is a whole different story. So you have to know where to start on that note, etc. So that's really tricky to play, melodic minor and use it for alter, and then use it for different, different sequences. So, you just have to practice over and over and just study as much as you can. Remember, everything's about repetition. So that's a great question. That's from Luke Artist, one of my friends on Instagram. Thank you for watching. Let me see what other questions there are in the comments. Let me see. Someone's asking, how do you improvise? Fly Me to the Moon. Okay. I'll play Fly Me to the Moon from Timmy Art. Let me play that. It's one of my favorite songs. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for everybody for watching. Hey, Stevie Ray Vaughan is watching. Oh my God. Stevie Ray Vaughan is watching on YouTube, man. I thought you were. He's probably coming from a different world. Thank you, Stevie. So that was Fly Me to the Moon, a little request. Do you ever use pedals? That's a great question, John. Yes, I do. Actually, I have a bunch of pedals right over here that I can't quite reach. Let me see if I can grab them real quick. Yes, I use pedals. And look at this. These are kind of heavy, but look at this. I have a whole pedal board right here. Let me put my guitar down for a second. So, so everybody, just so you know, just be on the lookout. I'm going to be doing my Indiegogo soon for my new album. And I'm going to be coming on tour near you soon. In the Midwest, particularly on the West Coast. And I'm working a bunch of dates. And so look at these pedals I have here, everybody. Watch this. Someone's asking about pedals. Look at this. Oh, I don't know if Instagram can see this, but these are some pedals I use. I used this on a session recently. Take a look. These are a ton of pedals, guys. Hey, someone said they love Stevie Ray Vaughan's work. He must be working from heaven because Stevie passed away quite a while ago, but he has his own YouTube channel. I love it. I love it. So look at this. These are some of my pedals. I got these from a lot of these from Seymour Duncan. These are great pedals, guys. And I got the pedal train, pedal board, and I got a Voodoo Labs power supply. So I actually did a filming recording session with this recently. So yes, I use pedals. And yeah, thank you, Dario. Those are great. Those are great pedals too. Joyo vintage overdrives. Yes, so yes, I use pedals. But most of the time I like to play with the clean sound. But when it calls for it, I use pedals. So I got my pedal train here, and I got a bunch more pedals than this. I can't fit them all in this thing, man. And some guys, one of my friends, Alex Skolnick, he's a great guitar player. Mike Stern always uses like some kind of delay. I was taking a lesson with him recently, and they have like tons of pedals, man. I don't know how they loop all that stuff. And I don't know, man. It's like a whole art. I don't know if I have a hard time enough playing the guitar than all these pedals. But so anyway, everybody, I just wanted to go live. And yeah, I have an octave pedal in there. Yeah, I have all kinds of pedals. Let me show you real quick what I have on here, everybody. You want me to do that? So let me show you real quick what I have in here. So it's my pedal train. Watch this. So I have, sorry, Instagram, it might be hard to show you this. But I have like, let me show you. So I have a Dark Sun reverb delay from Seymour Duncan, a loop station from Boss, a shapeshifter tremolo from Seymour Duncan called the shapeshifter, the Catalina from Seymour Duncan, which is a chorus pedal, a booster pedal to turn my guitar up if I need to. It just boosts the output of the guitar. Okay. A Palladium gain stage. It's actually like a kind of an overdrive from Seymour Duncan. So these are from Seymour Duncan. Dirty D distortion from Seymour Duncan. I endorse Seymour Duncan. That's why I have these pedals too, guys. So and also this is a distortion pedal. This one, it's a really great one. An Octaver from Boss, which I didn't get from them, and a volume pedal. Okay, so all these pedals right here from Seymour Duncan are from my endorsement with them. So they're great pedals. Seymour Duncan, go check out their pedals. They're in the pedal company, business now. So for like the last 4 or 5 years, so they're really great. Seymour is actually a good friend of mine. I've known him for like a long time. One of my fans, and thank you. You want to hear jazz guitar with overdrive? Actually, on my one of my videos on YouTube and TikTok and all that, I'm playing some stuff on overdrive, some jazz stuff. So check it out. So hey, everybody, I'm gonna get going. I've got to see what's going on with my website and all this other stuff and get off. But follow me. Pick up my book on my website. You can go to the store directly now. That link, and I'm gonna figure out why the other link is corrupted. And if you enjoyed the show, particularly everybody, please donate to my page. You can actually go for Instagram. You can actually it's pinned to my comments. You can give me a donation at PayPal at Ron Jackson Music. Okay, Venmo, Cash App, all that stuff, all at Ron Jackson Music. Okay, and also you can actually give me a badge if you like. Okay, so you can go there, and Instagram actually encouraged me to do that. And then on YouTube, just go to these pages right now, and you can actually donate to Ron Jackson Music at Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal. Okay. May I have a song request? What's that? Oh yeah, I'm gonna take that off right now. That comment. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Oh yeah, someone's asking about Django Reinhardt. Let me do that real quick. Django Reinhardt's one of my favorite guitar players, everybody. And he's actually from Belgium, a Belgian gypsy, and he was like one of the greats. And he actually played with his fingers like this, seared together, and he was amazing, man. You can actually, if you have two strong fingers, you can actually play a lot of stuff. I've had to talk about this with George Benson one time. You have two strong fingers. Even my guitar teacher, Melvin Sparks, one of them, talked about, if you have two strong fingers, you could really play. And he could play, and he was great. One of my favorite guitar players. Let me see. Let me show you. Let me see. Dario saying this. Does the book illustrate chords you use, Ron? Yes, it does, Dario. Look. Actually, a few of my exercises in this book, Dario, is asking a question about, like, this book. For example, I take a melody. First, you learn how to play bass lines with chords, Dario. So that's one of my exercises, a really popular one, actually one of the most popular ones on Acoustic Guitar Magazine, is you learn how to play walking bass lines with chords and comping. Okay, and you build it up to and then another thing I do is chord melody. I take a song like Billy Boy, and I develop the melody, okay, all the way into like a full chord melody. Now you can go to my Patreon. I'm doing a giveaway this week. You can go to my Patreon, and I'm going to be going live on my Patreon about the book itself. But it becomes a whole chord melody here, guys. So yes, Dario, the book goes over chords a lot. And the book is actually all chords. I have just different writers on here. Not only me. There's a great guitarist like Adam Levy, who's played with like a bunch of different people: Annie DeFranco, Lisa Loeb, Nora Jones. These are all the writers in the book, everybody. So you can check them out. It's a really great book. Okay, so go check it out and go to my website. You get the 10% off. And thank you, everybody. Thank you, Guitar Quest. Let me show that. Thank you. Ron, can you play the song "So What"? Oh yeah, thank you for the $5 donation. Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna play that song right now for Guitar Quest, and let me look at the. I want to look at the bass line for a second, and we're gonna play a song request from Christopher DaCosta. Okay, and he gave me a tip for the song "So What," so I'll play him "So What." Okay, here we go. Okay. Oh yeah, okay. Okay, here we go. One, two, three, four, one. thank you everybody for watching. And that was actually a request from Christopher, and gave me a donation. I really appreciate it, and thank you. It's funny because it's tricky on the 7-string guitar to play all these little fancy walking bass lines and everything. But I really appreciate you guys watching, and so we'll talk to everybody soon. I'll go live. I'll be going live at least once a week on all my channels, and I appreciate everybody. And I remember. Be on the lookout. I'm going to be doing my Indiegogo campaign starting on September 8th, and for my new album and my new tour. So I appreciate all my fans. Please share my page with everybody. Please follow me everywhere: TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch. Everything is Ron Jackson Music. And so we'll talk soon. And email me if you have any questions at ron@ronjacksonmusic.com, and we'll talk. And have a great day, everybody. I'm going to get going. I'm going to have to do some things today. I'm going to be singing some great music tonight with Winard Harper at Moore's Lounge in Jersey City. And he's going to have a great saxophone player named Talib Keyboy, who I work with. And I work with Winard Harper. He's a great drummer. Really great drummer, one of the best around. And keep in touch, support live music and jazz, and support us musicians. And we'll talk soon, everybody, okay? And have a great day. Okay, bye-bye. You can watch the rebroadcast of this after, okay? And I'll see some of the questions I answered, and we'll talk soon. Bye. Okay, bye-bye, everybody. Thank you. Okay, everybody, how's it going? I'm just checking here, and I'm actually live here on Facebook and YouTube, and I'm also going live. I think I'm going to go live right now on Instagram. So let me set that up real quick. And if anybody has any questions or anything, let me know. I'm going to actually go and go live on Instagram as well. So I'm going to do that right now on my other device. So we're all in sync right now. How's everybody doing? If there's any questions, please send them to me. This is a real last minute live here. And I'm going live actually as well on Twitch, which I never usually do. Hey everybody, how's it going on Facebook? So we'll start having people come in soon, very soon. And in the meantime, I'm going to go live right now on Instagram. So let me set that up. And if there's any questions or anything or requests, let me know. I know it's it's like a Wednesday afternoon and people are working or something. And this is my job right here. So let me go live right now on Instagram for fun. And I'm going to turn on badges on Instagram as well. Because they tell me to do that. I'm going live right now. Hey, everybody on Instagram as well. Hey, Dario. I always see Dario. Hey, Dario, what's going on, man? He's on YouTube. And I'm letting everybody know that I'm going live right now on Instagram, too. So let me do that right now. I'm actually on Instagram. Just so you know, I'm going to be on Instagram. I want to let you know that, my badges are turned on as well. So if you want to, throw a badge to my way for going live, Instagram is telling me to do that. So let me just start off with a song right now. This is a song that I used to play with Randy Weston. He actually died, I think, a year ago at least. Hey, Nancy. Hey, how's it going, Nancy? You should go live with me sometime. Nancy. Yeah, great singer. And oh, hey, Tippy's watching. My manager, all the way, in New York. And thank you for watching. I'm just going live for fun. I'm going to take requests, and I'm going to wait to some people. And just so everybody knows, I'm also live right now on YouTube and Twitch and Facebook. Okay. Hey, Elikard. Hey, Jessic from Poland's here watching too. And Omid5. Thank you. Let me start off with the song that I did with Randy Weston. Well, you know, I used to work with Randy Weston. He just died a couple of years ago, I think. And he actually played this song that he wrote called High Fly. And he was a great guy. And what happened was his grandson started actually like they own like these great smokehouses where they smoke meat. They have a place called Brothers Smokehouse here in New Jersey, in the Jersey area, and he they actually have jazz at this place. So I played there a couple of months ago with Bernard Harper and Belden Bullock. It was a great gig. So let me start out with this song by Randy Weston called High Fly. All right, everybody. How's everybody doing? Thank you for watching. Oh, I want to make a few announcements. So if you guys, I'd like to first announce. Thank you very much, YouTube, for having 16. Oh, actually, sorry, for having 30,000 new subscribers. I really appreciate you guys. I'm actually live on YouTube as well, Instagram. Sorry about that. Hi, Luca. Is that Luca? I think so. Luca on Instagram. So thank you very much. Again, YouTube, for for all the new subscribers. I really appreciate you guys. It's hard to keep up all this content, just so you guys know, and all the questions, and it's just really like a lot of work. But I appreciate you guys, and I'm trying to also have my Patreon, and I'm trying to keep that going, and with all the lessons I put up there, it's just a lot of work. It's constant. And also, thank you very much, Instagram. I just got to 25,000, followers on Instagram too, and I appreciate you guys. It's hard to keep up with all the content on Instagram, everywhere else, so and TikTok and all that stuff. So that was a great song by Randy Weston called "High Fly," and he was a great guy to work with. I was supposed to actually have a concert honoring him at Columbia University last year at the Miller Theater with a bunch of people that worked with him, and unfortunately, it all got canceled because of COVID and things. I don't know what's going to happen now. I'm supposed to be doing a tour next year in the Midwest and the West Coast, and I'm booked. It's being booked right now. By my team and everything. And right now, I hope that we can actually continue with this tour with all the stuff going on. With vaccinations and COVID and all this stuff. So everybody, do your part, and let's get things open again. And if I'm fully vaccinated. I want to go out and play some gigs, and so we got to get this going. So anyway, let me see some of the questions here. Can I hear your favorite Cole Porter tune? Oh man, that's Omid 5. Let me show this to everybody. Omid 5 asked if I had my favorite Cole Porter tune. And I want to let you know, everybody on YouTube, if you enjoy what I'm doing, you can actually donate via Super Chat. There's a little $sign on the right-hand side of the chat box when I'm live, and you can actually donate there if you have any requests or anything. And I need to make a couple of requests now on Instagram as well. So you guys know on Instagram, if you're enjoying my show, you can actually also donate via badges. Okay, so badges are a new thing that Instagram's telling me to do because actually it helps us support my channel and me as an artist. So I appreciate you guys. I have a lot of we musicians have a lot of expenses and stuff like living. So that's it. So I have some more announcements. Let me continue. Let me play one of my favorite Cole Porter songs. Oh, she said, I know 5 major scale patterns. How do you start improvising over music with them, and rather than just going up and down the scales? Hey, I'm going to answer that question after I play a Cole Porter tune right now. Let me see if I can think of a Cole Porter tune that. Let me look up Cole Porter real quick, and pick up one of my favorite tunes for you guys, because there's a lot of tunes he wrote. I'm going to look right now on the internet. So you do something to me, say magnificent. He did so many songs actually, and it's just this is a song I like doing actually a lot, and this is called "It's All Right with Me." I'm going to do a solo guitar, okay? So this is for this is actually for Omid 5, whatever your real name is, okay? Let me see. Let me turn this down a little bit. Here we go. All right. Thank you, everybody. Let me respond to some comments now on Instagram. I don't want to leave everybody on Instagram because I'm streaming to 4 different platforms. Everybody, I'm sorry, so it's hard to keep up with everybody. I'm using StreamYard now, which is really kind of cool. So that was a great request. Thank you for the £5, whoever you were. Let me see who sent me that. I can't see that, but anyway, thank you. I honored the request. Thank you for the £5. Let me see. Let me see now. Let me go to Instagram right now and look at some of these comments. I'm taking requests and also just playing for fun. You know, it's funny. I end up doing all this kind of business and stuff. I'm booking a tour. I'm about to do. Actually, everybody, I'm going to be announcing Indiegogo to do my new album. Okay. It's a follow up to my last album because right now, you know, right now I'm actually doing a new album that's a follow up for this album called Standards and Other Songs, and so I'm going to be actually announcing that very soon. Thank you, Omid5, for your donation on YouTube. I really appreciate you. Thank you very much. So be on the lookout. It's going to start September 8th. It's going to be a big thing. I'm going to have some great musicians on there. I'm going to have the great Wheeler Jones III on drums, Ben Wolf on the bass. All these guys played with Winton and everybody, Roy Hargrove. It's going to be a great band, and I'm going to have special guests like Clark Gayton on trombone. So it's going to be coming out actually at the same time as my tour in the Midwest, which I'm going to be announcing soon. There's a lot of stuff going on, way too much stuff. And I'm going to start working on some of my performances here in New York City too. And it's just hard to keep up with all the social media and everything, but I appreciate you guys. And thank you so much. I'm going to actually, someone had a question now. Let me look on Instagram first and make sure I can answer some of these questions, because for some reason I can't see everything here. Let me see some of the questions on Instagram right now. Just Chris, do you have one white string on here? No, it's just this is actually a wound 7th string on my guitar. So everybody always asks about my strings. So I have them right here ready for you to look at. So these are my jazz tape strings, everybody. Okay. And this is actually, let me take off this comment right now. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Omid5. Okay, look at this. These are my jazz tapes that I use from La Bella. Okay. And jazz tapes are really great. They're like 2 wound strings. Oops, excuse me. That fell. They're 2 wound strings. I mean, just regular steel strings. Then 4 tape wound strings, and this is a round wound bass string. Okay. So that's a really good question, Jethro, on Instagram. So now let me go and actually. Yeah. Thank you. Glenn, I wish I could make a donation. You don't have a single gig since. Sorry about that, Glenn. Let me see. I want to answer a question before that. I know 5 major scale patterns. So that's I can't even say your name. His Heck Despande. Do I start? How do I start improvising over music with them, rather than just playing up and down the scales? He's asking about major scales. So if you play let's say you're playing a C major scale, and you play over a C major chord like this, you can do different kinds of techniques. You can actually arpeggiate the C major scale. Okay, you can actually use approach notes for each chord tone. So I'm using a half step below. I mean, there's 16 of them actually. And actually, the 16 approach notes are different ones. Okay. I could do all those different kinds of approach notes. So you don't have to just play the scale tones. You can use approach notes, enclosures, they call it. So I'm using passing tones, which is actually bebop related. So there's so many things you can actually do with a major scale. That's not just going to scale like this. You can. It sounds like major scale when you're doing that. It's not jazz. So just so you know, jazz is really a language. So this language, actually, let me show this. This is what Abs was asking me. It's a language, so you have to learn all these different phrases and language of jazz. Okay, so that's what I suggest. So I have this on my website. Okay, ronjacksonmusic.com. It's the 16 approach notes are different techniques. So if you just want to go to my website, and it's also on my Patreon account. A lot of these exercises too. If you join my Patreon, you can just go there, and all this is listed on my description. Everybody on my all my YouTube videos, all the places you can actually sign up to my YouTube. To my all different things that I actually have. So there's different techniques you can use, but the most important thing is really I'm taking lessons myself. I've been studying with Mike Stern, the great guitar player from New York here, who played with Miles Davis. He plays the 55 ball. He's a monster. He knows all kinds of stuff. He's a really really intellectual guitar player. He knows a lot of stuff, about techniques and improvisation. I take lessons. So the best thing to do for you is take a lesson with a guitar teacher like myself or anybody, if you can afford to do that. Okay, so you can also go to my Patreon, everybody, and actually sign up and just get these lessons too. For they come like already there as posts. Okay, or you could go to my website and check these out. So let me keep going here. So let me keep going. Card, more strings, probably a 10 string. You know what, Alucard, my strings are actually 14 on top. So okay. Someone's asking about that. So I use 14s on my guitar. Hey, Ymir. Hey, Ymir, how you doing, man? It's great. My student Ymir, he's a great guitar player. He went to see Julian Lodge, who's a monster guitar player I really enjoy. I've been hearing about Julian Lodge since she was like 10 years old or something. This guy, now he's like 30 something, and he's playing his butt off because when he was playing 10, he was 10 and playing the same way he's playing now. So, so Julian Lodge is a great guitar player. And my student, Ymir, went to go see him yesterday, I heard, in Fairfield, Connecticut. So he's a great guitar player. And so is my up-and-coming student, Ymir. And he's watching right now. I appreciate you, Ymir. And so, yeah, that bass is mean. Thank you. Someone said my bass is mean. Thank you. Glenn said that he wished he could make a donation, but he has a single gig or student since the pandemic. Really? Oh, man, that's too bad. Okay, so next time, don't worry. So he's asking me chord substitution. So if I'm playing, let's say I'm playing, there's so many ways to substitute chords, everybody. So when I'm playing like a dominant 7th chord, let's say F dominant, just a straight F, or like this. So, I mean, I can substitute that. I don't have to play an F7. I can play F dominant 9. You can play the alters. When I'm doing a dominant chord, for example, or I can make it a 9 chord, or sharp 11. So I can make it a dominant 9 chord. So I'm using actually the Lydian dominant scale, so which is 1, 2, 3, sharp 4, 5, 6, flat 7, 1, which actually comes to the melodic minor scale. So actually, everybody who's watching, I have some videos like this on YouTube already about substitutions, tritone substitutions, the modes of the melodic minor and the major, and you can use all these substitutions, like for a minor chord, for example. Okay, there's so many minor scales you can actually use on a minor chord. You don't have to use like a natural minor. So let's say I'm playing a D natural minor. I use a D, Dorian, Phrygian. I mean, there's so many minor scales. Harmonic minor. And particularly for guitar players, you should be able to play these everywhere on the fingerboard. So if you're playing D harmonic minor, okay, you should be able to play them all over the neck. Any kind of minor scale, any scale, in every key, every fingering. So that takes a lot of practice. And I still got to practice this stuff, And when I'm talking to you, teaching you this stuff, it's hard to actually play and teach at the same time and live. Because a lot of the guys you see on YouTube, it's all pre-recorded and really edited. But I'm actually doing this stuff live, which is really hard to do, actually. So, great question. So let me keep going. Do you recommend any book to learn and apply theory on the guitar? I mean, there's a lot of my lessons, actually, someone's actually asking me that question. So what I like to do is apply my theory to the guitar. So that's what I actually do on my videos and lessons on my website. So go to my website, and you can pick up those lessons really cheap, like a couple of dollars, and they come with videos, most of them, actually. Okay? So, free jazz tune, Mr. Ron. Oh, okay, I'll do that too. I don't play for free. I'm just kidding. That's a good one. So let me see. Hello, sir. So yeah, so there's a lot of books though. I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, for jazz improvisation for guitar technique, I use a William Levin book just for learning how to. Let me show you the book here. This book from William Levin. It's a good book. Okay, so I mean, there's a lot of theory in here and everything, and it's actually a big ass. I mean, excuse me, a big book. So, so I'm sorry about the language. So, this is a really big book, so it's a lot of studying to do. And I'm actually working through this book right now. Recently, I mean, when I get a chance to practice. So, that's a great question. So Dario's asking if I do practice via Skype. Yeah, so I mean, for example, yes, I do lessons via Skype, actually FaceTime. I have lessons all over the place, actually. In California, Colorado. I mean, Connecticut. I mean, where Europe sometimes, Australia, depending on time. It's kind of hard with the time zone. So yes, I do lessons like that. So a free jazz tune. Let me see if I can do something like that. So, oh yeah, Glenn said he's been working on the melodic minors. So that's great. I'm going to play a free jazz song. Let me see if I can think of something. I used to study with this guy James Bud Ulmer. I took a couple lessons with him. He was an interesting guy. He had the melodic way of droning notes. All right. So that was some kind of avant-garde stuff, and someone wanted to hear something like that. So that might have freaked some people out, but anyway, thank you for watching. So notice a copy of this. But yeah, I was fortunate to have a play with that ensemble. You know what? I used to play in the Mingus Guitar Band, so that was kind of cool. You know, and that's a great book here, the Mingus book. So yeah, it's a really great book, and if you want to learn some good Mingus songs, go check that out. You know, look at all the books I have, and I need to work through some of these books. You know, there's some really interesting books about jazz history here, all kinds of stuff. But I like this book recently. I've been using this book called the Slomitsky book by Nicholas Slomninsky, and it's a really great book. You know, that's what John Coltrane used actually to do giant steps. I mean, to write giant steps. Actually, he used these patterns. I'm still working on this stuff. He used the diatone progression, which is splitting the octave into 3 octaves. Okay, so that's the giant steps method. So let me see. I'm going to show Yamir's comment. What was your experience studying with Melvin Sparks? Oh yeah, Melvin Sparks. Oh, that's a great question. What was the most important lesson advice did you take away from him? So Melvin Sparks actually was my first guitar teacher when I moved to New York. He actually took me under his wing. He was like a mentor. He produced my album called Flubby Dubby, which is actually right over here. He produced this album, and he passed away about 11 years ago. And so you can pick this up on my website actually if you want to, check out what he did for me. And so Melvin was a really great guy. Well, the most important thing is like when I first met him is that I didn't have any I didn't have any idea about musicality. I had a lot of technique, but I didn't have any musicality. So learn how to play musically. One of the things he had me do that really helped me, Ymir, is he actually had me switch from. I used to use 413s on my guitar, and he told me you should play heavier strings. So he had me switch from 13s to 14s on the guitar, and that was one of the most important things he had me do. And he taught me a lot of stuff. Like when I performed live, I used to look at the band a lot and used to worry about them behind me. Like when I did this video for Flubby Dubby, one of my albums. And what happened was, like he said, one of the things I learned from him is I learned a lot of stuff, not only about playing, about being on stage. He says, don't worry about the band behind you. Just worry about the audience. Don't even, they got your back. So, if you're with a great band, you don't have to worry about the band behind you and cue them and stuff. They know what to do and they'll follow you. If you don't, you can have your back to them. So, a lot of important things. I learned a lot about the blues. Like you don't have to play jazz all the time all over everything. You can be bluesy. So sometimes if it's more of a bluesy song, don't play all your jazz stuff. It doesn't fit sometimes. So play some bluesy stuff. And he was really great at the blues, Melvin. He was a monster guitar player. I've even talked to George Benson about Melvin Sparks, and he was he considered one of the master guitar players. He was on a lot of recording sessions, all kinds of stuff. Actually, Melvin, until he died. Unfortunately, he died so early, man, of a heart attack. So anyway, so yeah, so everybody, thank you for watching. Right now I'm starting to actually actually it's about lunchtime here in New York, so I'm going to go get some lunch right now. But I'm going to be going live once in a while and taking questions, and and I really appreciate you guys watching. I'll be going live. I go live at least once a week, and I usually have a background behind me. Today I just have my books and stuff, and it's so just a little bit background. I have tons of books, guys. I have this Brazilian copying book. I mean, it's just like Latin bass book because I play bass a little bit too. I mean, these books I got to work on. I have just so many books. And the thing is, guys, especially for watching me, I don't use tabs most of the time. I read music, so you got to learn how to read music, guys. And it's really important to learn how to read music, sheet music, and and really not tablature, okay, and a lot, like the classical method. And then, that William Levitt book I showed you earlier is really a good book for you to learn how the modern method for reading on the guitar and techniques. I mean, you don't want to get too into this because there's a lot of people that told me. One of my friends that told me, he's a great guitar player. Told me a lot of guitar players sound generic when they come out of Berkeley because they use the same method. So just try to find your own way of playing this stuff if you use this kind of book, okay? But it's a really great book called A Modern Method of Guitar. I have tons of books and that I need to work out of myself. So don't get too bogged down with books. Play your gigs and actually get a good teacher, and they'll tell you what to do. And you can't really tell how you play unless someone tells you and listens to your playing. Okay, so does anybody use jazz? Of course, yes. Someone said to me, I can't say your name, Chaitanya Mehta. Yeah, no, of course I use distortion in jazz myself. Actually, there's a video of me on TikTok, and I think it's even on here on YouTube and Instagram where I'm actually playing. I'm playing Moment's Notice with distortion pedal using my solid body guitar. And I don't do that on an art shop guitar because it's just hard to control. It's funny. I've been taking lessons with Mike Stern, and he doesn't use an art shop guitar just because of that. He wants to rock out at the end of during his solos too, and it's really hard to rock out on these kind of guitars. Unless it's like a semi-hollow body, you know what I mean. But he uses a completely solid body, but then he plays jazz. He plays the crap out of jazz on that, and then he rocks out because he can do that, on a solid body. So yes, you can do that. Yes. So yes, I like Dario. He said, "Satire, it's just a color." Great. Oh, Albert, my friend Albert's there, and he has a comment, but he didn't say anything. So hey, everybody, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook. If you like what I did on YouTube, please hit the $sign on the right-hand corner. And you can give me a donation if you want, or you can just go to it's already in my comments, in my description. You can just go to PayPal and donate $1 or more if you'd like to Ron Jackson Music and Zelle at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And the same thing for you on Instagram. If you're enjoying the show, you could actually donate to me here at Ron Jackson Music at gmail.com or Ron Jackson Music to Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal. And just so you know, everybody on Instagram, I take badges now. So you can donate a badge to me if you're enjoying the show or you learned something new today. You could just donate a badge of $1, $2, and $5. Okay, thank you very much. I want to get going in a minute. What's your favorite exercise to improve bar chords? I'm going to show this real quick to Art. I can't even say your name. Just make sure you have your thumb behind the neck like this and your fingers straight, so you have support to be able to play a bar chord. Okay, so that's a big question. I actually have a TikTok and YouTube video about that already. Okay, so make sure you have support. When you're pressing a bar chord, your fingers should be doing this. Okay, it's like this kind of motion, so you can hold that bar chord behind the neck. Okay, so. Hey, I'm new here. Can I ask you, how many years have you been playing? I've been playing for quite a long time. Quite a long time, since I was 11, actually. So everybody, you know what? Please follow me. Please share this with your friends at Ron Jackson. All my handles are everywhere. Are Ron Jackson Music. I'm actually streaming right now as well to what's it called? Twitch. I'm starting that channel now. So I only have a few people there. But I appreciate all the people watching. I've had I have like 30,000 subscribers now. It's catching up to my TikTok, which has about 31,000. So I'm getting really, really, a lot of, subscribers on Instagram. Excuse me, and on this Instagram, of course, but on YouTube. And I really appreciate you guys, and thank you for all for all your support. And I'd love to answer your questions. Hey, Luca. Yeah, hi Luca from Italy. It's good to see you. I think Luca was on my same Luca because maybe there's a couple of Lucas, but he was on my. He actually won a contest to be on my Instagram. To my YouTube live, and I can actually invite people to play to a certain time. So I'll let you guys know more about those contests later. Also, just so you know, I'm going to be doing Indiegogo soon. It's going to start on September 8th. It's my album. It's the follow-up to my last album. And So, if all my subscribers donated $1 to my Indiegogo, I would have enough to produce my album. So please, when you hear about it, it's going to be coming out soon. If you could donate $1 or more to help to fund my new album, that would be great. I'll let you know when that's coming out. It's going to be starting next month, okay? So thank you everybody for watching. Oh, someone, I like you're welcome. Hi. Greetings from Poland. Okay, great. And Dario said my top 55 uses a Joya vintage overdrive pedal. Oh, cool. Yeah, so Dario's a big fan. He's always watching all my lives. Thank you, Dario. And he's a great guitar player himself. And so everybody, thank you very much. I'll be seeing you guys soon. And thank you for watching. Watch the playback after this. And send me questions and comments. You can email me too at ron@ronjacksonmusic.com. And thank you very much. And share this with everybody. And we'll see you guys very soon. Have a great day. Okay. Bye-bye. Ron Jackson. I don't know what's happening with my link. It's not working, and it looks correct. So I'm actually going live public now. So sorry about that, guys. It was kind of weird. I went live, for my unlisted account on Patreon, and what happened was no one was seeing me, but it was the correct link. I could see it was the correct link, but no one could get on. So. Hey, Umir. Sorry, I always say your name incorrectly. I'm sorry about that, Umir. It's such a bad habit. But my great student Umir is going to be is on the show, and I'm going to actually just take questions from people today about anything, any kind of subject on the guitar. I'm going to start off with playing a tune. Just so you know, guys, some of my other students that are that are supposed to be tuned in, I sent an email to. I need to send them. I just need to send them. I don't know if I can even do that now. The correct link, but if they just go to my YouTube channel, they'll see I'm live. Okay, and you guys can ask any question. Okay, good, Dionysios. Where do you live, Dionysios? In Greece or in America? I have no idea. But let me start by playing a song that I was trying to play earlier, solo guitar. It's called Del Sasser, and then you can ask me questions about anything you want today. Let me do it on my 7th string. Okay, cool. Hey, guys, this is a public Patreon live event just because I couldn't figure out how to why my link wasn't working to do this unlisted lesson today. But so everybody, this is a public lesson, and my goal today is just to take any questions that you have. Yeah, so you know what, that Count Basie ending, Umir, is actually not correct. I heard the correct ending is this one. Like let me see. So if I'm in the key of F, it would be like this. So that's the correct ending for the Count Basie ending. Okay. So it's like and you gotta play this note. You gotta play this note. You gotta play those notes there. Keep the 6 down there. So that's the correct Count Basie ending, okay? So that last song was called Del Sasser by Sam Jones. I've never really played it as a solo guitar piece. It's kind of like a big band song, okay? And if you look at the music, you know, it's not that easy. This is actually backwards, guys. But that's what Del Sasser looks like. And you know, that's it's a great song. So I was just kind of do solo guitar with that. It's kind of it's not a complicated arrangement if you're playing in a band by yourself. It is. So I'm planning to do that on my show tomorrow night on Sunday Evening Jazz, and do it solo guitar like that because it's one of my favorite songs. Okay. Now, does anybody have any questions so far? Because this is about yes, I'm taking questions today. Yes. So I'm taking questions. I'm gonna make that taking questions. Any question you want. You know, so I'm going to put that in the chat right now. And if you have any questions, please let me know about picking soloing, practicing, anything you want. Okay, and this was supposed to be a Patreon sponsored live event. Only for unlisted. So oh, so Emir, I think that's how you say it. Emery. Sorry, Demixi. Okay. Has a question about tritone substitutions. So you know what? I actually have a long YouTube video about that already posted, but I could talk to you about that now if you want. Let me fill this out first. Okay, hold on. So I'm going to put this here. I'm going to put my Patreon link so you guys have that. Is that correct? Okay. So that's my Patreon link, guys, for this this live event. So tritone substitution is basically the tritone is actually taking the octave and dividing it in half. So let's say I'm playing a C major scale. I'm gonna take my other guitar so you guys can see better, because this is a 7-string. Some people can't see this guitar too easily. So let me get my 6-string Eastman out here. Okay. Make sure I'm in tune. So the tritone is actually, if I'm playing a C major scale, okay, I'm going to go to the F sharp and divide the octave into exactly a sharp 4 or flat 5 over. So that's a tritone. C to F sharp, okay? Then C to F sharp, etc. Okay. Now what's unique about that is, let's say I'm playing in the key of C. Okay, the C major scale, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. Now the 5/7 chord of the key of C is the G7. That's 8 notes away. I mean, 5 notes away from the C, sorry. Okay, so that note is a 5 away. And now, if you play the G7 chord, okay, you get the 1, 3, 5, flat 7, okay? Now, the 3 and 7 are the actually the tritone in that chord, okay? We call that the tritone because that's actually a flat 5 away from this note. It cuts the octave exactly in half. So that's our tritone, okay? Just so you know. So the tritone is the F and the B, okay, on the G7 chord. Now, when we resolve that, those two notes resolve to the C chord. Now, dominant 7 chords are really strong. They resolve to the next chord usually, like this. F to E and B to C. Now, that's a really strong cadence, okay? Now, the reason why it's called tritone substitution, because I'm using a bass note here of a G and ending on C. Now, that tritone is what we call the flat 7 and the 3, okay? And that is also common with the D flat 7 chord. This is that note. Now, in the D flat 7 chord, that the F becomes, which is the flat 7 on the C, okay? That becomes the third instead of the flat 7 on the G. So that's a third of D flat, and the B is actually the C flat in the D flat 7 chord. Okay, that's the flat 7 of the D flat 7 chord. So it's actually the same exact notes. Okay, so G and D flat have the same tritone. So when you do a substitution, you're actually substituting the bass, which is G to D flat, and you're resolving. You see that? Okay, see that? So that's a tritone substitution. You can play that anywhere. I would end it like this. So So I did a G7 like this and ended on the F chord. I mean, I did a G7 to C, sorry, or D flat 7, which is a tritone substitution. So you can do that with in any key. So the key of F would be C7 to F. So I could do C7, G flat, same chord, same tritone. Okay, so the guitar sounds very distorted. Oh, maybe it's too loud. Sorry about that, Tony. Let me turn it down a little bit. How about now? I'm gonna play softer. Sorry. Is that better? So now I'm actually doing the tritone substitution like that. So that's a very common progression. And just so you know, when you're doing tritone substitution, you can use different scales. So if I'm playing a G7 like this, let me get a different kind of pick here, a lighter pick too for this guitar. So the scale you would use on let's say you're doing a C7 to F, C7 to C, G7 to C, like that. So the scale you would use on these G7 is a mixed Lydian or dominant scale. Now, when you get to if you do the tritone substitution, you would have to use a different scale. You have to use a Lydian dominant or a dominant 7 with a raised 4. So this is a D flat 7 scale with a raised 4. So the chord tones are 1, 2, 3, sharp 4 or flat 5, 5, 6, flat 7 to 1. You have to change the scale to play the Lydian, to play the tritone substitution, the chord that you're playing on. And that's based on the melodic minor scale. This is a lot of stuff to learn in like a few minutes, but it's very common, this kind of stuff. Yeah, so sorry, I have a new camera, and the mic is probably stronger, so my guitar might be a little distorted. So I'll turn down a little bit. Okay, good. So that makes sense. Thank you. You're welcome, Emery. How would you implement triads and arpeggios in a song like Autumn Leaves? Oh, that's funny. I'm working on that with my student right now. Who's I don't know if he's watching, but I'm actually I hope he's watching. One of my students is going to watch right now. Let me just check one thing. I got a text because I had a problem trying to get online. Anyway, there's something weird with YouTube because someone just sent me a text saying that I streamed 1 day ago, but I haven't streamed a day ago. So this is kind of weird. Anyway, so hopefully people are watching. Oh, there's Sean. Great. Hey, Sean, my student's here. So I want to ask a question about how would you do arpeggios in a song like in Autumn Leaves? That's Dionysios. Okay. No. You're talking about chords, Dionysios, or arpeggios, literally arpeggios. So let's think about that for a second. So I'm working on a song right now with my student Sean, who's up here watching right now. You could do an arpeggio like this. Now, if I'm playing a song like Autumn Leaves, and I'll play them out. See? So when I'm doing these arpeggios, yes. So you're talking about solos, okay, or chords. Now arpeggios, I'm going to do. If I do an arpeggio working on the song, I would go like this. You could go like this. You could first do the triad, which is. Now I'm doing this in low register, but you should have to be able to play that everywhere. The D7. These are just triads, everybody. So that's 3 notes only. Going through the chord changes, you see. Every possible. So I'm only doing triads right now. every possible way. You can play through the changes just like that, okay? And then, so play triads first, then arpeggios. So triads and arpeggios are basically the same thing, but depends how you play them, okay? A triad can be played like this or like this. So you could do the triad and then the arpeggio. Now that's a really simplified version because in Autumn Leaves, actually, the chords are seventh chords, so you have longer chords. So I'm going. So you can do seventh chords. I mean, it's hard to do it on guitar like this, to play them like straight like this. So you have to use closed voicings. No, these are really simple voicings I'm playing right now. But if I'm soloing, you can use triads or you can use seventh chords. You can go through the whole song like this. Now, when you're practicing these kind of exercises, everybody, you need to be able to play these fingerings different ways. So here's like an A minor 7 arpeggio. I'm playing Autumn Leaves in the key of E minor. So the first chord is A minor 7 to D7 to G major 7 to C major 7, etc. So the first chord is A minor 7. So you should be able to do the arpeggio like this. Okay, that's one way. I can play it like this too. In the same octave. See how many ways I play that? Because that's how you really learn how to play the guitar neck, all over the guitar neck. You do it on one string. Oh, sorry. See how many ways I play that? You can even play it on the same string. That's how you really learn your guitar neck. And then I would transpose it up an octave. Well, I'll do it here. See how many ways I just played that? And someone said, Mr. Jackson, play some giant steps for us. You guys are funny. I'll tell you a story. I was taking a workshop with the great Joe Pass years ago when I was in college. And there were like 100 guitar players in the room. And you know what people were saying to him? They were saying, Mr. Pass, could you play giant steps? And like Mr. Joe Pass said, you know what? I'm not here to prove anything. I was just laughing my butt off. That was pretty funny, man. Oh, yeah. So Dionysios. Oh, yeah. So you're in a different key than me. So he's doing Autumn Leaves in the key of G minor. So that's the key of G minor. So you just do the same key. You have to do this in every key. So this is Autumn Leaves in the key of G minor. So we're in a different key. So if you know a song really well, everybody, you have to be able to transpose the song, on the fly. I mean, it's like just this key. So I was doing E minor, but now I had to go to G minor because that's the key Dionysios does it in. So if you do the arpeggios, Dionysios, you have to do it in this key too. And then as everywhere. So I just basically just played the arpeggios through that song, okay? And hey, David from Montreal, how you doing? So that's how you actually play through changes. I'm taking questions today in my workshop. It's public because somehow my private link couldn't work for my special guests. So sorry about that, guys. Now, Adam, someone asked me to play some giant steps for us. Let me play a little bit. do that way. So that's a little giant steps for you. Okay. So Adam, how would you turn these triads into phrases that you would typically hear when improvising? So, okay, that's a good question. So let's say I'm playing through Autumn Leaves, everybody, or giant steps. I'm just kidding. So I would actually do this. I would actually, you got to have to learn how to play different devices in jazz. So one thing I would do if I'm doing an arpeggio, let's say I'm going to C minor to F7 to B flat major 7 in Autumn Leaves. I would actually do things. I would do more than just the arpeggio. I would go maybe. I could actually do half steps. Well, now what happens is I'm playing real simple right now, but I would actually start doing passing tones and approach notes like this. I did an approach note. So I'm actually playing a half step below. But it still sounds like an exercise, doesn't it? So what we have to learn with jazz, you have to start learning jazz lines. So, I mean, I can't just play like a half step below or just an arpeggio. I would go like something like this. So what I'm doing is actually, I'm doing a bunch of different things. Like I'll play the note up in thirds or something, or maybe do a passing tone, which is really important in jazz. So I'm passing. I'll be playing between the whole steps. So now I'm starting to use really jazz phrasing. What I'm doing is I'm actually combining the arpeggios with passing tones, thirds, all kinds of different techniques. But I learned all this from learning solos and playing many gigs and using trial and error. So trial and error is basically you're experimenting with different different techniques that you learn from playing on gigs. So I mean, I'll try different scales. I mean, there's so many things you can actually do with jazz, but I use passing tones instead. So if I'm playing on C minor, I can use a Dorian scale, and I have lines that I have worked out too. That means these are lines that I practiced for years and years and years, and I play them. Now, those are things I kind of know from playing for a long time that I know work. So I'm just doing an arpeggio. This is actually a type of 2-5 lick, we call it. This is a 2-5 progression, C minor 7 to F7. So I'm actually doing, there's a lot of these licks called a 2-5 lick. You probably heard of it. I'll go. So this is like a type of 2-5 lick that I have worked out in my solo. And I can play it slow. Or I can go. So I'll play it fast. You have to have it worked out at different tempos. You could throw them all in, actually, and just fit them in. It's just a lot of practice and trial and error. So that's how I approach different arpeggios. Let me see what some of these questions are. There's a lot of questions coming up here. Oh, Ellen's watching. Hey, Ellen. And Alon from Amsalah, Israel. Hi from Israel. Okay, let me see. So let me ask you some questions. So I answered Adam's question. Burke, Mr. Jackson, I have one small question. How can I improve my transcribing by ear? Where should I start? Okay, Burke, Barak, Bayaki. You guys have some really difficult names today. What is this? So when you're transcribing, what you do, for a person, first pick a song that, that might have some music so you can figure out at least what the chords are. But if you don't have any chords, you have to, one of the best things to do is actually try to find the note, find the key that you're playing in. Now, if you're doing it by ear, I'm using my computer, unfortunately, today, but I would try to show you Let me get my phone here. Like, let me get my phone. Let's say I pick a song, any song, like off. Let me just pick any random song right now, guys, and live from you. That let's pick up a pop song. Now you could be a jazz song too. Let's say you're trying to transcribe something like a solo. So let me go to YouTube right now and pick like let me see. Let me pick John Coltrane or somebody. I don't know. John Coltrane. So I'm going to try to show you how I start transcribing, but using my guitar. So John Coltrane. I'll just pick one solo from him, something like anything. I don't want to pick something too easy. None of his stuff is easy, but let's say I pick a song. So I try to find the key I'm in first. You got to do that. You got to find the right note. Okay, so they're playing. Let's pick like John Coltrane, something else, like a song list here. Blue Train. So this is a typical jazz song. So let's say. So he starts his solo off. So I know this is a blues in B flat. So it's in B flat, E flat. So you got to find the right key. So when he starts taking a solo, you got to find the right note that he's playing at the very beginning. Okay, and so that's taking off music. Let me see if I can start the beginning of this. Okay. So he doesn't look like. So there's a lot of licks I know from hearing them. So that lick he just played right now. Let me see if I can go back a little bit. I know it's an E flat 7 chord, so I know what scale he's playing. So that note. So I know that's a second. So you have to know your intervals as well. You know, I mean, I'm trying to cram this into like a few minutes, but this is like a lot of practice actually, learning how to transcribe. So you got to be able to hear intervals and be able to find them on your instrument if you don't have perfect pitch. And then the whole different story is to be able to write this down. See, I know how to write these things down too. I used to transcribe a lot when I was at Berkeley. So he starts off with like the second of the chord. And you can hear him play that note right now. Let me play it. Do-da-do-do-do. You try to sing back. He just did that in his solo, John Coltrane. And you have to pick out every note and try to find them on your instrument and make sure you're in tune and try to find chords, songs with the chords you already know. So at least you know how to find, you could try to find the scale and the key you're in. Now, and just takes a lot of practice and trial and error. Now, none of this stuff is easy. You know what I mean? It takes a lot of hours of practice, and I need to do this stuff still too and practice. So transcribing is a whole world. So you could either write it down or play it back like Wes Montgomery did all of Charlie Christian solos, and Pat Metheny did of all Wes Montgomery solos when he was a kid. So I heard, and so you could actually do that yourself, but you have to. It takes a lot of time and a lot of effort. Now let me see here. Let me keep going here. Have you ever heard of Maurice Williams and the Zodiacs? I don't know these guys. Sorry. And one former member sang at my wedding. Okay, great. I don't know these guys, David. Where are you from, bro? I'm a lefty player. Oh, sorry about that. I'm not a lefty player. Just so you know, I think that YouTube is transmitting me the other way. It should be. I'm a righty, so this is wrong here. So, so just in case you guys, are kind of confused about this, I'm a righty. Okay, so I'm in New York. Okay, so David, just so you know, so let me go down to these questions here. I've been to Montreal, but I've never played at the festival though. I've played up there before, but not at a festival. I played up there with Jay's Blood Ulmer and some other people. I can play rock and some blues. I'm trying to learn some jazz. Cool. You're welcome, Adam. So my last name means a person with a huge beard. Okay. Yeah. Also, Adam asked me if you're transcribing, is slowing down cheating? No. Because if you know what's really interesting is it's hard to hear the notes when it's going by fast, so it's okay to slow it down. Actually, at the time when I was trying to learn how to transcribe, you couldn't do that. When you slowed it down, everything slowed down, at the pitch and everything. But now with digital technology, you can actually slow things down and actually and not even you not even notice that not even change the pitch. So let me get some water here. So that's a great question. You can do that. Now, hey Ron, what's your best tip to be able to play? This is from Bert Clifton. What's the best tip to be able to play an interesting improvisation with major modes and not just make it sound like it's up and down the scale? Okay, yeah. So what I was explaining before, let's say we take let's go to a different key. Let's go to A flat. So if I'm playing an A flat major scale, let's say, because there's 6, 7 modes in the major scale. Let's just say you're playing just a major scale. You can do different things. You can run up the scale in seconds. That's just one note at a time. Then you can do thirds. Then you can do thirds as arpeggios. And backwards, etc. You know what I mean? And then you can do sevens. That's 4 notes in thirds. Now you can do this in any mode. And then you can do, there's all kinds of things you could do. You can start using approach notes. Now, I have a bunch of videos on YouTube here with all these different techniques, and one thing you could actually do is you can play approach notes. And approach notes, basically, you approach a chord tone with a note, like half step below, or half step above, or 2 steps from below, or 2 steps from above. So if I want to play a half step sequence, I can go up the scale like this. I'm starting with the first note only, and I'm doing thirds instead. Now, I'm just going up, just 1 note. I could do 2 notes. I mean, you could do so many different things with your imagination too. You just don't have to listen to what I'm saying. You can do the half steps and make up your own half steps. You can go backwards. I could do triads and do that. Now, I mean, we talked about running up and down the scale. Also, you can use fourths, fifths, 6, 7s, etc. Go up and down the neck, every key, every possible fingering. Also, what we start using in jazz is a lot of what we call bebop scales. So we use passing tones between the whole sets. Remember the major scale? Let's go to the key of F now. If I played it on 1 string, between this note and this note is actually a note in between. So we could do passing tones in between. Now the half step, then whole step. So I'm doing passing tones in between. So when I'm taking solos, I use those scales a lot. I'll go like. So, and I'm using passing tones and half steps and approach notes, okay? So there's so many techniques you can use to actually not just run your scales up and down. Okay, someone's saying, nice guitar. Yeah, this is actually Eastman TV T49D/V amber guitar that I got from Eastman directly. Now, if you're interested in these kind of guitars, you can actually go to my. I actually have a store on Amazon. I'm an Amazon influencer, And you can check out my guitars on the store there. Where is that? I can't find the sheet right now. Oh, it's this one. You can go to my Amazon store and check out my guitars there. Amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music. And check out my store. And I have a bunch of guitars. There's Eastman guitars, all kinds of stuff. I have to update the store, actually. And so let me see this. Let me see this on the question. I'm taking questions today, guys, everybody. And let me know. Yeah, I'm in New York City. It's not cherry red, guys. It's like this is similar to an ES-175, a Gibson. Okay, just so you guys know. Let me see. There's any other questions that you want to? Maurice Williams wrote "Little Darling." Oh wow, okay, cool. Okay, so Dionysios asked, "Can you explain the 2/5 and what the meaning behind it?" Okay, so the 2/5. So let's say you're in the key of G this time. So the one chord, or the one chord in this case is a 1 major 7, a G major 7. Then the 6 is E minor 7, and the 2 is A minor 7 to the 5/7. In this case, so it's A minor 7 to D7. Okay. So this is called the 2/5 right here because that's the in the scale. It's the second degree. So it's 1, 2, A minor in this key. 3, 4, 5 is the D7. So 2/5s are very common chords because they can resolve back to the 1, or they can just stay there. So what we do is we usually do these 2/5 phrases. So they can be arpeggios that do the chord like this: A minor arpeggio, A minor 7 arpeggio, to D7 arpeggio. And now if I'm going 2/5 and it goes back to 1, I'd have to resolve that lick. So that's called a 2/5 lick. So that's a lick that you would use on these kind of progressions like this. This is a really basic lick too. I'm only playing like arpeggios. And they go every 2 beats. 1, 2, 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 1, and 2, and 1, and 2, and 3. Now that's a great lick. If you don't know how to play over that chord progression, you could just play that everywhere. Every fingering. So I'm just experimenting how to play that lick. So that's called a 2/5 lick, and that's a very common phrase to see in jazz, to play in jazz. So when I'm playing, I'll go like everywhere. I have a bunch of these 2/5 licks. Oh, this one. See, I just did a bunch of the 2/5 licks. Now, 2/5 licks are very important because if you're playing through a song, the song will have a lot of 2/5 chord progressions in them. Let's say this. I mean, like I Got Rhythm has a lot of 2/5s. So I'm doing D minor 7, D minor 7, G7, C minor 7. So I'll just run a lick like that, like this. Etc. It's just a really easy lick to get through the changes, and that's used on a 2/5 progression. So I'll mix those licks up like this. So I'm just doing a bunch of 2/5 licks through that quick progression like this. So that's what the 2/5 is. So okay, any other questions, people? Let me see. I see some more lessons. I see some more questions. Oh, so someone's asking about 7-string comping. Can you play Take 5? Okay, there's a few questions here. Similar guitar to a Gretsch. Yeah. So So let me take a little sip of my coffee. So what gauge strings do I use? So this is actually this guitar. You know, can't really take heavy strings, so I have 12s on here. You know, it depends on the guitar. I have my 7 string. I have, just so you guys are always scared when I say this, I have 14s on top. I call that the man string. So these are 14. So when I play that guitar, I use a thinner pick. On this one, I use a heavy pick because the strings are heavier. So these are 14 on top and 79 for the 7 string. Okay. And I can bend these. So I can bend these strings too, actually. So, I'm used to playing. I'm actually used to playing heavier strings than lighter ones. The lighter ones are too light to me, and I have my action has to be a little bit higher because guitars aren't meant to be played with low action actually and really thin strings. You're supposed to have heavier strings. My guitar teacher, one of my guitar teachers, one of my mentors, who passed away about 10 years ago, named Alvin Sparks, he suggested that I switch from 13s to 14s, and people like George Benson use those kind of heavier strings. You don't, because when you play thinner strings, you sacrifice sound. Okay. So it's important to, be able to do that, to be able to switch between those kinds of sounds. So let me go to the next one. Play take 5. Oh yeah. Okay. I haven't played that in a long time. Now the sound of this neck pickup is amazing. Oh, thank you. Hold on. Oh yeah, these are Seymour Duncan pickups. I actually have an endorsement with Seymour Duncan. So this is a Benedetto 7-string pickup that's made by Seymour Duncan. And these come stock on here, but I actually have a Seymour Duncan endorsement, and I have a ton of their pickups on all my guitars. So this is a great sounding pickup. These cost about $200, I think. And these probably 150. I'm not quite sure. I didn't pay for them. But they're great pickups, okay? Oh, now someone has questions about finger picking. Oh, 7-string comping, before I forget. Adam asked about any 7-string comping. Are there any shell voicings you would like to use? So, Adam, the best thing to do is if you go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, I'm gonna write this in right now. It's on my page here. I have like a couple lessons that cost $2, etc. That have that have typical voicings. But when you're doing 7-string, I'm using a low A, so because that's the way George Van Epps and I studied with Bucky Pizzarelli. That's how George Van Epps tuned his guitar. So I have some exercises that cost a couple dollars on my website that are downloadable printables, and all the basic open string chords like a C with a low C, A minor. Now when you're using a 7-string, I like to make sure I use the 7-string as much as I can in the voicing. I'll go like this. So that's a common voicing for a C bar chord, 3rd fret. A form, it's a cage system like this. C minor, major 7ths, minor 7, minor 6, minor 7 flat 5s, diminished. See that? So these are very common chords like that with the 7-string, and you can use them as bass notes too. Like, let's say I'm playing a C F chord. And I want to play like a low note, like a things like that. Put the inversions on the 7th string. So I have a bunch of those exercises and comping things on my website if you want to learn more about that. Okay, on the 7th string. If you want to study with me too as well. Now finger picking. Finger picking is really good. Let's say, well, I just released a video last night, a live video about finger, picking styles. So I use a bunch of picking styles. I use alternate picking, so which is down and up, and I use a George Benson picking technique where I'm kind of slightly turning my wrist up this way. Okay, so you can pick the string straight like this, or slightly up like this at an angle, or this angle, more like Pat Metheny does and some other people I know. So I go like this, okay, and I pick up the up angle. Okay, now I like to use hybrid picking, which is I use my pick and my fingers, so especially when I'm comping or doing some kind of like bossa nova rhythm. Or when I'm walking a bass line. So, and I'm also doing tapping with my fingers. So then when I do fingerstyle, one good way to learn fingerstyle guitar playing is study classical. I used to study classical guitar. Little exercises. I'm using my 7th string right now. Now, when I do fingerstyle, there's all kinds of exercises in these classical books. Different. So you have to practice these exercises and then learn how to use them in songs. There's tons of ways to actually fingerstyle guitar pick, and that's just classical. And you could do like little, more like Chet Atkins kind of stuff like I do. So that's more fingerstyle playing. Like there's a Travis picking style and all that kind of stuff that I need to be more familiar with myself. I need to practice. So there's all kinds of stuff you can do with finger picking. And you can do, if you're doing classical, you use your nails. So that's a whole different world too. And flamenco and all that other stuff. One of my good friends who's a great flamenco guitar player, he super glues his fingernails so they don't break and all kinds of crazy stuff. So it's a whole different world that I don't want to get into because too much effort to keep your nails up. Let me see some other questions here. Have you ever played any metal music? I played a little bit of metal music, and I love that stuff actually. But I've never really tried to use it. I like the progressive rock guys like Toshi Nabatsu. He's a bad dude. Now, I'm trying to get people to play 7th string. So if you want to learn about 7th string, let me know. Also, if you want to get the chords, someone's reminding me about something here. Let me get this book. I have this book right here that I saw on my website that is through my Acoustic Guitar magazine. I write for them, and it's called Chords at Your Fingertips. It's all Hal Leonard. And you can pick up that book on my website at www.ronjacksonmusic. I'll send you an autographed copy. It has all kinds of stuff about chords, about bass lines that I did in here. There's some great writers in here too that did the book with me. That are in there too. Like Adam Levy and Sean McGowan. It's a really great book, and it comes with audio and everything, and you can learn how to play all kinds of bass lines and chords and stuff. Now let me see. The man string. Yep. Yeah, the man string, guys. Oh, someone's asking me about Biryani from Pakistan. Yes. Biryani. Now let me see. Someone just asked me, D. Nessus said, have you played? I used to play 13s. I actually have a pack here So the strings I use right now are these, guys. These are our jazz tapes. You see they're 13 and they're 14 to 79 for my guitar, for my 7-string. Then when I deal with Elixir, and Elixir, these are the 7-string light. These are 10s. I use them on my solid body 7-string PRS. I have the 11s actually too, and I have these other strings too. Let me see. I use the George Benson ones from Tomastic. I have a deal with these guys too. I have an endorsement with Tomastic, and they give me the George Benson ones. Now the George Benson strings are great. These are flat wounds. These are 14 on top, the man string. and these are pretty thick strings, but this is what George uses. You know, that's why he has that great sound. He has those nice thick strings. You know, and so these are 14 to 55 flat wounds, nickel flat wound. It says they're great strings. You know, but I use them on. That's just for my 6-string guitar. But I don't have a big 6-string box like I used to. I used to have a big Gibson L5, but I don't have one now. I sold it. But I use primarily a 7th string like this. So so those are the strings I use. Let me see. Now let me see. There's some other questions here. Let me keep going down here. You're welcome. You're welcome, Alon. For that's what this is workshop's about. You know, if you really enjoy what I'm doing, please definitely. Let me show you a couple of my signs here before I finish. This is a Patreon only workshop, and let me show you my little sign here. Yeah, so this is sponsored by my Patreon account. If you like this, please definitely join my Patreon account, which is at www.patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic, and you get lessons like that. For this, you know, for $3 a month, you get like one lesson, and for $9, you get like 3 or 4 lessons a month for free, and you get the workshops and stuff like that, and all kinds of other cool things. And here's the thing: some of the stuff I talk about, the picking exercises, chords, all of that's on my website, and it's sold on as sheet music for a couple of dollars. If you want to pick up those things, it's all on here on the link. I'm going to put that at the end. Okay. Now, polishing strings. So someone's asking me, play some nice old American blues for us. Okay, someone asked me to play some nice old American blues. Let me see. Let me try something. Oh, too many jazz licks. So let's a little bit of blues. Now, so some arpeggios with sweeping licks. Oh, sure. So you could do things like this. You could do things like that. Sweeping arpeggio licks like this. Or the. So I'm doing a half step below these arpeggios. Someone was asking about doing sweeping arpeggios with approach notes. With an approach note below, you go like this. I'll take like a B minor arpeggio, and go down the scale in the key of let's do the key of D. Change the keys up. So I can go like this. G. I'll go from the G down the scale like this. I can go like this. So I'm going half step below. So I gotta do it slow. See what I'm doing? I'm trying to play in the same string and go up and down the neck. Now you can try to go across too, like this. So I'm doing half step. So I'm going sweeping up and sweeping back down. Etc. So that's the type of sweeping lick you could do. What do you think of John Mayer? My first chord I learned by watching was E minor, A minor, G. Played it for 3 hours. Okay, that's great to know. So, everybody, I was answering a lot of questions here. So just so you know, thank you for watching. This was actually a Patreon only video that was supposed to be for only my patrons. But someone's asking about what in the wee small hour morning, John Mayer, Dave Letterman, most underrated performance. Oh, okay, that's great to know, Durya. So, can you do some Chuck Berry things? Oh yeah, of course I can. I used to play Chuck Berry. Let me see. So yes, I can play some Chuck Berry. I can play a lot of stuff, but I just play mostly. When I get paid to do other stuff, I'll play it. But most of the stuff I do my jazz stuff. And if you guys are enjoying this, please definitely follow me everywhere. Follow me on TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter. I mean, I'm everywhere. Facebook. It's Ron Jackson Music is my tag. Please play some John Mayer if you know. I don't know any John Mayer tunes, unfortunately. Sorry. I should learn his stuff. I love John Mayer. Wes Montgomery thing to give us a kick. Oh, Wes Montgomery. They call me Les Montgomery, guys. Also, guys, if you're enjoying the show, I mean, I'll have this on my YouTube. But if you want to donate $1 or more, that would be great. To my PayPal, Ron Jackson Music. If you want to give a small donation for what you saw today, at Ron Jackson Music at Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App, and Zelle is ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. So if you're enjoying this and you learn a lot of cool tips, please send a donation. Thank you. And I'll put that in my comments after. So let me see. Oh, you're making a Patreon. That's great. Great. It's a great thing. I'm getting a bunch of patrons now. I appreciate you guys, and I appreciate you guys watching. And so I'm going to put this on my comments right now. And then I'm going to play you one more song, guys. We're going to play a little Wes Montgomery. I got to go and eat lunch now. So I'm going to send you this little comment here. So my PayPal, Venmo, Cash App is Ron Jackson Music, so you have that. So let me play you a little bit of Wes Montgomery. Someone wanted to play something like that. Let me try it on my 7th string. This should be interesting. 7th string. Okay. So everybody, thank you very much for watching. So that was my Patreon only live lesson that I had to make public because we had a problem with the link. So thank you for watching. Thank you, Deborah, for sending something on PayPal. At Ron Jackson Music, and remember to please follow me if you want to donate or anything, or join my Patreon or pick up my books. My latest album is right here. I'm about to record another album soon, and you can pick that up on my website too, Ron Jackson Music at www.ronjacksonmusic.com. And this is a great record. It had great reviews on Downbeat, and I had I was featured in Jazz Times with this album, Standards and Other Songs. I'm going to be doing another album very soon. And, so please follow me. Everything's on my website. If you want to get sheet music or if you want to study with me. Thank you for watching, everybody, and let's keep in touch. And you can watch this live stream after it's going to be replaying. And and someone said play some fast arpeggios. Let me see. I'll play some fast arpeggios real quick on the 7th string. Oh, let me see. Watch this. Now, a fast arpeggio. I'll do this. I'll do a sweep picking thing. Hold on, real quick. I got to eat too. Let me see. So a real fast one I could do is like this one. Okay, that's crazy. Do you have any printed lessons you want to learn on your own? Oh, yes. So if you go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, I have printed lessons over there. ronjacksonmusic.com. Let me write that in. ronjacksonmusic.com, and go under the store, and you can get printed lessons if you want to learn anything about that. Okay, about some of these things I'm showing you right now. 40 ounces of polyphony. There's so many songs I need to learn. Drew Roof. I can never say your name. Everybody has hard names today. Sweep picking is crazy. I've been working on sweep picking. I still need to work on that stuff. But we can talk more about that. I need to practice. It's kind of weird on the 7th string. So I'm actually just doing a lot of sweeping stuff. Oh, Drew, thank you. I was transcribing your song, Mr. Evans. I was trying to figure out some of the theory behind it. Oh, wow, thank you. Kobe was transcribing something off one of these albums right here. I got this album right here. he was transcribing something off my Dream I Had record, and that song was dedicated. The song he's talking about is called "To Mr. Evans," and that song actually I've got a if you want to email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com, I could talk to you about the harmony. It's been a while since I've looked at that song. It's been a while. I wrote that song quite a while ago. So that's a great little song, and it was actually some of the harmonies that Bill Evans used in his piano playing, because he was one of my first heroes when I started getting to jazz when I was at Berkeley when I was about 18 years old. So we could talk more about that later. But that's a great question. Yeah, thank you, Drew. I'll check that out. There's so many things to check out. I'm going to screenshot some of these comments and questions. And, I don't know if I got to everybody, but I tried to get to everybody as possibly can. So thank you, everybody. Is there any last questions before I leave? Because I'm going to take some screenshots right now. Yeah, send an email, ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. Follow me at Ron Jackson Music everywhere. Okay. Yes. No problem. I'm overloaded now. I'm so hungry now after talking to you guys for all this time. I've been on here for over an hour now. And, again, thank you. Thanks for for watching. Please support me. Support artists who are stuck inside right now until the pandemic's over. And, and follow me everywhere. Share my stuff with all your friends. Okay. Tell your friends to go to my website, check out my music, join my Patreon, and send a donation at Ron Jackson Music at PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. And that's it, and I appreciate you guys. And, and I hope I'm helping you somehow. I got to practice the stuff I'm showing you too, because I need to practice. I still have a lot of work to do. And I feel like, I don't practice enough these days. So I'm going to be working on a new album, everybody. And so you can look on the link here. Miss Biker Chick just put up like my my printables for some of my lessons. I started posting all that stuff. It's available on Instagram and Facebook and on my website. It kind of cross posts all that stuff. So there's a lot of stuff. The most important thing, it's great to watch me do these videos, but the best thing to do is have a real teacher, like I've had. Always have a real teacher to show you what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong and what you can improve. And also always record yourself, because the recording yourself, videotaping, or you're recording in the studio or at home, the tape never lies. So when you listen to yourself back, you can hear everything that's wrong, right, and where you can improve. Okay. So thank you very much for watching me. Let's keep in touch. And, I really appreciate you guys. And I'll be doing more lives. I'll be doing live, 2 or 3 or 4 times a week on YouTube, particularly, because I need to do that more. Are you learning right now, taking lessons, Ron? Oh, yeah. So just so you guys know, yes, I'm taking lessons with a drummer. So about rhythms. Okay, so he's having me sing, tapping my foot in different ways, singing each beat, and subdividing them into 1 and 2 and 3 and, or 1 and 2 and 3, or 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and while I'm playing. So I'm really trying to get my rhythm together, which I feel like I need to work on the most. So there's a lot of stuff to work on, man. It's never ending. So keep in touch. Tomorrow night I have my show called Sunday Evening Jazz on Instagram. That's live, and I have a couple of great special guests. No, I'm not. Tomorrow night, sorry, it's solo 7-string guitar on Sunday Evening Jazz. So check me out on Instagram at Ron Jackson Music. And if you have any questions, please email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And you could reach me on Instagram everywhere at the same places. Okay, and we'll see you guys soon. Okay, thank you, and have a great day. And no problem, guys. It was really fun. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye.
But at least I have a little gauge on it.
Hey, everybody, it's Ron Jackson. I'm live. Let me go over here to to TikTok as well. And I'm going live on TikTok. I'm going to do like a little session about chord melody today. So let me take one of my books out so I can go live, do some stuff on chord melody. This is an impromptu live. I've been doing a lot of these sessions recently where I just go live all of a sudden and do some little subjects about different different aspects of the guitar playing. So today I'm actually gonna go over how you do chord melody, guys. And thank you everybody I'm actually transmitting to YouTube and TikTok at the same time. For all my fans on TikTok, I need to go live more often on TikTok as well. So I'm in tune right now. I'm using my 6-string guitar, and there's a couple of people right now on YouTube. Okay. So what I'm going to do is actually this. I'm going to take questions sometimes, but I'm going to try to actually. Can you give me some water? A bottle of water. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to be talking about chord melody. So I'm going to do a chord melody on a song I don't know. I have this song right here called. I don't even know this song. It's called "A Fine Romance." You see that? And it's like a jazz standard. And I don't really know this song at all. So I'm going to do a chord melody on it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play the melody. So I'm a pretty good sight reader, and I practice it, as much as I can. And I'm actually going to play the melody one time through, and then I'm going to try to do chord melody on it. It's a ballad, so it sounds like this: 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. So that's the melody so far. That's the first 8 bars. One, two, three. So that's the melody, basically. That's called "A Fine Romance." I don't really know this song. I probably heard it. I was just playing that melody. What I did was I actually transposed this up an octave, okay? So the way it's written for guitar is a little too low to play chord melody. So I'm just sight reading this, okay? So what I did was I just played the melody, and if I played the melody the way it's written, it would sound like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, you see, I play the melody. If you can read, I play the melody up at the way it's written, but on the guitar it sounds low. So what I'll do is I'll just actually play this up an octave now, which I did earlier. So it's like this: 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Okay, etc. So that's basically the melody. But now, what I want to do is I want to do chord melodies. So the first chord is actually a C6. Okay, if you can see that on YouTube, it's kind of hard to see, and on TikTok, you see that there's a C6 chord. It's backwards for you guys, unfortunately. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually try to play this up an octave and play chord melody with it. So to play chord melody, you have to know what the note is in relationship to the chords. So the first note is actually E, and it's a C6 chord. So I'm going to have to play this chord. And then it goes to C sharp diminished. So this is this chord. Then the B, I put a B on top of the D minor 6 chord. So it goes C6, then C sharp diminished 7, then D minor 6, sorry, and then D sharp diminished 7. So I'm sight reading then it's E minor 7, then A minor 7, and then D minor 7, then G7. So I'm just playing through this song like this, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a chord melody with it now. So it's like 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. A minor 7. 2, 3, 4. So that's the whole thing. That's the first 8 bars as a chord melody. So I was able to do that. Actually, just some basic chord melody stuff. If there's any questions, please send them to me. Actually, hey everybody, hey Marcelo from Brazil. Your parents hate you, Storm. Okay, good job. Nice guitar. What model is it? So just so you guys know, this is an Eastman guitar. If you can see this, Eastman, and I have like a Peterson tuner on this thing to keep myself in tune. It's a great strobe tuner. I'm an Eastman endorser, so I like to use to be on tune with this. I play this guitar. So this is my 6-string Eastman. It's actually an what they call a T49D V guitar. Okay, it's like an ES175. So what I'm doing is I'm doing a thing about chord melody. So this is a song I really don't know. So what I'm doing is I'm sight reading, but I'm playing when I get to that C sharp diminished. I can do that chord. So I can go like this actually. Instead of playing that C sharp diminished with that weird chord like this, I can do it here. That's easier to do than here. So the melody goes. If I did here, then it goes to the C sharp diminished. That's easier to play. I can do it here. Then it goes up. E, I gotta play E on top. Then A minor 7. I can play it that way. Then I could go. Then the next part goes like this. So if I'm gonna play that, I'm gonna play that up an octave higher like this. So the melody's written like this. If you look closely on the second ending, there are all these notes: C, B, C, etc. So to be able to play that chord melody, I have to play it up an octave, not the way it's written. So a lot of people, I know a lot of guitar players don't know how to read. So if you want to be a professional musician these days, it's very important to know how to read notation and not only tabs. I use tabs as a guide, but tabs are only a guide. You should know the notes on the guitar if you're going to play, okay? It's very important. So what I'm doing is I'm doing this from sight. And, this is not a hard melody. This is all quarter notes and stuff like that and quarter note triplets. What I'm actually playing, I'm actually sight reading. So I'm playing this up an octave. So that melody goes like this. So if I'm going to do chord melody with it, I'm going to go. And then I'm going to go. So I can do it that way. I can do all kinds of cool things with the melody. I can go. I can do it like the way to the G7. So that's the melody. The next part goes like this. So the chords for that part is C6, then A7, and then G flat, F7, G flat 7, F7, then E7, A7, D minor 7, G7. So I'm going to go like this with that melody. That's what's written actually. So this is a fine romance. I'm actually doing the melody for this. Okay, if you look closely on YouTube, I'm playing all that as chord melody now, a song I don't know. You should be able to do this on your own. Hey, someone says hi, Ron. Hi, how's it going? So I'm actually doing a chord melody on teaching how to do chord melody. So what I'm doing, when I do chord melody, I know what the note is against the chord. So if the C note is like the root, so that's against the C6, so that's just the C on top. Then on the C diminished, that's like the that's actually like the 6th degree going up the scale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 notes away from the bottom. Okay. And then on the D minor, 6, that's the 6th, the B, etc. So I mean, you have to really know your chord scale relationships when you're actually playing chord melody. Now let me answer a couple of questions here while I'm doing this. I see a bunch of messages now on TikTok. I thank you guys for if there's any cool questions you want to ask me. Nice piece of strings on your lap. Thank you. Is there a reason why there are multiple fingerings for the same note, or is it just that's the way it is? So everybody, so if I'm playing a chord melody song and I'm going like this. Okay, now you know how many ways I can play the. What's it? See how many ways I just played that? That's the thing that's a pain in the butt with the guitar. So I really know the neck pretty well. I mean, just because I'm not no genius, I just practice. I still practice. I need to practice more actually. Like everybody, you need to practice and really learn the neck and be able to find all the notes. They all repeat a million times on the guitar because the strings kind of are the same. You have to know how the strings are tuned. Here's an E, and there's another E, there's another E, there's another E, all the same note. Okay, a G. You have to be able to find the notes. Can't reach this one here. And etc. See all the notes I hit. So what I'm doing is I'm actually trying to you have to really know the notes on the guitar neck. Those are really easy notes I actually hit. So they actually repeat. So I mean, we talk about Cage. Someone meant Cage, Victor Ribeiro. Yeah, that's kind of the same concept. So if I'm playing a C chord, people do the Cage system where you can go. Now the thing is, that looks easy, but it's not because. I mean, this is a really basic concept, but you have to be able to do this not only in the key of C, you have to do it in all keys. So right now, I'm only in the key of C. So Victor was asking about the K system. That's how it works. So the base of the K system is actually like open string chords, moved up the neck like a C chord, and move it up to an F chord, for example. And you're kind of playing the K system like that. But K system is limited because you're going to have to be able to play all the chords in the same key, all the notes and chords all over the fingerboard. So it's a lot of work to know the neck like that, okay? That's what I actually do. So let's get back to chord melody. And, guys, I appreciate you watching. And, if you're enjoying this practice session, I'm going to make a little chat here. You could actually, I want to put something right here. Venmo. If you could, give a donation if you want to me at Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal at Ron Jackson Music, which is right here. If I can put this up correctly, I'm going to set this on a comment. Okay. So you can actually do that if you want. Everybody. I don't know how you make a comment on TikTok when I'm actually doing something, but anyway. Let me see what's going on. Let me see. Oh, I can't share this right now. But anyway, on TikTok, if you want to give a donation or more, you can do this on my. You can give me a donation at PayPal. or or gift me on actually on TikTok. So you can go to Venmo or Cash App, PayPal, all that stuff, and also on YouTube if you like. Okay, thank you. So let me see. That's all Ron Jackson music, so on YouTube too. Okay, all those. So if for helping me out during the pandemic and stuff. So anyway, so let's continue. So I'm working on this song right now due to the chord melody called "A Fine Romance." So there's so many ways to play the chords like this, okay, and the melody. So I'm going to harmonize this melody now as a chord melody. I've never done this before in this song, so I'm kind of doing it by sight. So it goes like this: 1, 2, 3. Okay. So that's me basically harmonizing the chord melody right now. And if you have any questions about how you do that, that's great. So right now I'm going to play the second ending, which is this. I'm going to sight read this. Okay. You can look up this song. I don't even know this song. But, thank you, Live Action, for, Brandon, for liking my short mini lessons, okay? Those are actually from my TikTok. And thank you, TikTok, for following me. I just got to 25,000 on TikTok, so I'm celebrating. Also on YouTube, I have about almost over 11,000 followers, and I got another 1,000 this week. I went over 10,000 actually at the beginning of the week. So thank you, everybody. So this is the last 8 bars. So I'm sight reading this. This is kind of tricky. Nothing's easy to me. So I can play the last 8 bars of this. Goes like this. The melody goes like this. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. So the chords go. That's the melody. And what I'm going to do now, I'm going to add. Here's what the chords are to those last 8 bars. Just like this: C6, C7. Then goes F major 7. Then A7 with the E in the bass. D minor 7. D sharp diminished 7. E minor 7. D flat 7. D6. D minor 6. G7. Then C6. You can play it like this. So the chords and the melody together like this will sound like this, guys. Watch this. So here's what's gonna happen. So that's the whole song, chord melody, A Fine Romance. Let me play the whole song as a chord melody. So this is a song I've never played chord melody or hardly ever played the song. I don't think I might have read through this one time. I'm going to play this through as a chord melody piece now. Okay, and I'll answer some of your questions after. Okay, I'll go through and answer them for you. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go and play A Fine Romance. You can look that song up, chord melody that I just learned right now for you guys to play. Ready? Here we go. 2, 3, 4. play a little different now. I'm playing it a little different now. Second ending. So that's the first time I ever played this song as a chord melody, and I'm doing it from sight. You know, it's not perfect, I don't think, the way I could play it better. I could play maybe this better. So like the second ending, I'm kind of sight reading still. I can go. I'm trying to use the chords that are written. Okay, so I was just doing chord melody, and I'm just actually just trying to show you how you guys can learn chord melody. Let me take a few questions now. Oh, love the online lessons, Ron. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Jeff Brooks. And let me see. Let me say hi to some of my friends on TikTok. Do you have any tips on how to learn scales faster? Learn scales faster. Well, you have to kind of like use your scales, as best you can on chords and learn the chord scales. That's what I would suggest. So, like I'm saying, let's say I'm playing a A flat 7 chord. You should know the scale for an A flat 7. It's an A flat dominant scale or mixolydian. So you just go. So it's actually a major scale. You should know your major scales first. All over the neck, every possible thing. See what I'm doing? I'm kind of doing like kind of too fast, but so what I'm doing is I'm just making sure that I know it a little bit. And what happens too is you got to know basic theory, everybody. So when I'm actually playing, I'm actually doing basic. I know all my key signatures. You have to know, you have to know the staff. You have to know the keys you're in. So if I'm in the key of A flat, I know there's 4 flats. Now this takes a long time to learn because I learned this from memory. So I mean I know all my flats and sharps. So if I'm in the key of B, I know that's the most sharps, and you have to know the order of the sharps and flats. Okay. So like so the order of sharps and flats in the is like I remember it's a formula: F, C sharp, G sharp, A, etc. When I have this formula, it says Fred chases girls down at Eddie's bar. So those are all the sharps, and all the flats are beat cuff, for example. Those are shortcuts. But I know automatically when I'm reading the music how many sharps the key of B gets. That's the most sharps. I'm sorry. The key of B has 5 sharps. I'm sorry about that. The key of C sharp has the most sharps. I'm sorry. C sharp has the most sharps, actually. I'm sorry about that. And then, the key of C flat has the most flats, etc. So you have to memorize all that and be able to change all the keys. It's really it's all theoretical. But I mean, when you're playing guitar or any instrument, you don't really have time to say what the sharps and flats are. You just got to be able to play, actually. So I'm not thinking about that when I'm actually playing. But if I'm reading, I have to think about it because I have to find the right notes if you're sight reading, okay? So it's very important to get that together. Let me answer some questions here. So that's how you get better at scales and learn scales faster, actually. If there's any other questions, please send them to me. I'm going live on TikTok too as well because I don't go live enough for you guys. Okay, someone's asking me, Ron, how does someone approach jazz chords when starting to learn jazz guitar? Well, you have to know all your basics, everybody, when you're playing chords. So I was just doing chord melody, but to do chord melody, you have to know all your chord shapes, okay? So there are 4 basic chord shapes, everybody. There's the major, the minor. So I'm going to do it here because it's a little easier. And there's the major shape, C, E, G, then the minor, diminished, and augmented. Okay, so that's C, E, G, C, E flat, G, C, E flat, G flat, and C, E, G sharp. So those chord shapes make up the foundation of all these altered chords and flat nine chords and all that. You have to really know your basic triads, though, because they're stacked up on top of each other, actually, these triads in different chords. So you have to kind of be able to figure these out all over the neck. And you have to see it on the neck easily. So I know I can see easily, like, I know I can change that note there. Or if I'm doing it here. You have to be able to change major to minor really easily. See how I'm changing the major to minor? It depends on the neck and what key you're in. So I'm changing C major to C minor all over the neck like this. You have to know all your inversions as well. On major, for example, just all your inversions like this on same string. See how I'm doing that? I have exercises like this actually on my website, okay, everybody? If you go to www.ronjacksonmusic.com, I have lessons on my website that I sell for $1.99 on all the inversions and scales and everything. They're all written out in the right order. And, they're really cool. Oh, yeah, someone's asking for a request. Can you play I Remember Clifford? I don't know that by heart, but I can play a little bit as chord melody because this is a chord melody class. H-I-J-K. So let me see if I have it in here. I think it's in this book. I hope so. I Remember Clifford. Maybe not. Someone's asking for a request, and I don't know if it's in this book like this. I Remember April. It might not be in this book, unfortunately. Oh, yes, I do. So I'm going to play this for somebody a little bit. So, we're going to pull out my 7-string now, just for fun. Maybe take me a second to set up. So I'm going to pull out my 7-string guitar. So this is an impromptu session about chord melody. And if you have any other questions, let me know. I'm going to take out my 7-string guitar right now, which is this one. Let me unplug this for a second. Actually, let me plug this in. Take my 7-string out so I can play for you. So you know what? I'm also transmitting on YouTube because, I have a lot of followers on YouTube, but I need more views, and I need to I need to get longer videos. So I'm doing lives now, and that's helping my viewership. And people love my live online practice sessions like this, and checking out what I do. And I appreciate you guys for following me and being into what I'm doing. And please do me a favor if you like what I'm doing. I have a new album out that came out about a year ago, and I have a new one coming out soon. Please pick one up. It's Ron Jackson Music Standards and Other Songs. It's a great record, and I'll be coming out with the record. Go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, and check out my music. And please follow me if you're not following me right now on YouTube, etc. Yeah. Thank you, Lemmy Brazzi, for so much for your shows. You're welcome. So I'm gonna do this little request from I can't see his name. I Remember Clifford, and if you guys enjoy what I'm doing, please send me a donation at Ron Jackson Music on PayPal everywhere. Ron Jackson Music, everybody. That's okay. The same as my page on YouTube. So let me play a little bit of I Remember Clifford. So let me make sure I'm in tune. So remember, it's important to be tuned. So let me do that real quick. Now, if you have any questions about the 7-string, let me know too. So I'm going to do a little bit of this song right now. Yeah, so that was actually, I remember Clifford. That's a great song. I'm going to turn the highs down on this a little bit. There's too many highs on this. I was checking that out. So that was a request, and thank you for asking that. I don't know who that, I couldn't read what they were saying, but thank you everybody for watching. What's the way, now someone's asking me, what's the fastest way? Are you looking at staff notes or tabs? So everybody, this is a question from Machine Daddy. Machine Daddy? No, I'm not. I'm reading notes. I don't, you know what? I know how to use tabs, but I'm a notation guy. And you should know how to read notation, everybody, actually, on the guitar. But most people, you know, they don't take the time to learn how to read on the guitar because it's really hard to read on the guitar. So, no, I'm not using tabs at all. I know, you know, I write for a magazine, actually, acoustic guitar. Let me show you something. So I write for this magazine, acoustic guitar magazine. You see this? I have a new article out, guys. You can check it out if you want. You're welcome, Machine Daddy. And look, so when I read an article for acoustic guitar magazine, since most guitar players can't read notes, I have to write tabs for you guys too. And I know, I mean, and, you know, it's actually helpful for certain things. Like, so here's my new article right now. It's called Chord Calisthenics. It's about the harmonic and melodic minor. It's the latest issue of acoustic guitar. If you want to pick it up, you know, it's a great, you know, it's a great magazine. I've been working for them for like about 7-8 years now. This is, you know, you see how the music is written out? The music is written out with tabs and notes. Now, I think the tabs are really important to be able to tell you how to play this. But I know how to read this. I can read it different ways since I can read on the guitar. So that's what I actually do. Okay, so so what, you know what I do? If I'm reading, like I remember Clifford, I played this before. This is the song I just played for you guys, and I did chord melody. But I'm basically sight reading this. I mean, you know, not sight reading, but I've read this before, but I don't know this song by heart, so I have to kind of look at it. If I have a request, and if I happen to have the music, I can read it and play from you, and kind of do chord melody. It's kind of hard to do it perfect on the spot, but I try the best I can. So that's how you get your stuff together. You know, I'm a professional musician, so sometimes people ask me to do this on gigs, and I have to be able to do it. So, I mean, you should be able to do chord melody like that in general because it's really good to be able to do this stuff. But you should learn how to read, but it takes a lot of time to do this. I used to practice 8 hours a day, and, you know, it's not easy. So let me ask you some question here. Tabs aren't good for yeah. So someone's saying tabs aren't good for sight reading, but I feel like they give you more info on technique. You know, so tabs are good to tell you how to play the phrase, but the problem with tabs is you have to know the song to be able to play tabs. If I put some music in front of you with tabs and you don't know what the song sounds like, it's just a bunch of notes that are written out. So that's the problem with tabs. With reading music, you don't even have to know what the song is. You could just read it. And, if you're a good reader, you can play the song without the tabs. The tabs don't tell you what the rhythms are. I mean, it'll be written below, like sometimes it'll be written below the music, but if you have just pure tabs, there's no rhythms. And, if you don't know how to count rhythms, how are you going to play the song in time? So that's the problem with tabs. Tabs are cool, though, because, I mean, if I want to show somebody how to play something, I can write it out the way I want him to play it on the tabs, but they have to be able to hear it. So that's the problem with tabs. It's a great question, but guitar players are the worst readers. I have this joke on TikTok and on Instagram that's called "Put some music in front of." How you stop a guitar player from reading? Put some music in front of them. That's how from playing. Excuse me. So that's the problem. So you gotta have your stuff together when you're reading on the guitar, and it's hard. I mean, I'm a good reader, and I still think it's hard. I have to practice this stuff all the time. So let me see. There's a lot of questions here. So let me see. Came from TikTok. Hey, okay, Carmen. What's the fastest way to learn arpeggios for jazz soloing? So you know what? Okay, someone's asking me about jazz soloing arpeggios. So let me do something here. So you should be able to arpeggiate any kind of progression, any kind of chord. So when I was doing this song, I remember Clifford, has all kinds of arpeggio things like this: E flat major 7, G7. So if I'm playing through this, you should be able to arpeggiate major triads. So I'm doing a 7 string. So I'm just doing basic E flat major triad. Now this chord is actually E flat major 7, so you have to be able to do that. Those are basic things you have to know about soloing. So I'm doing a major 7, and I mean now if I'm going through a song, I should be able to arpeggiate every chord. So the first chord is E flat major 7, G7, A flat major 7, A diminished, B dominant, B dominant, B flat dominant, B diminished. Now C minor 7, then go C minor 7 with the B flat and the bass, which is the third inversion. And then it goes to A minor 7 flat 5. Now I'm doing it at 1 octave. You should be able to play it everywhere like this. You know how long it took me to learn just to do that? It took me years, actually. So it's not easy to be able just to do the arpeggio. I'm just doing like the basic arpeggio, 7th arpeggio, 7th chords. I'm playing through this song right now in front of you guys. Just arpeggio, okay? And the 7th arpeggio is exactly the way the chord is written. Okay, well, I remember Clifford. So if you find that in like a real book or one of these stolen real books you have on the computer, you can do that. And that's a real basic skill you have to learn. Hey, random user says, I'm pure class. Thank you. I need to go to class, actually. I'm pure class. I need to go to class. But if you're enjoying this, please definitely, please send me a donation of $1 or more if you can afford it at Ron Jackson Music at PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App if you can. Ron Jackson Music, I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you. If you're learning some new stuff and I'm helping you out, I appreciate the donation. Also, just so you know, go to my website, and I sell a lot of lessons like this at ronjacksonmusic.com. Of course, follow me here, Ron Jackson Music on YouTube. It's everywhere. Ron Jackson Music, TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. I can't think of anything else. So let me see. Let me look at some of the other questions here. How do you understand and memorize the modes? Practice, guys. I mean, you have to be able to use the modes. If I'm playing through a song, like I'm playing through this song right now, I know that this is E flat major 7 takes an Ionian mode or the major scale. Then when it goes to G7, diminish. Diminish. So I'm playing through those chords I played earlier, just a few minutes ago, playing the scales through them now. You have to be able to play through the scales. So what I'm doing is I'm playing through these chords right now as scales too as well. So I mean, you know what? Some of these scales I wouldn't use really when I'm soloing. So, but you have to be able to know the scale, the basic scale. I use a lot of different scales on chords in general because I'm a jazz musician. So we reharmonize a lot. So we're actually putting extra scales in there that are that are more interesting than what are written. Like if I play over like a G7. So that's actually a G7. In this key, this is a G7 flat, a sharp 5. So I'll play like I'll play what you call an altered scale. Leading, then diminish. So what I'm doing is I'm just basically playing. I'm just running up the scales. I'm not playing anything fancy. It sounds like I'm playing some fast stuff. I am, but I'm just running through them so I can get through the scale. But when I'm soloing, I'll use different patterns and stuff. I'll use lines, what we call in jazz. So if I'm taking a solo, I'm using lines now in my solo. So I'm just basically playing lines through the chords now. As a solo, as a jazz musician, we don't really play scales. You learn scales in the beginning to be able to get through the changes and arpeggios, but you actually learn how to play lines. Now, lines are the language of jazz, actually. So, that's what you do in jazz. You learn lines. So let me see. How do you learn advanced jazz? Do you need theory or do you need to become a successful musician? Hey, Monty. That's from Divine on Crack. The best way to learn jazz is learn tunes, everybody. So you have to learn tunes, and you have to, learn solos from the greats. If you're a guitar player, learn from Wes Montgomery, Charlie Christian, all the modern cats too, John Scofield, whoever. Just learn their solos, okay? Learn their solos and learn the theory and the harmony and the chords. But the language is actually in the music itself, so you have to learn tunes, okay? So that's why I've been doing this for a long time. So that's what it really takes, and you got to play with people, and you got to jam with people to get to. It's all trial and error too when you're taking solos. So it's very important to get all this stuff together. It takes a long time to get this together, So let me see. Do you need any simple jazz songs? Yeah. So you know what, guys? There's some of these questions are already are videos that are posted. Someone's asking me, Divine on Crack, is you need simple jazz songs that sound great? Yeah. Yeah. So you just learn the basic jazz songs first. I have some videos already on YouTube and on TikTok about what songs to learn, basic ones. I mean, I do like 5 at a time, but everybody's saying, but I'll do these other songs. Sure. I only have 1 minute to put a short. So, but there's like tons of songs that are standards. You should learn the basic, simple ones first. Then eventually you add your repertoire. Let me see some of these questions here. I never say never. You'd be surprised what you're capable of. Okay. Arpeggios. This makes my brain seriously hurt. Yes, everybody, my brain hurts right now. Lots of luck. I ain't good enough for all this. Everybody, you can be good enough if you practice. Remember, all this stuff. And you know what? It's very important. I teach too. I forgot to tell you guys, since I'm doing a live and I have to advertise myself. I have a Patreon account where you can get these lessons like this for $3 and up at patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic. Okay. And you need to study with somebody. I forgot to tell you. So if you want to study with me, you can contact me. You can find me everywhere. Go to my link tree that I have on YouTube. If you go to my Patreon, I have a lot of these lessons up there too. And you need to study with somebody because it's hard to learn without somebody telling you something. But a lot of people go on YouTube and TikTok for free lessons, but free lessons only take you so far. Because I have a lot of students who go on YouTube and TikTok on my pages, and they end up studying with me because they can't do it by themselves because they don't know what they're doing. It's hard to judge yourself. I take lessons. I'm taking lessons right now, just so you know. I'm taking lessons with a drummer because I have to work on my rhythm. So I take lessons with this drummer who's actually a great drummer. He has a great TikTok page. He got 1 million views on one of his videos actually recently, over 1 million. And it's called the Drummer's Almanac. He's Jay Finishow. He's a great drummer, and he has a lot of subscribers on YouTube. But I take lessons on rhythm with him. So this all kind of you need to study. I've studied with a lot of great guitar players: Pat Martino, Ted Dunbar, Bucky Pizzarelli. That's why I play 7-string guitar. I've hung out with George Benson. He showed me a lot of stuff about his playing. You got to study with people. You can't just do this by yourself. It doesn't help. So let me see. Thank you, Sam. I'm glad I'm inspired by you. So everybody, I'm going to be ending soon because I've been up for about an hour, I think now. 47 minutes. So please follow me. I went over a chord melody with you, and it's good to explain these things to you. I appreciate you guys watching me. And again, please share these videos to everybody. Please share my page. Please follow me everywhere. There's a playback. I don't know if I can put a playback on TikTok for my lives. They don't let you do that, but you can watch the same thing, everybody, on TikTok, on YouTube at Ron Jackson Music. When we went over today, you can watch that back. And I'm trying to put more views on YouTube because I need more hours for my YouTube channel. And they don't let you do it with short form videos on YouTube. Just so you guys know that if you're trying to develop your YouTube channel, you need to do a lot of things. Hold on. Let me ask a couple more questions because I got to eat dinner soon, and it's late in New York here. So what was going to say? Okay. Hey, it's Beatrice. I'm with Beatrice Bakari and Eugenia Silva. They're sending you saludos. Who's this? Oh, that's amazing. I haven't seen those guys in years. You know what, guys? Let's keep in touch. Send me a message or something. There's some people I haven't seen in years. They're watching me right now live on YouTube. Hold on. Let me see. There's some more messages here. I'm trying to get everybody, trying to spread the love here. So everybody, I'm going to be leaving in a second. I might play you one more song. And then, again, if you enjoy what I'm doing, please donate $1 or more here to PayPal at Ron Jackson Music, Venmo and Cash App at Ron Jackson Music, just for you guys. It's all right here. Okay. If you'd like to donate $1 or more, and you learned a lot today. Okay. And I appreciate you guys, to support me during these rough times, if I answered your questions. Someone just said, I don't like tabs or sheet music. I'm like learning so, just so you guys know, I read music and I do tabs, but I also, of course, I know how to learn things by ear. So I'm good at writing things down and playing them back, all kinds of stuff. You have to have all those skills if you want to play guitar or any instrument. You should have to be able to have good ears. You have to be able to read and look at music. So I know how to do all that stuff. And that's how I started playing guitar. I started doing things by ear as a kid, and learning songs. So you have to actually do that to be a good musician. You have to have all those skills to be a professional musician. So sometimes I used to be in this band in New York, and we used to do this Sunday brunch, like a gospel brunch. And I'd go up, we do all these fancy arrangements, and the guy would there was no music. He would just count the song off, 1, 2, and there was no music. I had to learn this. I had to just find the notes and play through the whole gig, 4-hour-long gig. And they paid no money, not hardly any money. And I was at the Cotton Club in New York. It was a gospel brunch, and I had to learn all these tunes with no sheet music, complicated tunes. It was just weird. But so I'm used to doing that. So you have to be able to have all those skills when you're actually playing. So anyway, guys, let me play you one more song before I get off. And thank you very much. I'm going to do another live session soon. Let me see if I can. What am I going to play here? I'm gonna try to think of something. Thank you, everybody. Well, so yeah, thank you, everybody. Some more comments here before I get out. And oh wow, there's so many questions I can't answer them. But I see you use hybrid picking. Yeah, I use hybrid picking. Everybody, we'll do it like I'll do a live practice session about hybrid picking and all kinds of picking styles next time. But this was mostly about chord melody today, and I'm using 7-string guitar. But I use all styles of picking: finger picking, hybrid picking, economy picking, alternate picking. I do all the picking, finger picking, and finger licking good at Kentucky Fried Chicken. So, thank you everybody for watching. So keep in touch. Again, I'll put my website on the comments. There's sheet music there and all kinds of stuff. It's ronjacksonmusic.com. All my handles are Ron Jackson Music, everybody. Okay. And just so you know, and if you enjoyed this, you could I'll put this up right now too. And I'm putting these notes here. It's Ron Jackson Music. And if you have any questions, just direct message me. You can find me on YouTube. On my link tree is Ron Jackson Music. And if you want to take lessons or you have any questions or anything, buy my CDs or whatever, it's all there. You can find it on my website at ronjacksonmusic.com. Please keep in touch. join my mailing list on my website, whatever. And thank you guys for watching. And you can watch the playback after this. I'll talk to you guys soon. Okay. I'm going to end the videos right now on TikTok. I'm ending the video and now, and I'm ending now on YouTube. Thanks. Hey everybody, it's Ron Jackson. And how's everybody doing? This is a Patreon only and lesson for my students. I'm going to have a few guests up today. So my Patreon account is an exclusive account where I give lessons like sheet music, all kinds of stuff like this that students can actually watch, and they can actually download these lessons. They come with tabs, exercises for jazz improvisation, and the cool thing now is I usually just I'll do a live lesson every month, just broadcasting my lesson just to Patreon. But now I use StreamYard. So today I'm going to be inviting some people that are on my Patreon. If they show up, I know a couple people are going to show up at about 2:30. And if they want to go live with me, I sent you guys the link already. My patrons and my students, you should have got the email last night. And then you could actually just go hit that link and you can go live with me. So please do that if you can. So I'm just going to be basically teaching about jazz improvisation today. So what I do is I do very basic lessons that are very important for your fundamental skills in jazz improvisation. And all these lessons in my Patreon account are all about that. Like this lesson right here is about playing over a blues. Okay? Now, a jazz blues. So in the key of C, the chords in the jazz blues are basically like a C7 chord. Okay, C dominant 7 for 1 bar, 2, 3. These are the chords I'm playing for you. Now this is a jazz blues, so the chords are a little different. I'm sure you see this a million times on YouTube. So today, I'm only going to be taking questions and comments from my patrons themselves, because this workshop is usually just my patrons, and once a month, or my students, or special guests I invite that they've won a contest to be able to become, to come on my live lesson. So any patrons that got my link by email, you can actually join me now. Hit the StreamYard link, and you'll go live with me, and everybody can watch you on YouTube as well. So today is public, okay? So when I teach somebody a blues, like a C blues, the blues chords are C7, 2, 3, 4, F7, C7, G minor 7, C7, F7, F sharp diminished 7, C7, E minor 7, A7, D minor 7, G7, then C7, A7, D minor 7, G7. So that's how you actually play a jazz blues. The jazz blues actually is just the history. Back in the old days when the blues started, it's just an evolution of the very, very first blueses that came out. I heard that the first blues was just one chord. I got the blues, yeah. I got the blues all day long. Whatever. And then when they get to the F chord, they never changed. I got the blues, yeah. And someone said, "Man, you gotta throw an F chord in there." I got the blues, yeah. And then when you get to the 5 chord, I'm not just shortening it. I'm just making it shorter. I got the blues. But before all that, they actually just played the same chord I heard. until they started making it more complicated. Then they made the traditional blues, which is the 1-4-5 blues, which most guitar players know. And then some guitar players know the jazz blues, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 5 of the 4, 4, sharp 4 diminished 7, 1, 1 7, then 2 5 of the 2, 2 5 of the 1, then a 1 6 or 5 7 of the 2, 2 minor, 5 7 1. So that's the traditional jazz blues. So when I teach improvisation, I teach you how to play over changes. Now, jazz is all about playing the changes, they call it, okay? So in this workshop today, it's all about learning how to play the changes. And also, this workshop is for my patrons and my students usually, but I have this open for the public today, so you can all watch, okay? So these are the things I teach my patrons and my students, and my private students online. And my patrons get all this sheet music about learning how to do this stuff, okay? So you can just, you know, if you're interested in my Patreon, just go here to patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. It's just like my YouTube channel and all my channels, okay? So I'm going to be taking questions only from my patrons who are going to be on later and who are watching if they want to send me a comment. Also, I'm going to have a guest with his son. He's a jazz guitar student. I don't know exactly how old he is, but his son is about 8. He just turned 8. He's a guitar student. He's going to be a great guitar player by the time he turns 18 because he's studying with me right now. He started when he was 7. So you're going to see him. His name is Morrissey, and it's going to be Malachi, his father. So, you know, they're really great people. And also, this is what I use with my students, too. This book is called Chords at Your Fingertips, okay? It's a very popular book. I have so many copies here on YouTube. And a lot of my students who are my actual students on Patreon have this book, actually. So I'll talk about this book a little bit today. So learning how to do walking bass lines, chord melody, all kinds of stuff, okay? And also, right now you can get this book discounted. You'll see the link on my description here. You can get this book at 20% off because I'm actually doing an Indiegogo for my new album. So you can actually get this book 20% off if you get it right now while it lasts, okay? Right now I have about 20 copies. I'm going to have to reorder some more if I run out here on Indiegogo on my campaign. So go, just hit that over there. And hey, Glenn, okay. Glenn is one of my patrons. Let me show this right now. How you doing, Glenn? If you want to join me, Glenn, well, I don't know. Actually, I don't know if you are one of my patrons. You're welcome, Glenn. But thank you. You're welcome. I'm here to show this to the public. Glenn, if you want to support me, definitely be a patron. This is mainly for my patrons, but also I'm doing that campaign for my new album. So you can actually see the link. Someone's going to post a link probably soon about that too on the comment chain here. Okay, and so let's talk about playing chord changes. Yeah. So for example, if I'm playing changes over a blues, you have to be able to play the scale through it. So one of the exercises I like to use that I teach all my students is just playing eighth notes to scale on each chord like this: 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and, or 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and end on 4 and going up the scale. So this is on a C7 chord. It's a C dominant scale, or mixolydian we call it. Some scales have 2 names, okay, or more. Sometimes some scales have more than 2 names. So on a C7, I play a C dominant scale. So it's very important, everybody. When you play the guitar, you just don't play up and down the scale like this in the same octave. You got to be able to play this all the way across the neck, up and down the neck. Watch it. Because you're going to be very limited. So now, somebody would say to me, "Look, Mr. Jackson, is this just a F major scale starting on the C?" Yes, it is, but you can't think like that if you're playing jazz. You're gonna have to actually use make sure that you're actually playing the scale. You have to know which note to change to make it a flat set. So you have to be able to play it up and down all over the neck. You know, it's a very good idea to really learn the neck. So if I'm playing a C7 here, I'm playing all these different C7s. So when I'm actually playing over each chord, I'm actually thinking of the scale for each chord. That's what jazz musicians call playing over the changes. So it's very important to learn how to play over the changes and know what scale you're playing. Okay. So I'm only taking comments and questions from my patrons today. I'm doing this open to the public. So look at this. So when I get to the F7 chord, I'll play the F dominant scale. See, I'm playing it everywhere. Oh, Tom is one of my... Tom, thank you for joining me. Tom is actually one of my patrons. How are you doing, Tom? Hi. He's watching on his other YouTube account. Just switch so you can see. Just thanks for the invite. Sadly, I don't have a mic or webcam at the moment. We'll enjoy the stream though. Cheers. Okay. Oh, that's too bad, Tom. It would have been great to have you on the live stream. Okay. Now, Tom is actually one of my patrons, and I appreciate you, Tom. For right now it's been very busy, Tom. If you look very carefully on my Patreon, I'm doing an Indiegogo campaign trying to raise money for my new album. And Tom is one of my longtime patrons, really great guy, and I really appreciate him. And please, if go to my my link in my description here, and you can actually support my Patreon account, where you can actually get this book that a lot of my patrons have and my students, called Chords at Your Fingertips, at a very reduced price. And you can take guitar lessons with me very cheap on my new, on my campaign to help support my new album. Okay, if you just go to the link here, just go to Indiegogo / Ron's new album. So let's keep talking about this. And let me see this right here. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. Oh, nice, nice. So now let me go. So when I'm playing chord changes through a blues, I'll go like this. So if I'm playing a C7, 1, 2, 3, 4 to F7, then I'm doing the C7, then I'm doing the G minor 7 to C7, going to the 4 chord. So I'll play the scales for each one. Watch this. Now, what I did was I played through all the chords of an F blues, okay? And what I did was, I'm going to move over here a little bit so you can see my neck better. What I did was I played through all the chords, all the scales, and that's a really great exercise to learn how to improvise, everybody. So, but you have to be able to you can't just play it in one area. You can't just start on the root. You have to be able to go like this. What I did was I played the same exact thing, but I did it in a different position. See, now I'm gonna do it here. See, what I did was I tried to figure out every possible position to be able to play the same scale. Okay, and so you know, it's a really great exercise to do, to be able to execute when you're trying to play changes. Okay, so that's what you would do through a blues. So, but you can't just play like just the same scale starting on the root. You could go like this. So what I'm doing is I'm just basically just playing through the scale. Huh? So in a way, watch this. We're gonna clean the camera for a second, everybody. So so it looks better. I don't think it's gonna do anything. So that's actually how you actually play through changes. Now what happened was I was actually playing the scale for each chord in time and in eighth notes. That's how you really play changes, okay? And I'm playing in eighth notes. That's a Barry Harris method I teach, okay? But one thing you have to be able to do for playing changes as well is to be able to play the scale through the chords without getting lost and without actually having to start from the root. So let me try to show you this. It might sound kind of weird on my. I want to try to play through my computer, but if I play through a blues in C or F or any key, I should be able to play. I'll show you. I'm going to show you right now. Let's say I play now. So if I play a blues in F, like a Charlie Parker one, watch this. See what I did, everybody? I actually just basically just played through the chord changes of a blues, but I just basically played the scales all the way through it. Sometimes I put passing tones because sometimes it's hard for me just to play just a scale. But you got to be able to play through the chord changes without getting lost in your scales and be able to move through the chords, not making it sound like an exercise. Like when I start doing things like this, if I start playing it sounds like an exercise. But if I go like this, if I start doing that through the chord changes, it starts to sound like music, even though I'm just playing scales. It's not exactly jazz yet. So your goal is to be able to play through the chord changes of a blues or anything just like that, using just not just playing really basic stuff, being able to use your knowledge and just not starting on the root all the time. A lot of guitar players, when I start teaching them jazz, they can only start from like the low note because they don't know the notes on, the higher strings, or higher up in the neck. So they'll tend to play. They'll tend to go like this. They'll do an arpeggio like this. I mean, the thing is, when you play in that register, everybody, what happens is you're playing in the bass register, basically. That's what the bass player is playing. It's too low. And the guitar is a low-pitched instrument. It sounds an octave lower than the piano if they're playing the same note written on the staff. Okay? So you got to play higher. Like, you got to go. You never see, like real, like you never see, like the master guitar players, like George Benson. They never play down here that low. They play up here. They tend to play in this register up here, okay? Oh, I forgot to tell you guys, usually I play my D'Angelico, but it's funny, I have this set up because one of the perks of my Indiegogo, I'm raising money for my new album, and you'll see it on the link here, where you can actually get a discount on this book as well, 20% off. If you get it now, okay, and it'll help support my new album, and you'll get it signed by me. It's 20% off. Just go to Indiegogo.com, and then you look for Ron's new album. Now, this guitar is actually, I'm playing this guitar a lot today because this is one of the perks you get, that you can actually get on that campaign. I mean, it's not a cheap perk, but you'll get this guitar signed. It's a really great guitar. Take a look at this. There's a couple little bumps here just from me putting it on the guitar stand that I have right here. But otherwise, I've never taken this out of the house. It's a brand new guitar that I got from Eastman. And then, this is actually a part of one of the perks I'm giving, that someone could actually buy if they join my Indiegogo campaign and help me for my new album. Okay? So this is a Patreon-only lesson. I'm not taking any questions or anything other than my patrons who are here. And one first patron that's watching right now is Glenn Michael Thompson. No, sorry, not Glenn Michael Thompson. I'm sorry, Glenn. I keep thinking you're a patron. It's Tom Rogers. Sorry, Tom. Now, Tom said he's watching from his other YouTube channel, switched so he could see. And he, I invited him and some of my patrons. So some of them are probably watching and don't want me to invite them. But I'm going to have a student of mine too that's coming up in about 5 minutes, and he's going to be joining me to play show me some jazz guitar that I'm showing him. He's going to be live in the studio here. It's going to be like a little studio. And his son, who's 8. Watch out, guys. This kid's going to be great in about 2 or 3 years. So all you adults, and the reason why he's doing so good, because he's taking lessons with me. So I always tell everybody watching me on YouTube, are you studying with a guitar teacher? If you're not, this is the time to get your lessons with me on my, on my Indiegogo, because my lessons are really much cheaper. Actually, they're going to be buying some lessons from me, my guests, because they're so much cheaper than what I usually charge. Okay, so just go on my on the link on my bio. It's everywhere, and check it out. Okay, so let me go right now and show you my book a little bit. So anyway, so for my patrons, there's a lot of patrons who have this book. It's a really great book if you want to learn how to do walking bass lines. So I have a lesson in here called Pass It On. Okay? Now, remember, you can get this book on my website, but particularly on this Indiegogo site. So look at this. There's a picture of Freddie Green. It's actually one of my, popular articles that was written, too, on Acoustic Guitar Magazine. It's a really great book. And so I do a thing about walking bass lines here. So it's in the key of G blues, just a jazz blues. Like I've been doing a jazz blues the whole day today. I did jazz blues in C, then jazz blues in F. And so this is really cool. So take a look at this. So what I do is, in this book, for my patrons, they actually have a lesson kind of like this already. And so what happens is, if you're playing a blues, like in the key of G, so this book, this lesson in the book, basically is this progression. It's just a 3-note voicing like this: a G, the root of the chord, and you put the third and the seventh on top, which is F and B flat. Now I'm playing. You can play the third here, the B. Sorry, and a B natural. Sorry. It looks like that. Okay. So if you want to do walking bass lines, you got to know how to first play the bass line. The easiest bass line, this book starts up just like this. It's just quarter notes on the roots, etc. Now, so those are the bass lines for a blues in the key of G. Now you put these 2 notes on top. Okay? That's how you start doing walking bass lines. So I put the third and seventh of each chord. Before you put the third and seventh of each chord there, you have to learn how to do the third and seventh without the bass line. So I see my chords without the bass note. You have to be able to see the chords without a bass note. 2, 3, 4, like this. Now you can hear the chords with this actually. See that? So that's a G blues with all the chords now. Just the root, which is the bass line, and the third and seventh. So I'll put them together. Watch this. So that's actually how you do a walking bass line with chords in a blues, a jazz blues in the key of G. Now the thing is, that's just roots. So the next step up, and I show you this in this book, right here, chords at your fingertips. Okay, this lesson right here that I'm going over right now, it does that progressively through this book. The next thing you do, you'll do root and fifth, for example. You can go like this. So first you have to be able to do bass line by itself. Like this. So here's the... Like that, you see that? So the next thing I would do is put that together. Like that. See what I did just now? The thing now is to put a bass line together while you're playing those notes. Now, you can't hold, it's really hard to actually hold those notes. Let me show you this before we keep going. Biker Chick put up, you can get lessons at a deep discount right now if you go to the link in my bio in YouTube, because I'm actually having a sale on my lessons. through my Indiegogo for my new album. I have a new album that's coming out, and actually we're going to be recording it on November 3rd and mixing it the following week. And it's going to be a follow-up to my last album called Standards in My and Other Songs. It's going to be called Standards in My Songs. And so you can actually pick up the book, and you can also be like, you can actually come to the studio if you're in New York and see us record or mix. And you could be an art director to help design this. You could be a producer, a producer, and name a song. Those are some of the perks you can get, other than getting this book at a deep, deep discount. So go there right now and check it out. Okay, let me hide this. So let's do this with the walking bass line. I don't know where my student's coming, but he's going to be coming soon to be on the broadcast with me. So watch this. Now I'm going to do the walking bass line with the chords together, but you can't hold the chords the whole time because at first it would sound weird. Like I was going like this. It sounds weird to hold the chord the whole time, so I'm going to be holding it somewhat and then playing a bass line. Watch this. So that's what I did, okay, is that I actually played the walking bass line completely. So that's actually one of the cool things you can learn from this book, okay, is to play the walking bass line and the chord melody. And also we get into chord melody here. One of the very last lesson, which is the ultimate lesson in the book, is my lesson. There's a bunch of teachers in this book, actually, that wrote material for this book, too. Adam Levy, Sean McGowan, Jane Miller, and Jeffrey Pepper Rogers. Jeffrey Pepper Rogers was one of the editors of the magazine a long time ago when it started. Acoustic Guitar Magazine, who I write for, actually. So I'm one of the writers. I'm actually writing an article for them right now. And I'm going to have to work on it later on tonight, okay? So look at this. One of the songs I do is like, we do Billy Boy, and I actually do like a chord melody thing with it. So before my guests come on, which I hope they're coming on soon, let me see. Let me see if they're contacting me and they're having a problem getting on. Let me see. Hopefully they'll be coming on very soon with me and to join my broadcast here. So look at this. I do this chord melody thing right here. Look at this, everybody. Okay. Thank you, everybody, who's watching. There's a lot of people watching today. I know it's a Saturday, it's September 11th, and I'm sorry for what happened. I was actually here during September 11th, and I didn't know anybody who passed away there, but it really affected everybody here in New York City when that happened. I saw the buildings, the towers actually. I could smell the towers in Brooklyn where I was at actually. Living at the time in Brooklyn, I could see all the fires and everything from over there. So let me do something. I'm gonna fix the light a little bit better. So watch this. So everybody. So this is actually. I'm not responding to anybody who's not a patron, or a student, because this is like a private lesson for my students that I usually give if you're a patron on Patreon, excuse me, and also if you're a student of mine, you get all the sheet music. All this stuff I have right here, everybody, is available on my website. Now, I show this to everybody right now on camera because most of my guitar players and most guitar players don't know how to read, so they wouldn't be able to read this. They need tabs, so it's important to learn how to read. When I created my Patreon account, what happened was a lot of my students, I have to write the tabs out, so I had to rewrite all this music that I already have with tabs. So for my new album that's coming out, and if you support it, I'm gonna have the whole record with the lead sheets, which are the melodies, with the tabs, so you can be able to play it like me. Okay, so thank you everybody who's watching, and I'm glad everybody's. And I'm seeing that everybody is really enjoying this. So hopefully, I'm going to have one of my patrons or students come on right now. It's also for people who bought my book. So you know what, Dario, next time, I know Dario's watching. I'm going to have him come live with me because he did buy one of my books. Let me show that to Dario. Dario bought my book, actually. So next time, Dario, I'm going to send you an email, and you're going to go live with us, okay? Sorry about that. I'm sorry I missed you. I mean, since I have this campaign going, I haven't been able to keep track of all the people who bought my book who haven't. But we'll get you on next time, okay? I want to invite people up to play for me, and the whole world will be watching, okay, when you do this. So look at this. So this song right here, before my guest comes up in a second, I hope they come up soon, is one of my arrangements that's in this book for Billy Boy, okay? So it's actually a full chord arrangement you see here. It's in the book, Chords at Your Fingertips, that you can get right now for a big discount on my Indiegogo campaign. Link in bio here, which is right here. Okay? This book you can get there right now. And I'll play this for you a little bit so you can see it. Okay? Let me hide that for a second. Watch this. So I'll play a little bit for you. Looks like this. Oh! So my guests are here, everybody. Let's bring them up. Let me bring them up. Hey!
Okay.
I can't see you. You're cut off now. So these are my guests. So welcome everybody. These are my two students from California. First, Malachi and Morrissey. So Malachi is actually my jazz guitar student, and his son is Morrissey. Malachi, how old are you?
I'm 40.
Oh, wow. And his son is 7.
Hey.
Yeah. So, before we keep going, Dario, check your email. I'm going to invite you up if you want to be on this live stream too. There's instructions because Dario actually bought my book. So this live stream is actually exclusive to my students and my patrons. And so Morrissey just been studying with me for just about a month. No. So Morrissey already knows how to play a song from his book. Let's have him play something. Now, Morrissey's a beginner student, but by the time he's about 13 to 14, he's going to be a monster. Ah! He's going to be scaring everybody on YouTube. Now, this is important, everybody. Morrissey wants to study with the real teachers, so it's very important to see Morrissey in action. So, want to play Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star?
Okay.
Go ahead. Yay! Everybody on YouTube, give him a hand. This is gonna be public, so everybody's watching right now live. Morrissey, great job. Yeah, so Morrissey's only just turned 8, like last week. So he's a student of mine, and he's gonna be a really great guitar player. So So Marcy's actually studying out of a book. He's learning how to read, like everybody should be doing. You know, I teach kids and I teach college level, and he's a really great student. And so he's learning how to read and also play the notes on the guitar, all the scales. So it's very important to have a teacher, especially, you know, at any age. And his father was actually my student too. So as a jazz guitar student, so he's a guitar teacher too. So, and actually Malachi, his father, who's right there, found me on YouTube as well on my channel and became a student of mine. And he's been a student of mine for a few months already.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and then when Marcy saw me teaching your father, he said, "I want to study with Ron too." So thanks, Marcy, for being a student. You're a great student, a great kid. Yeah, Malachi, you want to try to play something for us now too? Come on up. Yeah. So,
Okay.
Switch chairs, guys. Switch chairs.
I'm gonna play. Oh gosh, I'm on the spot.
You want to play something?
Yeah. Sorry.
Do you have like some of the jazz tune you want to play with the play along, maybe?
Oh yeah. Here, I'll
Yeah,
use
so,
the
So
app.
Malachi, talk about your experience with me with me teaching you.
Oh, well, so I found Ron on, I think it was actually YouTube or TikTok. And then I reached out to Ron and he got back to me. And I was thankful I was able to start classes with him. And I studied classical guitar, but I didn't really know much about jazz at all. And a lot of the chords like C major 7 and like sharp 11 and flat 5th, stuff like that kind of confused me. So I wanted to reach out to Ron because I could tell from his playing that he knew what he was doing.
I know most of the time, not all the time.
And then he got turned on to this iReal Pro, and one of the songs. Let me see.
Which I want to
Love Walked In was probably one of the first ones we did.
You mean like Love Walked In?
Yeah, Love Walked In.
So you know what, everybody, on YouTube, I've been teaching Malachi about jazz improvisation because he wanted to work on jazz improvisation. So there's Dario too. I'm going to invite him after. I have another a person that bought my book. I want to see how he plays my books after. So Dario, you're in the green room. I'll get you up in a minute. So so Malachi, you know, want to learn about jazz improvisation. So actually, you know, I was showing him the method that I showed everybody earlier about playing the scale on time, on the right chord, you know, different positions, learning the melody, learning the chords and melody everywhere. You know, learning the chords everywhere and learning the scales everywhere. You know, so listening and transcribing, all kinds of different stuff. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Malachi.
Oh yeah, sorry, there was a delay.
Yeah. There's a delay. Also, I think next time you go live with me, you have to change the settings so you don't have an echo. But it's okay.
Yeah.
So, do you want to play something for everybody?
Yeah, I can play along. I can do the chords for Love Walked In.
Oh, you want to play the melody with the play along? It's okay. It's only live on YouTube.
I know, that's the thing.
Your son just said, okay, so it's your turn now, Daddy.
All right, I'll go through it one time here.
Okay.
I'm not sure. This is the first time I use it. I'm not sure how to get rid of that echo.
Oh, you have to go to settings and then hit echo cancel. Go to audio settings, hit echo cancel.
Let me see here.
You know how to do that? Go to where it says cam and mic on the bottom there, I think.
Okay, echo. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Try it now, yeah. Uncheck it.
Uncheck it?
No, check it.
Oh, it is on. I think it's because of the YouTube. Maybe I should turn the YouTube off.
Yeah, turn the YouTube, if it's on the computer, down so you don't hear the echo.
How about now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, that's what it was.
Oh yeah, good. So try
Sorry
that.
about that.
Malachi, I keep mentioning your names up.
All right, here, let's see. Let me try here. Here's Love Walked In.
Here we go.